Welcome to Saratoga Live. Run Happy opening weekend continues from Saratoga with a 10-race card on this Sunday afternoon. Reigning Eclipse Award-winning trainer Brad Cox took the nightcap Saturday. Today he'll try and collect his first stakes win of the meet. This filly going good. She's proven capable on either surface. Can she finally break through in her fourth attempt in stakes company? We'll look back at Godolphin's game fillies 1-2 again, this time in the Diana, as Althea runs down her stablemate for a second straight time on Saturday. All of that and more coming up on this Sunday edition of Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Hello everybody, I'm Greg Wolf. Great to have you with us on this opening Sunday of the meet. Run Happy opening weekend continuing in our feature race, that Coronation Cup. Now we're off the turf today in all these races, compact but still very competitive field, and you can make a case for just about every filly that is going to line up in that group today. We'll talk plenty about that Coronation Cup coming up later today. Part of the late pick five, it's the 9th on the card, with who remains Mischieful, coming off a big win for Ian Wilkes. Brad Cox's filly going good. He won this race with Klein Racing, who campaigns this filly back in 2019 with Break Even. With me, Hall of Famer Gary Stevens, 2015 NHC Tour Champion Jonathan Kinchin. I don't know if this trio's ever been together, actually.
We have. Jonathan and I have worked together on several occasions.
That's right. It was memorable for me.
Together. Yeah.
And I also think we were together one time when the weather was bad and Gary tried to leave us.
Yes, that is right. That is right.
Well, did I try or did I succeed?
You succeeded.
Okay.
This feature coming up later today. Obviously, things changed quite a bit here with the surface changing in here. Who do you think now stands out on the off track?
You know what? Going good. She's won on this type of track before, but it's a great race. I mean, even though it's off the turf, I would have preferred it was still on the turf, but it changes things up. Going good, to me, is the filly to beat.
Yeah, I agree. Going good. Little teaser for later. I think might be talked about here in a few minutes in that best bet segment. But she's run well on the dirt. She's run well on the turf. It's unfortunate. We know sometimes we're going to get weather like this, and the biggest issues, it messes with our turf races, and it also messes with my hair.
I think the hair looks great today for what it's worth. Opportunities, though, a lot of times to be had, too, when these races come off the turf, and we'll see if we can spot some of those out. Pick JK's brain coming up. Let's take a look at today's races presented by Claiborne Farm. We'll have the entire card for you today. Sloppy, off the turf, early pick five, off the bat, just 2 minutes here. Pick six begins in the 5th, and that Coronation Cup, our feature in race 9. We're on for a half hour here, then we switch over to FS1 at 1:30. We're back on FS2 at 3. And you can play all the action with Naira Bets. Get signed up, started, play along, go to nairabets.com or download the app and take advantage of that $200 sign-up bonus. Promo code, it is back to SPA200. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. All right, let's kick off this card, set the stage for the opener. New York bred maiden special weight, 5.5 furlongs, and we are left with a 5-horse field with a 7-5 favorite right now. Todd Pletcher's debuter, Mischief Mogul. For more on this group, as they're making their way to the gate, let's check in with Maggie Wolfendel. Hi, Maggie.
Hey, Greg. Good to see you, or hear you guys at least trackside. As you know, I have a little problem with the way the wagering's going, and a lot of times, though, the money is right here in New York. For me, I feel as though Silver Samurai, the horse who has experience, should be the favorite, but it is Todd Pletcher. It's a son of Into Mischief with Mischief Mogul. But, Greg, I was not in love with what I saw from him out here on the racetrack. Just really never picked up the bit, never looked to be moving that efficiently over this wet, sealed track that we have. But the real wild card and the horse that is taking money, relatively speaking, is number 7, Shipsational. He sold for $210,000 after working in 20 and 4. Asked a bit for that, but moved really well, though I thought moved like a turf horse, and he should, because the whole bottom side of his pedigree are all turf horses. But he really showed a good reach, and with the track being the way that it is, with a tight seal on it, a lot of times it mimics a turf course, and he is very athletic. He's got that mature size as a 2-year-old, and he came in here very smartly, very well aware of his surroundings, and he looks as though he knows what his job is. So yes, Eddie Barker did say to me coming out here, he is probably more of a turf horse, but that he has been working so well in the dirt, why not start him off here, considering he is a New York bred. They don't have many turf races written for them as of yet in their young careers. So I think he is the real live horse in this 5-horse affair, Greg.
Okay, Maggie, thank you. And the board would reflect that. Take and play here at 9-5. You can follow along, get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase Past Performances. Go to NYRA.com/TV schedule and download your free past performances on all the races for today's program. So there's a look at the colt with a race under his belt, gentlemen. That's Silver Samurai for Kelly Breen, and he showed speed in that debut at Belmont as well.
Yeah, he showed speed that first race, and I would expect he's going to show speed again today from now the rail post position for him with the 2 scratches down inside. He's going to gain from that experience as well. He was beaten 7 lengths that day, but his sire, First Samurai, I think that the First Samurais, they'll handle turf, that handle about any type of surface, synthetic, anything else, and I figure that he'll handle this sloppy track just fine today as well.
Meanwhile, JK, there's Todd Pletcher's firster, 3-2 favorite with Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, Mischief Mogul, if you look at, there's these workout reports. DRF provides one that you can look at that gives you some hints on how these horses have been training in the morning. Mischief Mogul is not your typical Todd Pletcher. C+ work, I believe, last time. Now, don't get me wrong, they can still win with C+ works, but it's not what you want to see on a 3-2 shot. I prefer the 4, doing it the right way, switching to Rob Atris's barn. I think this horse will be finishing when I hope the 3 and the 5 are stopping.
That's a horse who debuted at Lone Star, son of a Pletcher Derby winner, Super Saver, now in the barn of Rob Atris. See if we get some price here, even though it's a compact field. A number there on the 4 as a race under his belt with Dylan Davis. We're set for the early pick 5. Let's go upstairs to kick off this Sunday card. Here's John Imbrial.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Silver Samurai from that inside post is out for the early lead with Mischief Mogul racing in second. Shipsational on the outside is next in third, followed by Stop the Spread in fourth, and trailing the field is Doing It the Right Way in fifth. It is Silver Samurai with the lead here by a little more than a length. Shipsational up on the outside into second, and then comes Mischief Mogul next in third as the field goes around the far turn. Silver Samurai by a half length. Shipsational getting closer now on the outside. The front 2 have almost 3 lengths on Mischief Mogul in third, then Stop the Spread and Doing It the Right Way. And now they head for home. It is Shipsational on the outside, and Silver Samurai down at the rail. Shipsational has come away with the lead here. It's Shipsational now in front by 3, now in front by 4 as they come on for the finish. And it will be the first-time starter, Shipsational. And he liked the off-going here. Won decisively over Silver Samurai and Mischief Mogul.
Shipsational, impressive first time out for Eddie Barker, son of midshipman.
Yeah, and everything that Maggie said before the race about this colt was spot on. He was very professional. He was quick leaving there. Turned that 20-4 preview at the sales into sparkling 5.5 furlong debut today.
Yeah, this race is a reminder when you're looking at these maiden races that one of the biggest clues you can get is the tote board and how these horses are being bet. When an Eddie Barker horse, and no offense to Eddie Barker, gets bet into the teeth of a Todd Pletcher, the horse can run.
And backs it up, proves it here. 7-3, 5-4. Maggie number 7 for the meet's leading rider, Luis Saez.
you can't stop a rider that's on fire like this. I mean, yes, you have to have the right horses, but two, he's just making every right decision and riding so confidently. It's good to see Louis at top of the leaderboard right now, but great job by Eddie Barker. Another thing, as JK was mentioning, how this horse was getting bet into the teeth of a Todd Pletcher horse. Also, look at what Mitch Shidman stands for. He only stands for a sire fee of $7,500, and this guy sold for $210,000. So right there, that hints at him being an individual talent. They didn't really buy him on pedigree. They bought him on his individual physicality and what he showed in that sales workout, and he showed it here today with his debut win at the Spa.
Eddie Barker, Iris Smith stable, and Saez again kick off this card with a minor upset here. Co-second choice at 2-1. But Shipsational, impressive first time out here on this sloppy going to kick off our Sunday card. Our feature, again, coming up later this afternoon. All these races today taken off the turf because of the weather, and the feature was scheduled for the grass. The Coronation Cup, it will now be on the main track, and we're left with a 4-filly field that will line up in this group. Going good. Trained by Brad Cox. Again, won this race with Klein Racing with break even back in 2019. And on an off track in a slop earlier this year, that was at Oaklawn, seemed to handle the slop pretty good. Was second behind Windmill and beat Abrogate, who would come back and win a stakes race.
She handled everything well because she broke slow that day, and that's not her customary break right there. She's normally quicker than that. She was rushed up on the inside, or she wasn't even rushed. Florent Giroux was on this day, and she just took him up to battle for the lead. But basically, she spotted him 6 lengths early on, and then was contested all the way around the turn. And had the worst of it the entire way down on the inside. And she just kept battling back, and she winds up running second here, beating just 1 length that day, whereas I could have, if she wouldn't have fired at all that day, I could have given her an excuse. But she does run either surface, dirt, slop, or turf just equally as well, maybe even a little better on the turf, because when I watched the replay of this race, I was extra impressed.
Meanwhile, JK Mischieful, she comes in off a win on a race that was taken off the turf.
Yeah, and you see it right there on the inside. It's geometry. The shortest way around there is on the rail, and she got loose on the front end. You can see how comfortable she's doing it. Watch the rider's hands. Gary can elaborate on that at some point, but when their hands are moving, they're asking. Corey Landry's hands were not moving very much. She did it easy, but that's kind of my problem. She did it easy. She's going to have a dogfight on her hands today.
Do you see her potentially as being the quickest in here, and everyone's going to be chasing her early?
Especially from that inside draw. When you're inside like that, it feels like I've never sat on one of their backs, but when you're down there, you want to get away from there so you don't get in behind horses and get this sloppy racetrack kicked in your face.
Well, even though you've never sat on one of these things before, you're exactly right with what you just said.
I just hang out with G. Stevens. I know what's going on.
Small concern connections with going good. She could be quick and get herself in position, but it takes her a couple of jumps to do it.
Yeah, it does, but she is drawn to the outside of a speedy horse, and she'll be able to finish in the clear. We just saw it just now with the winner, was drawn to the outside, and in my opinion, that's where you want to be on this racetrack. You don't have to be dictated to. You can do the dictating.
Feature Coronation Cup coming up in the 9th. Meanwhile, an impressive first-time starter kicks off our Sunday card. Let's go back to Maggie.
Here with winning trainer Eddie Barker, sending out Shipsational. And Eddie, you have to be really pleased with what you saw from this debut.
He's just ran exactly the way he's been training. A very, very professional little colt. Very good.
And picking him up for $210,000, which for a midshipman New York bred is quite a bit to pay. But obviously we checked out the workout here on the show. Did that just really wow you? And what else did you like about him at the sale?
He just looked like an athlete, and the way he moved and the way he breezed and his gallop out was sensational. And it's more than I wanted to pay for a midshipman, but you know what? At the end of the day, when you see a horse like this, you might have to pay a little bit more. And I got to really thank Mrs. Smith Iris Smith for putting faith in us and buying this horse. You know, it was she's elated. This little colt's going to be all right.
And as you said, he probably could have a future on the turf too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, his mother won 5 races on the grass. I think 5 of the 7 siblings all won on the grass. And midshipman's been known to throw a few grasses, but I just didn't want to experiment the first race, you know. So, but Louis just said, I don't know about the grass, he says, but he sure can run on the dirt.
That he can, and he proved it. Eddie, well done. Congratulations.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Oh, Eddie Barker picking up a nice New York bred here today, guys. Shipsational. Yes, home is on the dirt now, but you never know what the future holds for what looks to be a talented New York bred, Greg.
It's got to be so gratifying to see a horse at a sale, get that horse to the races and win first time out.
He's got to be so excited right now, these owners do, and all credit to them for recognizing and seeing this beautiful action this horse has. He wins easily. He's looking for more ground, but when they can win sprinting first time out and against what their pedigree says they're going to want to do on this surface, like Louis said, I don't know about the grass, but he can sure run on the dirt.
Saez, number 7 for the leading rider here at the meet. He's got to keep that pressure on the Ortiz brothers to have a shot at this thing, but what a start he has had. Shipsational, $6.10 for the win. Silver Samurai, Mischief Mogul, second and third. Slight upset here in the opener. The second race taken off the turf as well. Now moves to a 1 1/8, 2-turn 1 1/8. $75,000 maiden claiming group. And it's the 15. Don't forget these main track onlys. Bold Victory, Linda Rice off the claim, who's currently favored. We'll talk more about this field in a moment. We're going to talk Diana as well from Saturday. Godolphin does it again. Althea Summer Romance, a repeat 1-2 finish, just like the Grade 1 Just a Game on Belmont Stakes Day last month. We'll take a look back next.
This proven son of Giant's Causeway has sired 6 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include graded stakes winner Plum
But
Ali,
it's going to be Plum Ali, and she's now 3 for 3.
Sharp Samurai, international stars Shivaji and Birdie Queen, plus these standout performers. In the ring, his yearlings sold up to $260,000. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
We're back on Saratoga Live. Great to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon as we continue with opening weekend, presented in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We had our first Grade 1 of the meet on Saturday, and it did not disappoint in the Diana. Chad Brown's incredible win streak in this race, it comes to an end as Charlie Appleby and Godolphin's fillies again run 1-2, a repeat of that just a game from last month at Belmont.
Yeah, and the boys in blue, the Godolphin blue, sort of tag team this group. Irad Ortiz up front on Summer Romance, Manny Franco on Althika. And for a moment around the turn, it looked like Summer Romance was going to get away, but if you look back, she never was. Manny was set back there. He had to be licking his chops, didn't have a straw in his path. Wanted to lean in just a little bit there. She went by Althika, but by Summer Romance. Super impressive victory.
That might be a new angle. When we're on Fox, Big Fox, you got to bet Manny Franco. Last year he won the Travers with Tiz the Law. This year with Althika, he likes the big stage.
Well, Summer Romance had the pace advantage. Everybody knew that. Got bet down quite a bit in this race. Luis Saez tried to go gate to wire, but just like at a mile last time, her stablemate comes and gets her, and now Althika 3-1 against Summer Romance the last 4 times they've met.
Yeah, and you see the black silks just to the outside of the blue silks there. That's Vigilante's way. She was a big long shot, and I'm sure that Irad would have appreciated it if he would have eased off of him a little bit, but that wasn't to be. And he was going comfortable enough up there. The fractions were honest. They weren't overly fast. The turf course was a little bit on the soft side yesterday, but luckily we avoided the rain that we've gotten today that took these races off the turf for the day's races. But you see at the finish there, who does the dirty work and gets the job done.
Althika has gotten the best of her twice, but I want to just reiterate that Summer Romance has run 2 really good races, and she's a dangerous racehorse moving forward because she'll always make her own trip, while Althika is going to always need to make sure someone's in front of her, keeping the front end honest.
I mean, you can look at this performance, just the rush that she finishes with here. Where do you look at her now in this filly and mare turf division?
Oh, she's right up there. I mean, you know, I'd be thinking about the purple of the Breeders' Cup with both of those fillies, and maybe trying to find a way. I'll leave that up to Charlie Appleby to try to figure out maybe separating them, maybe one to the filly and mare turf, maybe even trying the mile, the Breeders' Cup mile, depending on which one he thinks that they'll accelerate in. But they're both Grade 1 type horses, and they have a big future.
If I was Charlie Appleby, I wouldn't break up the band. I'd just keep it the way it is.
It's going pretty good right now, isn't it?
He's winning with one or the other, 2-1 right now.
Well, after the race, Maggie Wolfendel caught up with Manny Franco on horseback.
Yeah, Maggie, she's a pretty nice filly. Out of the gate, they run away from me out of there a little bit in the going to the first turn, but that was the plan, just to get a target and wait the longer I could to make my move, and she responded pretty good to me when I asked her.
She's a small filly, as she's sandwiched between 2 ponies here, but she's so handy. She seems to do anything that you ask her in a race.
That's what she does. I mean, she just pretty straightforward. I just want to say thank you to the owner, Jimmy Bell, the trainer, for the opportunity to let me ride this amazing filly.
A dual Grade 1 winner here in the States. They've done a terrific job. Manny, we saw you last year winning the Grade 1 Travers. No fans here. Now you got fans. You're beaming ear to ear.
And I'm glad we got the fans back, because that's the energy, you know. You like to win here when you saw all the crowd in the stand. You just want to win, hungry.
I love it, Manny. Congratulations. First Grade 1 of the meet, and it goes to you and Althika.
Thank you, Maggie.
I'd say well worth the trip to the United States for these 2 Godolphin fillies. 1-2 in the Just a Game, and now the Diana. And they have put on quite a show over the last month and a half. Impressive performance. You look at this race, JK, and we don't want to pile on anybody in here, but who was the biggest disappointment?
You know, I really liked Pocket Square. I thought she was going to run better. She didn't run poorly, but she didn't have an excuse. You know, she had a good trip on the inside with Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez. She saved ground, and when the running happened, she just didn't really pick up her feet at the level that Althika did. So I guess I don't want to say she was disappointing. I think my Naira Betts account was more disappointed than I was.
Plenty of chances to rebound, in fact, today as well. But Althika, Summer Romance, impressive again in this filly and mare turf division. We're going to move on to the second here on the Sunday card at Saratoga. Race 2, as we mentioned, now a mile and an eighth on the main track. $75,000 maiden claiming group. Everybody trying for that first win on the resume. It's still that 15 main track only runner. Bold victory claimed now with Linda Rice. Third different barn this 4-year-old has been in the last 3 starts. Who's the favorite?
Yeah, and Wolfie, you talked about this earlier. There's some opportunities when these races come off or we have sloppy racetracks. These MTOs are always over bet. People see the MTO. They think these horses definitely are going to run better than the other ones. They think these horses definitely want to be there. I like the 6 Mystical Man. We'll talk about it in a little bit. I think that horse is extremely live in here.
Let's go to Maggie Wolfendel.
And the rain's begun a bit here. Nothing heavy, just a little light shower coming down, just making it annoying to be out here in the paddock, but never a bad day in the paddock at Saratoga. As I do want to talk about number 5, Talus, coming in off a bit of a break for trainer Todd Pletcher, who did not show much in either of his first starts down at Gulfstream Park, but you kind of wonder, why did they start this horse on the dirt in both of those starts? Because this horse has a fairly significant turf pedigree. The Dam, a multiple graded stakes winner on the turf, and Uncle Mo definitely is not a bad influence when it comes to switching to the turf. So I was excited to see him with the surface change, but he stays in here. And by the way, if he does ever show up on the turf, that's when we want him. But he comes back in, he looks great. This is the first time I'm laying eyes on him. He's a big, scopy horse, really well defined, well prepared coming back for this effort. It's just watching his replays, he just looks like a bit of a slow horse, just that big galloping type. So maybe getting out to the 2-turn mile and an eighth, in which this race does move to on the main track, maybe that does help his chances. As we'll move on to the horse that JK was just mentioning, number 6, Mystical Man. He's the one that really grabbed my attention, excuse me, as he walked into the paddock for Al Stall here. He is the first time for a tag, which I think is significant. He has a last race going, albeit at a 1-turn mile, which maybe is a better kind of configuration for it, because while he is a big horse, he's a horse that's very much built downhill. He's not a long, lanky type like the aforementioned Talus. He's got those really big hindquarters to him, and he's fairly sharp. But what I do like is that he is sharp, so maybe he could, I don't know if you're going to reinvent the wheel with him, because he isn't a horse that has that much early speed, but I like the keenness in the paddock. I like his overall presence, and I'm really intrigued to hear why JK likes him based upon a handicapping angle. Craig?
All right, we'll get to that in a minute. I want to hear this as well. Put you on the spot, JK, but first, let's take a look at our WinStar jockey standings. Got to go all the way back to 2014. The last time either Irad or Jose Ortiz did not win the riding title here. That was Javier Castellano. Luis Saez has put himself in a great position to at least make it interesting here with 7 wins early on to lead the way.
He's having an amazing start to this meet in this opening week with 3 wins opening day, 3 on Friday, and 1 today already on what I think is going to be a nice colt. But one thing about Manny, he always shows up. You never have to think that he's not going to finish on a horse, have a horse in position. Louis never has a bad day. He faces adversity in the right way. He's always got a smile on his face, and it's paying off with his work ethic as well.
7 wins through the first week here of action. He's got a long way to go here on this Sunday afternoon card. Great start for him again after he missed the beginning of that meet last year with COVID and had to make up for lost time. We're going to switch over to Fox Sports 1 at this break right now, so we'll see you over on FS1 right after a timeout. Stick with us over on Saratoga Live next.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program, because New York Reds start with an advantage. New York Reds run for serious green at Belmont and Saratoga. New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
The Run Happies keep winning. What a day at Belmont Park when a pair of Run Happies crushed the competition. TDN Rising Star Following Sea delivered yet another emphatic performance, sailing down the stretch to win by 6.5 lengths. Then 2-year-old filly Happy Soul soared to victory, winning the Astoria Stakes by a whopping 11.5 lengths. Price for success at just $10,000. Call Bernie Sams and book your mare to run happy. Standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's summer season continues with live action Friday to Sunday. Home to full competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park has returned as a place to profit. Average win payout up 44% in 2020 versus 2019. Average favorite price up 26%. Races won at odds on down 22%. Looking to make money this summer? Bet Monmouth Park.
Run Happy opening weekend continues from Saratoga with a 10-race Sunday afternoon card. Reigning Eclipse Award-winning trainer Brad Cox. He took the nightcap Saturday. Today he'll try and collect his first stakes win of the meet in the Coronation Cup. His filly Going Good. She has proven capable on either surface. Can she finally break through in her 4th attempt in stakes company? And we'll look back at Godolphin's Game fillies. 1-2 again, this time in the Diana, as Alfico runs down her stablemate for a 2nd straight time on Saturday. All that and more coming up on this edition of Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Hello, everybody. I'm Greg Wolf. Great to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon. Races off the turf today, and that means the feature of the Coronation Cup switching to a sloppy, for now, main track. And although we have a compact field, very competitive group of 3-year-old fillies, all of whom you can make a case for in today's feature. Mischieful comes in off a big win for Ian Wilkes. Going Good, that's the Brad Cox filly, who will get a 4th attempt in stakes company, trying to break through. Brad Cox, Klein Racing teaming up here. Of course, they won this race with break even back in 2019. With me, pretty good group. Hall of Famer Gary Stevens, 2015 NHC Tour champion Jonathan Kinchin. And for Going Good, Gary, she's already been on a sloppy track earlier this year, and she ran pretty good over it.
Yeah, she faced some adversity in that race as well, and she's 5-2 right now. That was the morning line price. I think she's going to go off a lot shorter price than that. If you watch this race, this was in February at Oaklawn Park. She breaks slow in this race and gives them a huge advantage the early part of the race. This was the first race off a layoff. She was a little bit dull leaving there. I don't look for her to be that far back today, but watch her rush up on her own. She's kind of doing this on her own. Florent Giroux was on her this day, and he's just kind of letting her do what she wants right now. There was a gap down there, but she had pressure all the way around the turn for 3/8 of a mile going into that turn, into the stretch. She was hooked up by those 2 horses outside. She actually makes the lead again here. Look, you think she has to tire, and she's going to get run down and be soundly beat. She only winds up getting beat 1 length in this effort, and I like that it was on a sloppy track. The track is off here today. Same type of track, really. I mean, it's sealed sloppy, and it was an impressive effort. She's improved since then, and the best part, she doesn't care what kind of surface she's on. She handles it.
Filly that finished behind her there, she'd come back to win a stakes race in her next effort as well. Meanwhile, Mischieful, Jonathan, speed, the rail, and she comes in having won a race that was just taken off the turf.
Yeah, and she's always been on the dirt, so there's nothing new to her here. Obviously, it's a sloppy racetrack, but I'm a little bit concerned on how she won her last race. She did it very easy and very comfortably. Now, good horses get good trips, but she saved ground down on the inside, and look how comfortable she is here. Watch the riders' hands behind and the horses behind her. They're really getting busy, encouraging their horses. And Corey Larry was just kind of sitting chilly, very comfortable around there. She's going to have a dogfight on her hands today. At some point in this race, Going Good's going to look her in the eyes, and I'm just not sure if she's going to be able to respond. She might, but I'd rather go with the proven filly in the 4, Going Good.
Again, compact group, but a lot of different ways to go in that feature. That'll be the 9th on the card coming up this afternoon. Let's take a look at today's races presented by Claiborne Farm. We're coming up on race 2 in just about 7 minutes here. The 5th race, that'll kick off the pick 6. Late pick 5, of course, in the 6th in that feature, the Coronation Cup. That'll be seen on FS2 coming up on race 9 on the card. You can play all the action you're seeing today with Naira Bets. Promo code to use at sign up, SPA200, as you see the field coming down Champions Way and coming onto the track here for the post parade for our second on the card. This race taken off the turf now at 1 1/8 miles. We begin with the 3 here. Abdan Robertino Diodoro just claimed.
Claimed off her last race where she finished 3rd. She went off 5-1 that day. Listen, Diodoro hits at 25% first off the claim.
Huge price next door on a midshipman. We just saw a midshipman. Impressive, winning first time out in the opener.
Yeah, 40-1 here, 81-1 last time, 50-1, 76-1. The bettors don't believe in this one.
Talus, Todd Pletcher, drops in class.
Yeah, drops in class and needs to drop in class off the first 2 efforts. And currently it's 7-1.
Mystical Man, Al Stahl, and Joel Rosario team up.
Yeah, here's my pick in here. This horse ran well last time at the 1-turn mile, got a nice speed figure, and they tried this horse going 10 furlongs, so I know the 9 furlongs shouldn't be an issue.
Group Hug, we did it before we came on the air, 5-1.
Yeah, and I think Group Hug's going to be a player in here. He sits close to the pace, but he's got to show more finish today.
Big price next door, Welshman for Barkley Tag, Dylan Davis.
Only started 3 times, finished 3rd 1 time. His last couple of efforts haven't been that great, and he's taken a step up in claiming price today for these maidens.
This will be the dirt debut. Meanwhile, the Angry Man, John Velasquez, the Hall of Famer for Dermot Magner.
Yeah, this is a horse that's had some nice races in the past. I'm just worried about the long layoff.
And now we get into the main track onlys who draw into this race. There goes My Miracle, the first of them with Eric Cancel.
I talked about earlier on the show, these MTOs typically get over bet. This one's not getting bet at all.
0 attention, 32-1 on the board. Then Bold Victory. This one is getting bet, the favorite at 5-2 for Linda Rice off the claim.
Yeah, but he's had 9 efforts. He's been hot at the claim box. He was claimed for 20,000, 2 back, then 50,000 by Linda Rice last time out. Been favored several times, and going to have to show more to me than what he's shown in the past, although he has run good going 1 1/8 miles before, finishing 3rd 2 back for that maiden 20.
4 minutes away from the second, it starts at pick 4, which you could play by getting started with Naira Bets. Play all the action, earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus, and sign up with the promo code SPA200. Go to NairaBets.com or download that app and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. So one of these main track onlys, the one taking attention, there he is. 3rd consecutive start, he has been in a different barn. Now with Linda Rice, and let's take a look at Bold Victory in action back on April 10th in the slop. This was a Keeneland at 1 1/8 miles.
Yeah, he took himself way out of the race here and just had a lot of work to do to try to catch up. In my opinion, on these dirt racetracks that are sloppy, I think it's better to be closer. You're having to overcome so much, the kickback. This horse was way far back, had way too much to do. This horse is always bet, was odds on that day, meaning that you know, you bet $1, you're going to get back less than that, and just didn't really perform at that high level. I just don't trust this horse at a short price.
Horse was in one of the legs of the Canadian Triple Crown as a maiden back as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of those horses, to me, that teases you all the time. He drops way back. He makes that move coming off of the turn. Looks like he's going to really make an impact, and then he kind of hangs and just, you know, makes a steady gain, but not like he's really going after it. So, again, I think he's, you know, he was claimed for 20,000. He couldn't get the job done for 20. The difference between 20,000 maiden claiming and 75,000, there is a big difference there. Whereas the claiming price between maiden 50 and 75, okay, a little bit closer, but still a price hike, and he'll feel it.
2 minutes to post here on the start of our pick 4. Let's check in for the first time on our FS1 coverage with Maggie Wolfendel.
Thanks, Greg. And I'll pick up where you guys left off, taking a look at that outside runner, number 15, Bold Victory. I agree with everything Gary was saying, and even in that maiden 20, he was 1-2 that day. He was supposed to win. Now, granted, he was coming back off of a layoff for trainer Brendan Walsh, so could he have needed the race? Possibly. But then he comes back and runs even worse, albeit on the turf. So it's kind of a question of what surface does he ultimately want? He probably does want a fast dirt track. He's not getting it here. He looks fine physically overall, but he did get a little hot, a little washy. It's not that hot today. So horses getting hot usually indicates maybe a little nervous, maybe just not doing what you want pre-race. So I would tend to look elsewhere, and the public has as of now with number 6, who I do like, Mystical Man, but ultimately I'm going to land on the better price of the 2 horses I liked most, and the other one I liked was number 7, Group Hug, another drop down here for trainer Mike Maker. He hasn't run quite as fast at points than Mystical Man, but last time he was just out in no man's land at Churchill, and being wide at Churchill for the majority of the race is never a recipe for success. He looks fantastic, just great coat and flesh. He is now 3rd off of that bit of a layoff, stringing these 3 races together. Loved what I saw from him out on the racetrack, and don't mind him either getting back to a 2-turn configuration, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. Another nice crowd on hand. Few of them looked at the weather forecast, brought the umbrellas. Good for them. You can play against your friends, fellow fans, without putting any of your own money down, but you're competing for real prizes as well. It's the Saratoga Showdown. Go to NYRA.com/showdown. That free online contest. Put in your selections, and at the end of the show, we'll see who did the best. Do that each and every day on the program. There's some nice prices in this race. The 3, Abdan, has some ability against better. The 12, the Angry Man, second start of his career. He's 7-1. He was second to Happy Saver.
Yeah, the Angry Man, like I said, he's got some back races that absolutely fit in here. Just the biggest issue is going a 1 1/8 on the sloppy racetrack off of a long layoff. It's just a lot to ask, and so that's the biggest issue I have with the Angry Man. And then you mentioned the 3, Abdan. This is a horse that projects to be on the lead. We've talked about how the 15 is up against it from having to do too much from behind. The horse that could take advantage of that would be the 3, Abdan.
There's that main track only who has been for most of the wagering the favorite, but now favoritism has shifted. It's actually the 6 who has become the top choice in here. That's Mystical Man. Al Stall, Joel Rosario faced Business Model, who took a lot of support just the other day here at the racetrack.
This horse is going to be tough to beat with Joel Rosario. He shouldn't be too awful far away. Mid-pack, I would say, leaning 4th or 5th, but I think he's the most likely winner here.
There's the favorite stepping in, Joel Rosario, being minorly stubborn and obliges. Let's send it upstairs. Started this early, pick 4 on the Sunday card. Here's John Imbrial.
And they're off. Abdan from the rail. Talus is right there. Mystical Man is hustled up. And on the outside, it is the Angry Man as the field races into that clubhouse turn. Abdan down at the rail, and Talus is alongside. So they are 1-2. And on the outside, it is Mystical Man who is next in 3rd. Then at the rail is Group Hug in 4th. Alongside is the Angry Man who is racing in 5th. A break of 2 lengths back to Island Man as the field hits the backstretch after a quarter in 23-2 over the muddy going. The gray Abdan taking the field up the backstretch with Talus running in 2nd. Then Mystical Man in 3rd. Group Hug down on the inside in 4th. Followed by the Angry Man who is next in 5th. Then comes Bold Victory who is running in 6th. Island Man is in 7th. A break of 3 to Welshman. And farther back, there goes My Miracle, who trails the field in 9th. Half mile in 48 seconds. Still Abdan the leader here by a length, with Talus giving chase in 2nd. Mystical Man on the outside is 3rd and gaining ground. Group Hug down at the rail. Bold Victory is on the move as the field races midway around the far turn. Here comes Mystical Man up to challenge Abdan for the lead. 3/4 went in 1:13. Talus is in 3rd, followed by Group Hug. Bold Victory on the far outside. They are at the quarter pole. It is Abdan, Mystical Man on the outside, room at the rail for Group Hug. He comes on through, and on the outside, Bold Victory, now with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. It is Mystical Man stepping away here. Mystical Man in front as they come on for the finish. It's Mystical Man and Joel Rosario. Bold Victory was 2nd, Group Hug finished 3rd.
Well, on an off track, you can see some margins of victory like this. Mystical Man, Joel Rosario, Al Stall, just too good today.
Yeah, and Joel, he was very aggressive leaving the starting gate. Wanted to make sure he didn't get too far back. He was laying 3rd just on the outside. I like the way he rode him. And he was moving on him. He stayed busy on him the whole way, and then got really busy on him coming off the turn, pulled that Reidencroft through into his left hand, gave him a couple of reminders, and was actually just getting into his best stride in the last 100 yards or so.
As a horse player, I love sitting next to a Hall of Famer because you get to ask a bunch of questions in the middle of the race. You said and you pointed out that Joel was all in early, but then you giggled and said, but he can do that for a long time.
Well, what I meant was he was all in for that point of the race. I mean, it looked like he was niggling a little bit, and I did make the comment, but Joel can do that for a long time. Towards the end of my career, if they weren't running, I couldn't pump from like a half mile out. I was good for a good 3/8, and that's about it.
Plenty of finish at this 1 1/8 for Mystical Man Maggie, who wins at 9-5.
He was relishing this off-going here, guys. This was easy. Once Joel put him in the game, he just had to kind of guide him around there from that point on. We saw Bold Victory kind of range up, made a bit of a move, but oftentimes in this circumstance with these off tracks, you're not going to be able to make up that much ground. So being forwardly placed is at a premium. And Al Stahl, he knows how to win races up here at the spot. You take a little drop in class, you bring the best horse forward to the races, and that's what he did here with Mystical Man.
So Mystical Man, favoritism, really in the final sway right before the gates open, became the favorite. It had been Bold Victory pretty much throughout, who, wow, escaped at 4-1. 6, 15, 7, 5. Chalky beginning to the pick 4. Joel Rosario, Al Stahl, Columbine Stable team up with a son of, I know a guy you like, Mucho Macho Man.
I like him a lot, and I'll tell you what, a horse like this, he's only a 6th start, so he really hasn't had a chance to lose his confidence. He hasn't run really a bad race in those 4 previous races, and now he comes out and trounces a field like this today. This type of horse that could get really good with the confidence booster, and he knows what he's out there for now, and he's going to like getting his picture taken. I'm just anxious to find out, Mags, when it's time to see if he goes back to Al Stahl's barn, if he's got a new owner.
Yeah, good point. In for that tag, and we're just hearing was claimed. We'll try and find out for who when we come back from a short timeout. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. When we return, we'll take a look back at another 1-2 finish for the boys in blue, Godolphin, Althea, Summer Romance. Back-to-back 1-2 finishes in Grade 1 company. They do it again in the Diana. Stay with us.
Tap It. His epic run as America's most dominant stallion continues, with more lifetime Grade 1 winners than any living stallion.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5. Come down to the line together. It is Temperate in the Belmont Stakes.
Creator is flying. Creator now strikes the lead.
This is now coming to make a race of it on the outside. Unique Bella will win.
A dream maker, a breed shaper. Tap It, standing strong at Gainesway.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
Thanks for joining us here on Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. And it seems very fitting that I'm standing here in the winner's circle with a guy who trained one of their stallions in Al Stahl and Blame. But Mystical Man here today, Al, took that drop in class and responded beautifully with confident handling from Joel Rosario.
Yeah, well, things went our way. We came off the turf. That lowered our odds most probably by 2/3. So he ended up going off the favorite, and just kind of a one-paced horse who found his stride and found the proper group to run against.
And was it kind of in your plan in entering him that you thought this race might come off?
Well, we were going to run either way, but yeah, it didn't hurt my feelings when they asked me, will I go both ways when we dropped the entry in, yes.
Now, Al, you have brought many a talented horse up here to the spa, and we're going to see a talented 3-year-old from your barn in the Jim Dandy, and that is Mask Parade. Said he worked here the other day. How has he been training up here at the spa, and what do you think about him? Because he's a little bit of a new face in the 3-year-old division.
Well, we're excited. He's on a really good upward swing. He was a nice horse at the fairgrounds. We thought he had potential, and then he woke up in a big way on Derby Day, and then that emboldened us to go run in Ohio, and he ran against some graded stakes winners, and he handled that properly. He traveled really well and really comfortable, and when they came to him, he responded. So I like what I saw in Ohio, and I think he deserves a chance against the better types.
Well, I can't wait to see him. It's going to be a showdown, though, in that Jim Dandy. But congratulations, picking up your first win here at the spa of this meet.
Thank you. Glad to be here, as usual.
Always good to see Al Stahl's face, as well as his family, and bringing up runners year after year that compete at the highest level. And Greg, think about all the names that are going to line up in the gate in this Jim Dandy. What a prelude that we have to our Travers.
Yeah, we got that to look forward to, and we got the Curlin Stakes. That's one of the great subplots of this meet. What new faces in that 3-year-old division are going to emerge as we look back again at Mystical Man?
Oh, absolutely. That's what's so exciting about these 3-year-old division. It's why they call it the Midsummer Derby, the Travers, is because, yes, we're all focused on the Kentucky Derby, but then they start to get better. You start to get improving 3-year-olds that show up and run well in the Travers Day, and that starts with the Jim Dandy.
By the way, as mentioned, this horse was claimed. Goes to the David Duggan barn.
I got to be honest, I want one of those cartoon comic things done for me.
I'm being told they're working on it. Taking a little longer for you.
As we speak. They put the final curl in your hair.
$5.90 for the win on Mystical Man. You can play all these races today with Naira Bets. Head to the website, nairabets.com. You can download the app. Code to use at sign up is SPA200. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Earn that up to $200 deposit match with that first deposit. So say someone gets signed up, playing with Naira Bets, they get that $200 sign-up bonus. Where should they put that money today, Jonathan?
Yeah, I like race 9, the Coronation. I know it's off the turf, but I'm going to go with the 4, Going Good, we talked about. I think the 2, Mischieful, is going to take money. 8-1 morning line, but that was when it was going to be on the turf. This horse has dirt experience, but I like the 4, Going Good, who has stakes experience. I think Going Good's drawn outside of Mischieful, and like we talked about in the Open, Mischieful, I thought, got an easy trip last time, so I'm still hopeful that Going Good's price will still be acceptable, but if it's not, you got a little bunch of multi-race bets you can play. You can be singling, Going Good, pick 6s, pick 5s, pick 4s, pick 3s, and daily doubles.
I just phoned it in.
Yeah, I was all set to play Mischieful, and you just make such a great case now. I'm going to change my mind, I think. You can play all the action again. Get started with Naira Bets. Let's look back to yesterday, that Diana. Sensational again, and Godolphin, they do it again. They keep these fillies from overseas here in the States. 1-2 in the Just a Game, and now 1-2 in the Diana as Althika does it again to Summer Romance, her stablemate.
Yeah, Althika was just sitting in the weeds back there as Summer Romance was making the pace up front. And Motors by her again. It takes a while to get past her, but when she does go by her, she actually clears her pretty easy right here inside of the final 16th of a mile. Swapped into her left lead leg there at the end, kind of looking around, looking for more competition. She's not going to find a whole lot more competition right now other than what she just passed there in the final strides of her running mate.
It's a pretty cool accomplishment for Godolphin to run 1-2 in 2 Grade 1s, back-to-back Grade 1s in New York. Not that they needed to have a better year, because Godolphin's having a pretty darn good one, but these 2 fillies are especially brilliant in the way that they do it. One on the front end, one coming from off of it. I don't think Althika's going to win all the battles. I think Summer Romance has got to win in the United States as well.
Let's not forget Godolphin has 2 of the best horses in the handicap division as well, but this is a great look at it from up above. Luis Saez trying to dole out that speed on the front end with the lone speed, Summer Romance.
Yeah, if you drop back about 4.5 lengths back there with the white cap, Manny Franco, hats off to him. He got her a little closer than what she was in the Just a Game, and that was good enough. But he didn't get too far back. He was just sitting back there, taking his time, sort of a boys in blue, Godolphin blue tag team there. Irad on Summer Romance doing the job early, and Manny Franco and Althika finishing it off.
Look, I've always thought that they put the white cap on the horse that they think is second best, but Althika's got the white cap with the Godolphin. Godolphin and the all blue silks. Typically they wear the blue cap on the one if they have more than one in a race, and the one they think has the best chance. But Althika, the one coming in off the Just a Game win, maybe they were just sharing the white cap.
You're correct, and they wore the identical helmet covers in the Just a Game too. Althika wore the white cap. That is customary, but Godolphin, they have this problem quite often. They're not really sure which one is better, so that maybe they flip a coin, and once they're stuck with them, they're stuck with them.
Nice problem to have. Althika ending that 5 consecutive win streak in this race for Chad Brown as they are 1-2 again, Maggie.
She's a pretty nice filly. Out of the gate, they run away from me out of there a little bit in the going to the first turn. But that was the plan, just to get a target and wait the longer I could to make my move. And she responded pretty good to me when I asked her.
She's a small filly, as she's sandwiched between 2 ponies here, but she's so handy. She seems to do anything that you ask her in a race.
That's what she does. I mean, she just pretty straightforward. I just want to say thank you to the owner, Jimmy Bell, the trainer, for the opportunity to let me ride this amazing filly.
A dual Grade 1 winner here in the States. They've done a terrific job. Manny, we saw you last year winning the Grade 1 Travers. No fans here. Now you got fans. You're beaming ear to ear.
And I'm glad we got the fans back, because that's the energy, you know. You like to win here when you saw all the crowd in the stand. You just want to win, hungry.
I love it, Manny. Congratulations. First Grade 1 of the meet, and it goes to you and Althika.
Thank you, Maggie.
Oh, he's happy for Manny. Saw him after the race out of the parking lot, all smiles. He's won some big races. And even though he had that big year last year with Tis the Law, a lot of adversity as well along the way with that horse.
Yeah, and Mike Smith rode Althika in the Just a Game, and for him to get the call from the heads of Godolphin, when you get that phone call, it means something to you. When you're young, I got that phone call a few times, and whenever it rings, it puts a smile on your face, and you know you're going to be riding something live for a professional athlete that continually win at the highest level, and it doesn't hurt his business for the future either.
No, big moment for Manny Franco. He has 3 wins at the meet. We're going to step aside, take a timeout. When we come back, still ahead on the program. He doesn't have a cartoon for himself yet, but he's the star of Cart Talk. Jonathan Kinchin catching up with, I'm sure, many questions Shug has never heard before in his lifetime or never thought he would. We'll be back.
Considering horse ownership? Get off the bench and get in the game. We have one goal. Make racehorse ownership a slam dunk.
It's Maxim Rate close to home. Maxim Rate has won the game lead.
A terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to drain the clock by a head.
Slam dunk racing. Come win with us.
Lady Aurelia down the centre in the white and green colours is going away at the end.
Rachel's Valentina Ratzener and takes the lead.
This summer, Fasig-Tipton celebrates the 100th renewal of the Saratoga Sale, the world's most prestigious auction of selected yearlings in a single catalog. A sale that has produced 100 years of breed shapers, Eclipse champions, classic winners, and international stars. Join us for the sale of a century, the 100th Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Sale, August 9th and 10th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Central Banker is a Grade 2 winner whose well-balanced good looks have helped fill his books every season at McMahon Thoroughbreds of Saratoga. And now that his runners have proved themselves on the track, breeders are beating a path to his court.
Breeders gravitate towards consistency and a sure bet. It's an uncertain world out there. COVID adds to the mix. And, Central Banker in our regional program and even in abroad has really helped breeders find sure footing.
McMahon points out that fourth-year sire Central Banker ranks in the top 10 nationally. Central Banker progeny have earned nearly $9 million, and not just in the Empire State. This past December, his 4-year-old daughter Nico's Dream won the My Charmer Stakes at Gulfstream Park.
And they're off.
That same day, another first-crop runner, Bankett, took the Alex M. Robb Stakes back at Aqueduct.
Bankett has taken the lead.
That win was Bankett's third stakes win and brought his earnings up to more than $800,000.
Every single Central Banker foal comes out very well balanced, medium big size with good bone. They train easy. They are not too wild as youngsters, just wild enough as 2-year-olds.
There is Honey Money, daughter of Central Banker, who was a Grade 2 winning son of Speightstown, and taking plenty of support here in this race. One of the main track-only runners in this group. New York Breds coming up in this spot. For more information on the program, you can go to nybreds.com. We say all the time, it pays to be a New York Bred with all the incentives that they have to run. This third race, taken off the turf, remains at 5.5 furlongs, and that daughter of Central Banker, Honey Money, towards that outside post, actually all the way on the outside, 5-1 right now. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendel.
Yeah, we'll take a look at her here in the paddock, Greg, and she is a filly that has always just carried her weight well. One that looks as though she does well in the feed tub, but as she is looking for her 4th win in a row and 3rd one for the Wayne Potts barn, he does have her looking as most tucked up and fit as I've seen her appear prior to a race. So I think that bodes well. Does she maybe step up slightly, ever so slightly in class here? Yeah, I do think maybe the horses that she has faced in her last few haven't been quite as good as these. But again, she's an MTO entered in and off the turf race. So most of these horses are more turf horses or meant for that surface. But she looks great here. I think this is one of the better times I've seen her appear. But her main rival is another MTO down on the rail in Breakfast at Bonnie's for trainer Danny Gargan. Now, Breakfast at Bonnie's is a very, very good-looking daughter of Lauban. She's big, she's scopy, and I was very optimistic about her chances stretching out to the 1-turn mile at Aqueduct in March. She didn't quite seal the deal. She didn't get it done. But now she turns back quite sharply to the 5.5. She won going 6, so I can't be too critical, but does she strike you as one physically that looks as though she should be effective at 5.5? No, but obviously she does have a bit of early foot where she's not going to be outpaced. She does have trouble staying on the track. There are a lot of lines and gaps in her form, as this is only her 3rd start here of 2021, in which she began her career as a 3-year-old. But she does look fit coming in here for Danny. So she's well prepared. She is the best looking filly in the paddock, and she has some of the fastest dirt races. We'll see how she handles the 5.5 though, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll get to the post parade here coming up. Well, we get set for this third post parade when we return on the opening Sunday of the meet on Run Happy opening weekend from Saratoga. Stay with us.
This proven son of A.P. Indy has sired over 50 stakes winners and well over 100 stakes horses. Recent top performers include Search Results, winner of the Grade 1 Acorn Stakes and a hard-fought second in the Kentucky Oaks, Past the Champagne, runner-up in the Grade 1 Ashland Stakes, plus these standout performers. 2-year-olds by Flatter sold up to $625,000, and his yearlings have recently topped Phasey Tipton's July sales twice. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Saratoga, the best place in New York. Let's go.
A little flavor from downtown Broadway, not too far away. And if you want a little bit of a later night, head to Caroline Street. You been there yet?
No, I haven't done any of those things, Wolfie. Wink, wink.
Well, I must say my wife would be proud to know that I have not been down to Caroline Street or anywhere else in downtown Saratoga.
We've been too busy
without her presence.
Breakfast at Bonnie's. Here's one of the main track onlys.
Main track only. Speedy filly. She won her first day out on a muddy racetrack by 11.5 lengths.
15-1 next door, Canarsie Angel, Rob Atras.
Yeah, this horse has a little tactical speed, but has not been on the dirt in quite some time.
All the way to the 8 with the scratches in here. 13-1 on Buy Hubby Hello Money.
Yeah, I typically do not play horses switching from the Brad Cox barn.
And now with Bob Dunham, tough to move up off of one of the best trainers in the sport right now. Snicket, the 9, 6-1 for Christophe Clement.
Let me ask you something, JK. Do you like playing horses that have run 11 times and had 6 seconds?
Not crazy about it, but I think I'm about to here in a second.
Okay.
I'd like to key him in second, maybe. Here's the 13, left-leaning Lucia, main track only.
Yeah, likes to get involved early on. Taking a jump up in class today on this off track for David Donk.
She's a super freak, has not really lived up to her name.
No, and she's been running on the dirt. She has some dirt numbers, but they're just not as fast as the main competitors in this race.
1 for 24 lifetime for this 5-year-old mare. Beautiful Karen, 8-1. Linda Rice has some speed.
She does have some speed, but she normally fades late. So we'll see what happens today at this little shorter distance.
And here's the Central Banker filly, more speed outside Wayne Potts, Jose Ortiz.
She comes in on 3 wins in a row, but she's kind of gotten her own way. She's going to have to deal with Breakfast at Bonnie's in here, and I think that could be her demise in this race.
She is 4-1 right now. Time for a new segment here on the program. Learn the lingo.
Yeah, I'm going to play an exacta here. A nice little bet. Just got to pick the first 2 horses here in order. I'm going to do a $20 exacta 1-9, meaning that I need the 1 to be in first, the 9 to be in second. Like Gary mentioned, the 9 likes to be in second. And just in case the 9 gets brave and wants to prove Gary Stevens wrong today, I'm going to play it the other way for $10, less than the first ticket, because I believe the first ticket I showed is the more likely. I'm going to do a $10 exacta 9-1. And at the end of the day, because of the price differential, those 2 wagers will likely come back very similar in return. People make a mistake of valuing all of their wagers the same, the exacta box.
Why are you looking at me when you say that?
Oh, no, I'm just looking at you because you're hosting and I like you. No, but the exacta box, and it's problematic. You should try to value your opinion, your wager based on your opinion. That's why I did it this way. $20 with the 1 on top, $10 with the 9 on top.
So you would never play an exacta box?
No. Now, I will encourage new people to the racetrack. You're just getting involved. Go ahead. Start there. It's an easier way to learn, but quickly understand you need to evolve your betting once you start to get involved.
Yeah, I like that. That's good education right there. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendel for more.
Pleased to be here with owner Randy Hill with number 1 Breakfast at Bonnie's. And Randy, I know that you bought into her after her first race, but you had to be looking forward to her getting back to the race, especially when you're an MTO and an off the turf race.
Yeah, like I said before, usually it goes the opposite way. You don't want it to, and it does. I was rooting for rain, and actually I was going to go home today. I stayed for the race. So after the first race, I thought she was something special. She came out and ran a pretty good second race. Now I had to put her up for a little while. You know how that goes. But I mean, she's 4-5. I feel like she is should be a 4-5 shot.
Now, we all know the real reason why you stuck around here for today is that you had to show off your shirt to JK.
I did. After I met JK yesterday, he said to me, look, he showed me his new shirt and said, look, this is going to kill you tomorrow. I said, well, I'll have to stay and wear my best shirt. So, JK, if you're listening, I think I got 5 votes on the way over here from the paddock.
All right.
JK, what do you think about that?
Look, Randy's been wearing me out. He catches me on bad days. It's raining outside, and then Randy shows up in this one. I want him to win today, so he can win in this race and the shirt contest for the day. But I'll be back on Wednesday.
He's letting you know that you can win today in the race and the shirt contest. Only for today, though.
Okay, I'll take today, and I'll see you Wednesday.
It's back on Wednesday, JK.
1-0, Randy Hill. We got a long way to go in the meet, though.
Long way to go. But yeah, Randy, I sent Randy a picture about 2 or 3 weeks ago of my stack of shirts, and I said, you better bring your A game. He said, I bought a whole new wardrobe. I'm ready.
Look out. You worried?
Yes, he is a formidable foe, I can tell you that much.
3-5 on his runner in here, who's going to be cutting back in distance and comes out of a much tougher spot.
Yeah, look, the reason she's bet so heavily is her race 2 back in her debut. She was in the slop, and she ran fast. She got a fast number that day. She was impressive that day. She opened up. She's got a lot of early speed. Not all sloppy racetracks are the same, but at least you understand that she'll handle a little moisture in the racetrack.
Would dust this field by 11 1/4 lengths, so certainly gives you some, at least she makes you feel good. She can handle an off track, but as JK said, Gary, no 2 off tracks are the same. That was Aqueduct mud. We're sloppy here, we're muddy and sealed here, so it's been upgraded here at Saratoga.
Yeah, but listen, this filly, they brought her back after that victory, ran her one more time, but they stretched her out to a mile, and she led the way there until the final bit of that race, and Faded got beat 5 lengths there. She's going from off that layoff back to 5.5 furlongs today. I think it's a perfect fit for her.
This is also an important time to note that the silks that IRAD has on, Randy Hill 6 silks, those are not pink. That is salmon, I've been told. So get it right.
We won't make that mistake
ever
again.
And back to Snicket here for a second for Christophe Clement. And I looked, I said, oh, rider change Rosario. And I'm not big on rider changes unless it's a guy like Rosario, a future Hall of Famer. But then I looked down. Rosario's rode this filly 4 times already. Same result. Second, and a third.
Something tells me that the Hall of Fame rider sitting next to us wouldn't like rider changes.
Well, I didn't mind him if I was on the receiving end.
Which I'm sure you were a bunch of times.
Nobody in that room minded it. Hey, it was tough flying in sometimes. I'm telling you what, you had friends and stuff, and it happened to me when I was younger, happened when at the end of my career, started losing business. And friends would come in, you'd fly in, and there they sit in the corner. They've been riding a horse, and look, at the end of the day, you understand that's the name of the game. That's the way it's played. And they go with who's hot. And Rosario, I mean, look, he broke this filly's maiden, so I'd probably put Snicket right in the winner's circle. So any of you out there, if you want 5-1 right now instead of 3-5 on the one.
We've not seen that Irad Ortiz Jr. effect at Saratoga yet. The last couple of months, last couple of meets, he's been way over bet. Is it happening here in this race?
No, I don't think so. I think it's the horse, but we are going to start seeing the Luis Saez effect if he continues to win.
Meets the leading rider, 7 at the meet right now with Saez, but Irad on the rail runner, main track only entrant, 3-5 on the board here for the third. Send it upstairs to John Imbrial.
In the gate. And the rough. Beautiful Karen from the rail. There goes Breakfast at Bonnie's. Breakfast at Bonnie's is in front. And Beautiful Karen runs in second, far outside. Honey Money is next in third. And then comes Canarsie Angel, who is racing in fourth, followed by Snicket, who's down at the rail and in fifth. She's a Super Freak is in sixth. Bye, hubby. Hello, Money. Has one horse beaten at this particular point. And at the back of the pack is a left-leaning Lucy. The quarter went in 22-1. Breakfast at Bonnie's, the odds-on favorite, takes the field to the top of the stretch with Beautiful Karen next in second. And on the outside is Honey Money in third. Snicket runs in fourth. And then She's a Super Freak into the stretch now. Breakfast at Bonnie's is in front with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. It is Breakfast at Bonnie's by 2. Snicket has moved into second. On the outside, Beautiful Karen down at the rail by Hubby and Hello Money, who continues to gain here. Breakfast at Bonnie's by Hubby, Hello Money. Snicket's on the outside. They hit the finish very tight between Breakfast at Bonnie's and Snicket. And down at the rail was by Hubby, Hello Money.
Breakfast at Bonnie's, just able to hang on, it looks like here, and that's number 6 for Irad Ortiz Jr.
I'm supposed to do the race replays, but I want to hear a redo of Jonathan down the stretch, all the way from the 8th pole.
I was yelling 1-9 for the show, 1-9 for the show. I'm hoping that some people hit that exacta, but the good news is, I think it's a 1-9, pretty sure. If it's a 9-1, you're a winner no matter what.
I'm looking. It's a 1-9. You're good.
It is indeed 1-9, and wow, 7th time in 12 starts. Snicket is a runner. Ran too good to lose. That's just
yeah, she did.
Tough.
And I actually, Jonathan, when he started chanting, coming on 1-9 for the show, coming off the turn, when I saw Snicket's making the run, and at mid-stretch, I told Jonathan, I hear the fans giving oohs and ahs here, and they haven't hung the photo up yet. And Snicket got a huge bob right at the finish line. So what happens if it's a dead heat that kind of messes up? You win either way,
yeah,
but it's
going to
cut.
Both of them. You get both of them.
So there you go.
Dead tight at the wire. We think it's Irad. We'll wait and see, Maggie.
You guys are much braver than I, but once I've watched a slow-mo several times and asked our track photographer, Adam Cogley, because always when you're, yes, the one got it, always they have, obviously, the photograph, and they're very good at timing it perfectly to see which horse hit the wire first, and yes, it was Breakfast at Bonnie's, who was very game. I mean, she had one coming at her on the inside, one coming at her from the outside, I mean, and hounded the entire way by Beautiful Karen, who hung in for 4th here. But job well done, Danny Gargan, getting this filly back. Randy Hill just walked into the winner's circle, said he had to sweat that one out, but more confident about his shirt than winning this race, Greg.
Well, don't feel too bad for Snicket. I mean, the purse of this race, $90,000, and she just keeps earning checks.
Hey, and don't get me wrong. If I own horses, give me a barn full of them that are just money makers.
Absolutely. And she was trying. You know, a lot of times you'll see horses that want to be second all the time. She did not want to be second. She was trying to be first, and she just got beat by a horse that's probably better than her.
There's a shirt that put JK to shame today. Randy Hill wearing it nicely and getting a W2 by a whisker here in the third. 3-5, breakfast at Bonnie's over Snicket. And maybe the tightest finish we've seen here at the meet so far. Back with prices right after this, number 6 at the meet for Irad. When we return, Jonathan talking to a Hall of Famer in another edition, the first edition of this meet of Cart Talk. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back after this.
Well done. Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Hoffberg can't get him. Audible, no doubt about it. Audible on the inside turns away the challenger. Free drop belly. No confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Come and get Army Mule, who's pulling away by 5 and finishing fast. Army Mule, ultra impressive in the Cartery flew home. Won it by 6.
A 10, now 20 here. We can hold on the done. 221, 210,000.
For 3 generations, the Bond Racing Stable has held to a simple philosophy. If you take care of the horses, they will take care of you. That guiding principle drives every aspect of operations at the family Songhill Farm and Racing Stables. From breeding to breaking, racing and retiring, our commitment to our horses is reflected in everything we do. Now you can join our Grade 1 winning team with racing partnerships starting as low as $3,000. Bond Racing Stables, 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Saratoga Live continues with you here at the spa, and we are brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with your Naira Bets account. Well, Danny Gargan had breakfast at Bonnie's, back off the layoff, off the turn back, ready to win, but just narrowly. Danny, finishes like that have to have your heart in your throat.
Well, anytime you win a race at Saratoga is hard, but it's just tough. Everybody chased her through the whole race. I was proud of her to dig in. She probably was a work or two from really where I wanted her, but we needed to get her started.
She's such a big, beautiful filly, but one that, you've had to stop and start on. That has to be difficult in your training. She obviously has talent, though.
Yeah, but she's, like you said, she is big and beautiful, and she's hard on herself because she's such a big, strong horse. She doesn't make anything easy every day. Train and everything's difficult with her, but I think after this race, she'll really bounce forward and run bigger next time because, like I said, she's so big. You saw the crease in her back. It's hard to have a horse this size super fit.
Absolutely. Now, one that does have maybe a little bit more recency, too, is one first off the claim. You'll send out later in a New York bred allowance with Awesome Debate, first off the claim. Yeah. Any thoughts about her? You seem pretty confident. It's a good spot.
It's a good spot, and I like the outside post. She's outside speed, so hopefully she doesn't have to get chased the whole race. So, maybe we can win 2 today going wire to wire.
That would be nice, Danny. Always good to get the first win here at the spa under your belt. Congratulations.
Like $1 million getting that first win. Thanks, Maggie, for everything.
You're so welcome, and it absolutely does. You just can kind of breathe a sigh of relief, but also you look forward to what you have coming up later, and Danny does have a good-looking one, 5-2 on the morning line, guys. An Awesome Debate, first off the claim.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing that one. Let's go back to the beginning of this race. Breakfast at Bonnie's. From that inside post under Irad Ortiz Jr. Found herself in a dogfight late.
Yeah, she broke well, and like Danny Gargan said, under pressure the entire way. Gets away, it looks like, right there, and then just before the 9-horse comes up to her hip. But yeah, she had the fight for it. And when he said, you heard Danny say that Maggie could see the crease in her back, that means their muscles from trying so hard, they sort of get a crease in their back, and that's how you can tell a horse's fitness level of how far they are along. And she put a lot into this race today, and she will bounce back even better off of that race.
3-5 in this spot as a main track only. And luckily this wasn't 5.5 furlongs and a jump. She might have been in trouble, but able to get it done over Snicket, who again, 7th time in her career, runs second in her 12th career start. 1-9-8 finish in the third from Saratoga. Well, Shug McGahee has trained some of the greats of all time. Easy goer, personal ensign, inside information. He's won a Kentucky Derby. He's a 4-time Travers winner, but we need to update his Wikipedia page because for the first time in his career, he is a guest on Kart Talk with Jonathan Kinchin.
The first question I got to ask is where did it come from, the nickname Shug?
Grew up with it. I'm the third. My mother said it wasn't after sugar. Whether it was or not, I don't know, but that's what I grew up with.
Now, when you go to the doctor's office, do you sign in on that piece of paper? Do you put Shug or do you put Claw?
Put Claw.
We're obviously extremely excited to be back to Saratoga. Saratoga's mean a lot to you. What is it like? What was it like here last year, not having fans? And are you looking forward to having fans back?
Oh, I'm looking forward to having fun. It was just strange last year with, nobody here on the rail and, over there. And you know how popular the turf works were. There'd be people everywhere. And then to go over there, you just park your car and walk through the entrance and nobody in the building. And you just stand out on the tarmac. You get a couple other people and watch the horses run. And I think this year, we can see what the excitement level is in Saratoga. And I've, been watching and reading the build up to it.
A 3-year-old for sure that you guys have. They're looking forward to seeing his first captain. We saw him win the Dwyer. And what do you think is going to be next for him?
Well, I'm planning on running him in the Curling, which is like the 30th of July. If he's going to run in the Travers, he needs a 2-turn race. He missed his whole 2-year-old year, so he's just, he's still a little bit behind in, in racing. Normally you had already had, a 2-turn race into him, and you wouldn't really have to worry about him. He's shipped up here great and seems to be really training well, so I'm looking forward to it.
Another good 3-year-old of yours, Orb. I was at that Derby. I always tell the story. Angel Cordero was in front of me in line. He was betting Orb, and I bet all my money on Verrazano, and I couldn't change my mind there. What was that day like for you to get that first Kentucky Derby?
Well, it was beyond exciting. The horse had done so well all winter. His races were all good. Then it came up rain. So there's always another variable to throw into the thing. I knew when Joel punched the button on him over around the half-mile pole, I said, I don't know what, to myself, I said, I don't know whether he's going to win or not, but they're going to know he's in there.
In the moments immediately after that race was over, the camera cut to you, and you were just kind of standing there in shock.
Yeah, I was sort of staring at what had happened. I was trying to kind of figure out, what happens now, and, my 2 sons were with me and my wife, and they were excited, and the TV people sort of gather you up, and I'm kind of looking back, making sure they're still in the flow. But to be able to win it with them there, and then to be able to win it for the Jannies and the Phipps, who've been so good to me, made it even a bigger thrill.
The new fans in this game will know the Orbs, they'll know the code of honor, the honor codes, point of entry. But the biggest horse I think anyone would argue in your career was obviously Easy Goer, and he's a huge fan favorite. And as a young racing fan, to be honest, I didn't get to experience Easy Goer. For the new fans, why was he so special?
Well, I think there was a few things. I think his pedigree, his looks, his owner, that was Mr. Phipps, and it just came to be a New York type of a horse. And, he was exciting, and the way he ran and the way that he dominated in a lot of his races. And, the people just got an allegiance to him that lasted for a long time. And I mean, the excitement of Easy Goer had started earlier, but I think when it came to matching the East Coast against the West Coast, kind of the rivalry that people sort of liked.
Well, Shug, I tell you what, there's nothing more Saratoga than you, and we're glad to be back.
Well, I'm glad to be back, and thank you for talking to me.
Good luck.
All right, thanks.
Card Talk, it's brought to you by Gainesway Farm, home of Tappet, sire of 4 Belmont Stakes winners. Love that draw. He is such a cool customer. What'd you take away from that conversation with him?
Honestly, selfishly, I thought to myself while I was sitting there 5 years ago, I was wondering where I was going to sit at Saratoga. And then I spent the morning talking to Shug McGahee, a Hall of Famer. So that's honestly what I was thinking. Such a cool guy, such a nice guy. And it's just a great opportunity to be able to hang out with him.
And has had such a big impact on the history of this sport, too.
Yeah, it really has. And I'll tell you what, he couldn't, JK couldn't have said any better than what I was going to say about Shug. I didn't write a lot for Shug, hung out with him a lot, though, because of my friendship with Mike Smith and his relationship with Shug for all those years, dinners and whatnot. And just getting to enjoy his company and hear his honesty, his looks on his face when he didn't like something necessarily. He didn't even have to say anything. He'd just look at you, and or still does. It's still like that today. He's genuine as genuine gets, and I enjoy his company, and I enjoy watching his Hall of Fame job that he does on all these young horses and continues on throughout their career.
Got a win yesterday. We'll see if his horse First Captain, who we heard in that conversation, going to see him in the Curlin. That Curlin shaping up to be a tough spot, but First Captain's shown a lot of ability.
Yeah, unbelievable. We talk about it. You talked about the horse in the first that won. When you go to these sales and you buy these horses, you don't know what they're going to turn out to. And First Captain was expensive, and he's good, and it doesn't always work out that way.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We have the 4th coming up next here at Saratoga. 2-turn mile and an 8th event. And our colleague Tom Amos, he's got one to saddle up in here. Misty Vale. Irad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard this filly by Tonalist for our buddy. We'll be back right after this. Stay tuned.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security. He smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
He won the Derby. He won the Breeders' Cup Classic. He's authentic indeed.
The opportunity is here to get a part of this wonderful sport. Authentic in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
But Street Band is beginning to move away, and this will be a signature moment for Street Band.
Tis a magician owned by my racehorse.
Moonlight Doros. She'll win the Las Virgenes Vertical Strat in this Fuel Valley Sprint. Got Stormy surging to the lead.
One of racing's all-time greats, Monomoy Girl wins the Bayakoa.
We're back on Saratoga Live. Good to have you with us on Fox Sports 1, our program brought to you in part by the champion sprinter. Run Happy never lost in his career, and he is having a tremendous year as a second crop sire. His 4th race. 1 1/8 starter allowance, and 9-5 right now on Honor Hop. Brian Lynch, John Velasquez had a maiden-breaking win in a sloppy racetrack. But here's our colleague Tom Amos's 3-year-old filly, daughter of Tonalist, who won at Churchill for 20 maiden claiming, taking support at 7-2.
When it comes to Tom Amos and any great trainer, and Tom definitely is a great trainer, when a horse switches to their barn, sometimes you're not going to get that best performance out of them that first time, but once they figure out what's going on, you'll get it out of them the second time.
Hey guys, I'm going to tell you something right now. I watched this race. I was there this day for this race, but I also watched the race again. Jimmy Graham hustled this filly out of the gate from the word go. They were going 1 1/16 that day, and he rode her every step of the way. Very similar to how Joel Rosario rode Mystical Man for Al Stahl in the second race. So Irad watches races of every horse he rides. He does his homework. So look for him to jump out and ride hard going into that first turn, even though they're going an extra 16th of a mile. This filly, she's a pure plotter, just kind of goes the same speed all the way around there, but she does try.
13 minutes from the start. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendel.
Take a look at your favorite here in the paddock. That is number 6, Honor Hop, who I was going to call her Honor Up. It's another horse. Totally different circumstance. But Honor Hop here comes out of a turf race at Churchill Downs. But prior to that, she did break her maiden in a 1.25 mile event on the slop. So it's clear that she handles a wet track. She looks like it too. Now she is a big, strapping 4-year-old filly, very much of that kind of honored code line. She has gotten pretty hot in here, and that is actually mostly where they've sponged her. But prior to that, she was sweating on her neck and up between her legs. Maybe she's always like that, and it doesn't seem as though she's nervous. She just seems like a high energy type, but she is also that big galloping type of horse. I think she fits these conditions well, though at a short price, I thought there were some other interesting propositions in here coming in from out of town, including 2 that come out of the same common race on June 13th at Churchill. We'll start with number 3, Puya Timing, whom I did ask her trainer, Norm Cassie, how to say that name, and that is what he told me. It's a cave of some sort. But I thought she had a really tough trip. You know, she was bounced around at the break last time, in which she is a filly that in all of her other efforts has been forwardly placed. So it left her last going into the turn. She slowly worked her way up through the field, but on this 3-wide relentless pursuit in which that race was won by GGB on the front end. So given the race, the way the race unfolded, she was really up against it from the get-go. Big, solid filly here in the paddock, really fit. I don't think the 1 1/8 hurts her, and let's look back to her to get back to those more forwardly placed efforts, which I'm hoping we see from her here. I like her chances today as number 4, High Fashion, does come out of the same race. In the context of the way things unfolded, she had a better trip, I would say, than Puya Timing. She did swing very wide, turning for home. She did hit her best strides late, so going the 2-turn 1 1/8 here, I think suits her well. She is a smaller, slighter frame filly, where I do think that the wet track should be to her liking. But with that, she does have a big striding walk. So she's not one that I like particularly looking at her, but once she starts walking, she kind of grabs your attention, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 5-2 on High Fashion. 10 minutes away from this 4th here at Saratoga ahead. Jack Pocket is the official mobile lottery provider of the New York Racing Association. Has a special offer for opening weekend. Fans, play the lottery on your phone and get your first ticket free with the code Saratoga. Download the Jack Pocket app or visit jackpocket.com. For more details, must be 18 years of age or older to play. Rules vary by participating state. So, back to the 3 Puya Timing that Maggie was talking about. Filly who does have sprint speed for Norm Cassie and who has won on and off track. You're getting 8-1 right now.
Yeah, getting out on the front end in these races is important. My biggest concern with Puya Timing is the distance. Okay, downstate at Belmont, they've got the one-turn miles, they got the mile and 16ths, they got lots of different distances. But at Saratoga, you're either going 7 furlongs or you're going a mile and an eighth, and some horses just don't want to go that far. It's a big separator in these 9-furlong races.
There she is. Does she want to do it? We will find out. Daughter of Super Saver out of a Speightstown mare, Indian Pond, as they come down Champions Way. Favoritism to one who, and look, we say, oh, can they get the distance? It all depends who you're doing it against. And on her hop, when she broke her maiden, she did it at a mile and a quarter, and at least against that group, she was able to get the mile and a quarter.
Yeah, I mean, she'll handle the mile and eighth distance, and she's handled the slop in the past, 2 back at Churchill Downs. So, I mean, all those are positive signs, and she runs faster than most of these horses in here as far as numbers go.
And she's pretty tactical. She'll be close enough. Now, she made the lead going a mile and a half. That's a big difference than making the lead going 9 furlongs, but she'll be close enough, I would think, to the pace.
You look at on her hop, she had a win in a maiden special weight, over $100,000 purse. And then Tom Amos's filly, she broke her maiden for maiden 20. It's a big discrepancy there, no?
Yeah, it's one of the first lessons I learned as a horse player is a horse that breaks their maiden in a maiden claiming race, meaning breaking your maiden, making it your first win. It's a huge difference between maiden special weights where they're protected in those races. They're not for sale.
Start things off with family time. Dale Romans, and this one coming off a win, the race that was taken off the turf for 40 maiden claiming.
Yeah, and she's taken a class hike here today. She took in gate to wire that day, and look for Joel Rosario to be aggressive with her leaving there as well.
Here's Tom Amos's filly.
Yeah, Tom got her first start with him last time. I think she's going to improve again in her second start with Tom.
Puya timing, she could be speedy out of the gate with Luis Saez.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of them trying to be in the same place at the same time. Advantage to her, though, to make the lead.
Jose Ortiz on a high fashion for Rusty Arnold.
Yeah, this horse has a win on the slop. I also feel like this horse will appreciate a little added distance.
Yeah, Union Rags out of a Street Cry mare. Here's the 5 suspended. Campaign blinkers come off.
Blinkers are coming off. They're trying to do something different. She's run without blinkers before. She did win 4 races back with the blinkers off.
Here's the filly that broke her maiden in the slop at a mile and a quarter.
She's also the only filly that's cutting back in distance. She'll be finishing while some of them are looking for that wire.
Poncho's Song rounds out the field, 11-1 outside for Mark Hennig.
Yeah, and big task for Poncho Song in my eyes, stretching out from 7 furlongs to a mile and an eighth, off of the layoff here. Doesn't show any early speed at all, so hoping that they line up in front and can come from behind to get the job done.
Take a look at the jockey standings presented by WinStar. Saez has added another one today. He's leading the way with 7. Irad close behind with a win on today's card as well.
I'm going to steal a saying from Mark Jackson from the NBA. There goes that man with Irad Ortiz. He's coming. Louis and Kieran McLaughlin, Louis' agent, will keep on fighting, but Irad's not going to go away.
No, he is not. Again, he and Jose, they've split the last 6 riding titles here, but this is the guy who's started off sensational first couple of days of the meet. 3 win days on Friday and Saturday, and stakes wins in both days.
Yeah, and riding phenomenal right now. And as I said earlier, Louis never has a bad day. He makes things look easy out there. He rides hard every day, works hard in the mornings. Everybody likes him, and he's a powerful rider. He's a smart rider, and he's powerful.
And his style is conducive to winning a lot of races here. He's forward, he's aggressive, and he rides good horses.
Helps, too, when you're on a horse who's a lone speed in a race like Rinaldi was in the Forbidden Apple.
Yeah, but to be fair to Louis' credit, there's a lot of guys that could have been on Rinaldi that would have had him sitting third. Luis Saez does not make that mistake. Reminds me of my man Kendrick Carmouche, who we can't wait to get back soon. When you need a horse to be on the front end, Louis, Kendrick, they're going to put them there.
Yeah, they're about 2 of the most aggressive riders on this circuit, and he has a big one coming up later on in the meet. We hope to see a couple of times during the meet. The Belmont Stakes winner, Essential Quality, going to be returning in the Jim Dandy. So Saez leading the way. Irad, Jose, Ortiz brothers not far behind. Ricardo Santana Jr.'s had a great start to the meet as well.
Yeah, he has. Riding for Steven Asmussen. He's had a couple of wins that weren't for Steve Asmussen. So, yeah, he's anytime, if I'm in his shoes, in Ricardo's shoes, and I see where I'm sitting in the standings, because trust me, you do look. if that age,
especially here,
that age, yeah. And I see that I'm only 3 off the lead at Saratoga, midway through the day. On a Sunday of the first week, I'm pretty happy camper. And he's a fighter. He's competitive too, and he's getting better and better and better. He's already a very, very good rider, but he continues to get better. And his style, sometimes I have to do a double take to see if it's Luis Saez or Ricardo Santana because their styles are so the same. This guy, though, he's his own man.
Look, this jocks room is like the SEC in football right there from top to bottom. You got Irad, who's Alabama. You got Luis Saez, who's Georgia. And it ain't too bad to be Florida. And even Kentucky will show up and beat you on a Saturday. So this is a tough, tough jocks room.
Irad, 3 straight years in a row. He's been the Eclipse Award winner as outstanding rider. And it was, his brother won it first, Jose. That really kind of motivated him because he said to his agent, how do I get one of those to be up on that stage? And now he's reeled off 3 straight.
Yeah, and for the people of you out there that didn't know what horse that was Golden Pal. I don't know if there was a highlight or not. Golden Pal won the other day here. Very, very impressive off the long last. This is Wit, 2-year-old winning the Sanford yesterday. How good is this horse, JK?
He's good. He's about as good as the guy sitting on his back. Both have bright futures, and Wit, when you see a horse reach like that, a young horse, passing horses, the future is very bright. It gets you start thinking, get you excited about things to come next year as 3-year-olds.
There's Irad teaming up with Tom Amoss here. Wit got big time potential. Likely going to see him in the hopeful next. Meanwhile, we'll see if Irad with a win here can draw even with Saez here early on in the meet. Misty Vale 4-1 on the board. Just missed by a nose last time out, and as you mentioned, JK, they tend to move up when they move to this barn for Tom Amoss.
Yeah, and it's not always the first time. I mean, obviously, Tom wins in his career at a stunning 26% the first time they moved to his barn. But it doesn't mean that they have to win the first time. But Tom will figure out what this horse needs, what this horse wants, whether it's feed, whether it's an exercise routine, whether it's shoes, equipment, whatever it is. Tom will figure that out, and he'll get this horse traveling in the right direction. That's why I think Misty Vale will run better here today.
Let's check in with Maggie.
And she is a much shorter price than what she was in her last start, in which she almost won at nearly 21-1. As we do see the gate behind me, we've had several races at this 1.125 distance, which starts right in front of the grandstand. So the fans able to really kind of get up close and personal with the horses and riders. But taking a look at warm-ups, number 2, Misty Vale, Arad Ortiz, typical of him, is to warm a horse up without the pony and then link back up with the pony, kick his feet out of the irons, let him take a deep breath, and then get into the gate, because you don't want them too riled up once they get in the gate. You have to get that blood flowing and then just say, okay, take a deep breath. But a horse that has shown the ability to be forward in her dirt races, and I think that's what Irad has in his mind. It's her best opportunity to win. He has a more inside post position, get his position going forward so he doesn't get shuffled back along the rail. I don't particularly like her. She wasn't one that really grabbed me in the paddock, but I get where she is a logical type in this spot. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. So there's Tom's filly, 3-1. Tom's got another contender later on today in the 6th, Glory Road, who he just claimed last time out as well.
Yeah, like we said, anytime there's that barn change to Tom Amoss, it always catches my attention. There's a lot of trainers that are like that, Tom being one of them. When I see that switch, I expect that there's going to be an improvement based on what you've seen on paper.
Well, despite all that, 8-5, the 6 Honor Hop has remained the favorite throughout the wagering in here for Brian Lynch, honor code Philly, who most seem to agree is going to have no problem at all with this 1.125.
Yeah, we're looking at Honor Up, and I think it's probably important to say we watched a montage of Louis and Irad, and we've talked about Jose and Joel. Oh, but by the way, Johnny Velasquez is on this horse. He's a Hall of Famer.
And riding, by the way, as good as he was 30 years ago. And I saw it with Mike Smith. I see it with Johnny. I felt it with myself. I lost some physical skills, but more than I feel like was making up for it, 2013, 14, 15 with with mental, just from experience. And that's what Johnny, he's like watching a fine artist painting a picture, and you know it's going to be a good one. Just give him a, what do you call it, easel, and say start painting, and you're going to get a beautiful
We saw
painting.
that with his Derby ride. We're set for the fourth here coming up. The Hall of Famer Johnny V on the 8-5 favorite, Honor Hop. There's Pancho Song. Will be last in line. Let's go upstairs. Johnny Brial with the call.
There in the gate. And they're off. Misty Vale hustled out for the lead. Pouillet Timing came away in second. Family Time is down at the rail in third as they move into the clubhouse turn. And it will be Misty Vale to lead the way here. And she steps away in front by 3 lengths. Pouillet Timing runs in second. Family Time down at the rail in third. It's another 3 lengths. Back to High Fashion, who is on the inside of Honor Hop. And then a break of 3.5 more to the 2 trailers, Suspended Campaign and Pancho Song. The opening quarter over the muddy and sealed track in 23 1/5 seconds. It is Misty Vale, the leader here, by a little more than 2. Pouillet Timing is in second by another 2. And Family Time is in third. Then a gap of 4 to High Fashion, who is racing in 4th position. Honor Hop is 5th at this point, followed by Suspended Campaign and Pancho Song. Misty Vale ran the opening half mile in 47 2/5 seconds, and she leads by 2.5 lengths. Pouillet Timing continues to chase in second as they race midway around the far turn. It is Misty Vale on top. Pouillet Timing is next in second, with Family Time in third, moving up a bit on the outside. High Fashion runs in 4th. Farther back it is Suspended Campaign, and then Honor Hop. 3/4 in 1:12 2. Misty Vale trying to take them wire to wire. She's in front into the stretch. It is Misty Vale now with a 6-length lead. Then Pouillet Timing to her inside is High Fashion. Out in the middle of the track is a Family Time. But Misty Vale is isolated. She is all by herself, and she's got a front-running score here under Erod Ortiz Jr. High Fashion was second, then Family Time, and a photo for 4th.
Guess who just moved into a tie for second at the meet in the training title? Tom Amos.
Yeah, and I'm not laughing. That was impressive right there, boys.
Tom Amos is not only handsome, he's phenomenal on TV. He can also train a racehorse.
He's not too shabby.
This was dominant.
Yeah, look, it's not very often at Saratoga that the races are over at the quarter pole. It's just not something that happens here very often. The race was over at the quarter pole.
What do you think instructions were here out of the gate?
I told you what they were going to be before. I said I read, watch the race already. Knows what, but she's sharper than she was the other day when James Graham rode her the last time first off the kick plane. Her numbers improved drastically that day, but not like this. This was another huge step up.
But to my point with Tom Amos,
yeah.
It doesn't have to be the first time. It can be the second time. That horse is going to continue to improve. And look, if you're playing the rest of this card, being on the front end is an advantage on this racetrack.
There's Tom, well-dressed as always.
He's the one in the suit.
Suit and tie.
Sorry.
Oh, you said he's the one in the suit?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure, actually. Thanks for clarifying. Yeah, he's coming on next, actually. And by the way, gentlemen, this horse went off as the favorite at 9-5.
Look, I always tell people the best handicapper in Saratoga is the tote board. They're right 33% of the time.
And they do it again. Let's go to Maggie.
That they do. It's a big they here in New York, and they are often right. With Misty Vale, you know, yes, Tom did a great job of bringing this filly along, picking her up for the 30, almost winning that optional allowance, and now getting this starter allowance victory. So an improvement, but let's give Rod some credit here. He was the man with the plan, as you guys pointed out, and it paid off because he got this filly, he hustled her out of the gate, but he put separation between him and the field down the backside, so therefore it allowed her to have a bit of a breather, and therefore she had plenty left in the tank to see this out. And with these wet tracks, horses taking the kickback, sometimes they run in it, sometimes they don't. You're often at a disadvantage, and the cleanest face is the one who wins the race.
Irad Ortiz draws even with Saez with that victory. 7 wins for both of those two gentlemen at the meet. And Tom Amoss, he's doing so good now. I used to have dinner with him all the time last meet. I can't even get a seat at the table now.
Listen, we sat with him all day long yesterday, Diana Day. You would think after the show he would have clued us in on what this performance was going to happen, because somebody knew something here. The tote board doesn't lie.
No, it does not. We got 0 zip. Thanks, Tom Amoss. He's got another one, as we mentioned, coming up later in the card. Part of the late pick 5. That would give him number 3 at the meet. And be one behind Steve Asmussen. Could he get another one? We will find out. Let's take a look back to the Sanford yesterday. 2-year-old Colts getting their shot, and a lot of hype around Witt before he ever started. Broke slow in that debut, and then he went on to be just dominant. Got out of the gate slow again in the Sanford.
Yeah, and he got shut off a little bit by the 2-horse leaving there, but they just allow him to get an Irad to get into his stride, take his time, and he's in a great place right now. Basically, he said that he got him running and then just allowed him to work his own way up, and everything you see him do, he's doing on his own right now, John.
Gary, it's not the same, but this move that this horse makes right here, for a second, it flashed in my brain of, I think, a Beholder.
Oh, okay.
At the Pacific Classic.
Yes.
Young horses don't make moves like this, and when he did it so easily, it showed the talent that he has.
Right, and a lot of people ask me on Beholder to use that they said, why did you move? What gave you the confidence to move that early? And I said, it wasn't me moving. She decided she wanted to, and that's exactly what Witt did yesterday. You don't see young horses do this the second time out of their life. I don't see a problem with the way he's getting away from the starting gate. He got away better yesterday than he did the first time, and they start running those route races. Yeah, the first jump is important, but he learned more from the first race. He broke better yesterday, and he's going to continue to educate himself.
I love both these first 2 starts, sorry, JK, drawn inside with these slow starts. That's not easy to overcome.
No, he got a lot of dirt in his face the first race, probably more than he did yesterday, and he actually got stopped in his first race. Now, yesterday, the competition was a lot different than those maidens. These were a bunch of winners that he was running against and talented colts, and he made them look average behind him, and they're not average horses behind him.
And I love that point you made yesterday, Gary, that this horse doesn't have to start breaking better. He's not breaking horrible. He's just breaking a step slower than these sprinters, but he's probably not a sprinter.
Nope.
It'll be fun to watch going forward. First black type winner for a sire, freshman sire, Practical Joke, and it looks like it's on to the hopeful on closing day of the meet on Labor Day. Misty Vale, Tom Amoss, $5.70, loving the 1 1/8 and giving Irad Ortiz Jr. his co-meet leading 7th victory of the meet. The 3 of us done for the afternoon. Next crew's coming up right after a short timeout over on Fox Sports 2. Coming up next on FS1, NHRA qualifying from Denver. Hope you enjoyed the program. But again, it continues over on FS2 right at the top of the hour. Great opening weekend continuing here on this Sunday afternoon. Catch the crew on FS2 next with the rest of the card. The action on this opening Sunday. Every day's beautiful here, even if we don't have sunshine. Breakfast at Bonnie's. Oh, had to work for it against Snicket. Another second for Snicket, but ran very good in defeat, giving Irad a win. And the Coronation Cup still to come for Brad Coxon, going good.
Following C and Happy Soul faced winners for the first time to kick off Belmont Stakes Week. Following C was in cruise control throughout and galloped home 6.5 lengths in front, scoring an amazing 100 Beyer speed figure. Happy Soul, who recorded the highest Beyer speed figure for a 2-year-old filly when breaking her maiden in May, came back and strolled by 11.5 lengths in the Astoria. Seeing is believing. 2 Run Happies, 2 freakish romps at Belmont Park by a combined 18 lengths. Run Happy, standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent win early pick 5 is the best way to get your wagering day started.
With a 12:15 post every Saturday and Sunday, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to six-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Down to the line together. Battle of Midway Piso. Monomoy girl.
Battle is on, and it's fog of war.
Mine and Kofefe does it.
But no catching. Free drop Billy. It is Speech and Javier.
And Cambia Parker.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Some racing fans love days like this, even in summer, especially at Saratoga. Mom and Dad can tell the kids not a beach day, it's a racetrack day. Every day a racetrack day for that gentleman, Brad Cox, Clips Award-winning trainer. Unconventional win yesterday in the Haskell, trying for the Coronation Cup today. With Going Good, she'll run well on a wet track, 5-2 morning line favorite. The price figures to go lower. And how good was that English filly yesterday, Althea, just like that, two-time North American Grade 1 winner. Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live, winding down a stellar run-happy opening week at a very wet Saratoga racecourse. Front side, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. What a week of thoroughbred racing, and it's not over yet. The first Sunday of the meet still have the Pick 6 coming up, getting started in the next live race here at Saratoga, and the Coronation Cup for 3-year-old fillies. Looks a lot different than it did this morning off the turf. On the main track, now listed as muddy. Featured event, Coronation Cup now looks like that. Yeah, scratch numbers 1, 3, 5, 7, 8, 10. Same distance, 5.5 furlongs up post 2. For the morning line favorite, number 4, Going Good. Again, that price is going to go much, much lower as I welcome in one of the finest trainers in the game, Kentucky Oaks winning trainer, Tom Amos. Makes for a good day at Saratoga, straight from the winner's circle. Congratulations, my friend.
Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, it was a nice win by Misty Vale for Maggie Moss. You know, it was the kind of race where you went to the front, set your own fractions. They were very fast, but when you're doing it uncontested, it really builds a lot of horses' heart. And this particular filly, we've learned since we claimed her 2 back, that's what she wants to do. She wants to get her heart big by being on the front end, and it showed today.
Trainers hate this question, but you're part of the media, so you're a little bit more understanding. Like, what might be next?
Oh, gosh. You know, today was a protected race, meaning no one could buy her out of the race, and I think we're going to keep her in those kind of races right now.
All right. Again, our Coronation Cup coming up a little bit later on off the turf of the main track. Going Good. Now, she's going to stay in. She was going to be a factor regardless because of this here, Tom. She has proven she has run very well on a wet track. For trainer Brad Cox, this was a Dixie Belle at Oaklawn late February. Going Good, drawn inside. She's going to get left, Tom, and still run very, very well.
She does, and it's not her way to get left, and maybe that inside post hurt her that day, but the Going Good that leaves the gate correctly is going to be a lot closer than what you're seeing here. And, you know, whenever you use energy in a horse to rush up, as Going Good's doing right now, it's going to take a little something out of your finish. So does she get a little bit burnout by the end of this race? Absolutely. But a good break makes her a winner of a stakes race on the slop at this day at Oaklawn Park. We got slop today. We got dirt today. I think Going Good is going to be very difficult to beat.
That team, Tom, knows how to win a Coronation Cup. A Brad Cox Klein Racing struck with break even in 2019. We'll see about going good, anticipated favorite for the Coronation Cup later this evening. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. As mentioned, pick 6, races 5 through 10, races 6 and 9, Coronation Cup off the turf. Post time for the main event around 5:39 Eastern. Perfect day to stay home and play the races, right? Helps if you have a Naira Bets account. Join Naira Bets today. Play all the action on our program while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members use promo code SPA200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match after the first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. Now everyone gets excited when you see that animation. Time for the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, regardless if the rain is falling. Field for the 5th New York-bred freshman maidens in today's edition. 5.5 furlongs, $80,000 per scratch. Number 7, Wicked Bobby. Currently the 9-5 favorite, Lil Stevie, at 9-5. So we welcome in New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca. Gentlemen, a very good first Sunday of the meet to you both.
Thanks, guys. A rainy day at Saratoga is better than a beautiful day anywhere else.
I said that. I say that all the time. There, you know.
Oh,
that
stop it!
Listen to me.
You saying I stole that from you?
No,
You're
no.
starting
What I
already?
always say is everybody says Disneyland is the happiest place on earth. It's not true.
No,
This
sir.
place is the happiest place on earth.
I agree, especially if you bet some winners. You and I were getting ready to talk about the 1, 2, and 6 first-time stars race 5, but we saw the number 5, Lil Stevie, is a heavy favorite here.
Yeah.
Going out first time for Brittany Russell, shows a fast work. The money's usually smart. This horse is a full to time limit, who actually has a win, I think, recently on the slop down at Belmont Park.
Yeah, this horse been working at Pimlico over in Maryland, so you're really not going to get much information. We do know Bustin' Stones and Freud. That is as New York bred as you can get, Andy, and the Bustin' Stones are usually pretty quick.
Yeah, the money says this horse can run. Let's talk, though, about the 1 Send By, who's pretty cold to board for Christophe Clement. The dam was a real sprinter, 4.5 furlong, paid a lot of money for, and 3 to 4 foals from this dam have really been runners. That's the 1 Send By.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised at the 7-1, especially with Candy Ride on the top side. Most of his progeny enjoyed the off track. I'm a little surprised at 7-1.
I am too. It's probably not a great sign. Probably come down a little bit looking at doubles. The 5 will stay the favor. The 2 Hot Rod Rumble is actually where I landed. I mean, $325,000, Paul, after the 2-year-old sale. A sire, $7,500 the sire stands for. That's a big purchase price, and the Asmussen 2-year-olds are runners, so that's where I guessed, though this horse not the favor, as you might have expected.
I did the same exact thing. You and I did the same thing. I looked at this, and I was like, they paid $325,000 for a sire. That's not that much. For Rockingham Ranch, Peter Miller has a lot of Rockingham Ranch horses. Steve Aspen's been starting to get them, and I think this horse might show some speed, and you're getting the price right now, 4-1. I thought this horse actually would be favorite.
I want to impart a quick piece of information on the 6 horse, Cozy's Attitude, and we'll hand it out to Maggie in the paddock. This horse was entered, Paul, before we got up here as part of an entry for Charlie Baker. He had to scratch 1.
Yeah.
He scratched this one, and he ran the other one. The other one was very impressive, winning. Now, this one, I actually spoke to him. He thinks this one was okay. He thought maybe the other one was more ready at that point to win, so maybe this one will need a start, but is taking some money. We'll talk more about the race afterwards. Let's find out more, though, from Maggie. I know everybody wants to hear her, not us.
Oh, Andy, give yourself some credit. I'm sure they do want to hear you. But let's talk about what they look like, at least here in the paddock, and how they're behaving. We'll begin with the horse who opened up as a heavy favorite in number 5, Lil Stevie, for Brittany Russell, coming up here from Pimlico. So you would have to think that, given the fact that this horse isn't working here in New York, that people know something, and Brittany does do well with her first-time starters. And looking at him, he has that kind of win early pedigree, being by Bustin' Stones, who wins with his first-time starting 2-year-olds at a rate of 20%. So that's very good. He's very typical Bustin' Stones bloodline too. You know, obviously a chestnut with a lot of white, but compact, massive hind end. If I had to say one thing, he could look a bit more fit. He's gotten a little hot too. Again, it is not whatsoever a hot day here at Saratoga. It's quite cool, it's damp, and he's wearing blinkers first time out. So we'll see what kind of speed he shows, likely to show some speed, but he's gonna have to deal with some other fast looking horses in here. And we'll just go numerically through the rest with number 1, Sembai, for Christophe Clement. He's the one that's actually acting a bit green, which isn't necessarily typical of a Christophe Clement horse. Not acting badly, just kind of the one hollering right on cue. At least he has good timing, but doesn't look quite as fit as I'd like to see as some of the other ones here in the paddock. He just represents a picture that indicates he's going to need a start, though he is very much a dirt sprinting type physically. But the horse I like most here is number 2, Hot Rod Rumble. They paid a lot for this son of Midnight Storm, who again only sells for $7,500. We saw a midshipman, New York bred, in the first race sell for $210,000, who stands for $7,500. Here's his workout: 10-1 at the Fasig-Tipton Timonium sale. And you will see slower workouts because it's a traditional dirt track. And this guy just looks rapid, swift little sprinter stride, just whoosh, whoosh, whoosh down the lane, lowered himself into stride quite nicely when asked, did everything right in that workout, and that's exactly what I'm seeing here in the paddock. He looks fast, he looks fleet-footed. I like him. He's well-muscled, he's strong, he has that bright demeanor, but he's well-behaved, he's focused, ultimate professional, and that's just typical of a Steve Asmussen horse because they are so well schooled. As we'll take a look at Charlie Baker's charge in number 6, Cozy Attitude. I think what Andy brought up is very interesting, and I can see that because the horse that he ran that day, I believe his name is Bourbon's Pride. I could be messing that up, but he just looked like that small, precocious, very typey horse. Now, this is a good-looking son of Bellamy Road, but he's bigger. He's a little bit more of a lumbering type. He has that big marching walk to him. Not to say he can't be effective here, but he does feel as though he might be a horse that develops, kind of the light bulb might go off with the start. I like him. I'm definitely going to watch with interest because as an individual, I like what I see. Just might need the start, Lafitte.
Currently 3-1, Maggie. Thanks so much. Leaning on your expertise, not a lot of experience to work with, several first-time starters, a wet track, no pressure in the first leg of the pick 6, Tom. Whether it's first-time starters that have to race on mud, or even looking ahead to the Coronation Cup later for you. As a trainer, you have a horse ready for a stakes race, let's say on grass. Again, we're talking Coronation Cup. And you have weather, and there's a surface switch. What is the biggest adjustment for a trainer in that scenario?
Well, I think you have to really pay attention to what your horse has done in the past in races on the dirt, as well as what the family is telling you if you haven't experienced the surface you're going to run on. You're going from grass to dirt. Has the family, by family I mean the brothers and sisters of the mother, have they run well on the dirt? Does the family show good ability on the dirt? If that's the case, it helps you a great deal. But a lot goes into pedigree and what the family's done. They tend to run that way, and that's why when you go to these sales, as they did with the 2 Hot Rod Rumble and paid $325,000 for him, you're looking at family and saying, hey, you know what? This horse can do it. That's
Looking
our 2
for
horse.
that versatility, absolutely. There is Hot Rod Rumble. Ricardo Santana to ride for Steve Asmussen on his toes, Hot Rod Rumble. Santana's already won 4 races for Asmussen this opening week as the countdown continues. Steve Asmussen on the brink of becoming North America's all-time leading trainer, now 15 shy of Dale Baird's mark, Tom. Can you lend perspective to what that record will mean for Steve Asmussen?
Well, not only to Steve Asmussen, but what it means to his, what's the right way to put it? His opponents, like me. People that work in the same industry with him, do what he does, train horses. I mean, you can do nothing but respect that. And, you know, I run with Steve Asmussen where I race. So whether it's Kentucky, Louisiana, Arkansas, up here, I'm running against him and I'm competing against him all the time. I don't think there's another trainer out there in the United States that is more hands-on with so many horses in so many different places. I'll see him saddle at Ellis Park, and then the next day he'll be up here. It's amazing how he can get around and be around all these horses. Yes, it's a very big stable, and a lot of people knock that, but to say that he's not hands-on would be one of the greatest misnomers in horse racing history.
They say that you can't be in 3 places at once. Seemingly, Steve Asmussen somehow is. Scary moment for the Asmussen team yesterday. Midnight Bourbon, bad stumble in the Haskell. Thankfully, nothing serious. A fallen rider, Paco Lopez, supposed to be back riding today at Monmouth Park. So Asmussen continues to close in on that North American all-time leading trainer mark. And we're getting ready for this Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Quality group of New York-bred maidens. 5.5 furlongs and a $85,000 purse. Horses were a little bit late arriving into the paddock. Gives you a few extra moments to get ready for this pick 6. Coronation Cup later this afternoon. Featured event on the Sunday program. All set for the post parade here. You're looking at Senbei. Acacia Courtney actually named this colt My Candy Ride out of Sweet Aloha. Acacia looked up Hawaiian candy stores and found a popular Japanese cracker, Senbei.
I like it.
In case you're wondering, number 2, Hot Rod Rumble, $325,000 New York bred first-time starter for the Rockingham Ranch.
And for Steve Asmussen. When you're looking at Steve's horses, you're never going to see a lot of fast works unless they're going from the gate. Pay attention to those kind of works when you're looking at the past performance to decide whether that's a horse worth playing.
Gimme the Money, another fresh face, 3 Diamonds debuting colt.
Another one. This is a horse that has good works from the gate as well and is not really being bet on at 15-1.
Cold on the board. Juggler, high-riding Luis Saez.
Yeah, this is an interesting horse. Ridden by Joel Rosario last time. Joel moves to a different horse this time, and that horse was favored first time out.
Lil Stevie, favored 2-1. Irad Ortiz.
Good works, and coming in from Maryland, and the money is showing. And with baby races, which these are, a lot of debuting horses, that's important.
Cozy's Attitude, Bellamy Road, debuting colt for Charlie Baker.
Charlie Baker, a very good trainer, but usually likes to give his horses one before they get to the winner's circle.
Disengage, the edge and experience, 2 starts, blinkers on. Maybe he'll be closer today.
Not just the edge and experience, but a horse that I think can run. Look who beat him last time, Lafitte. It's Witt. Witt won very, very easily in the stake yesterday. And this is a horse that came back quickly in the second start, maybe too quickly. I like the way this horse has prepared. And his last race on replay, he closed pretty well.
Disengage. Those blinkers on. New York bred maidens in the 5th. Start of the Sunday pick 6 in around 5 minutes. We check back in with Andy and Paul in the paddock.
Thanks, Lafitte. You know, it's funny, we're talking about first, we didn't even mention the 8. Hey, Disengage the 8. Finished 4th behind Witt last time out against Open, and Witt looked pretty good yesterday. We didn't finish our talk on the 6, Cozy's Attitude. The horse probably has the best overall dam side pedigree in here. We'll see if it needs a start. You know, might be a horse that need one, but Charlie Baker is a trainer that is certainly capable of getting him ready first time out.
Yeah, you know, Charlie's one of those guys, too. When he comes up to Saratoga, it seems like his horses come alive. This horse has got some black letter drills, and what I mean by that he was first in the morning of 36 horses that worked on July 10th, and that was from the just breezing. Now, he's worked this horse a couple times from the gate pretty nicely. I like the warm-up, Andy. And you're right, Charlie is very, very capable. His stats don't really show how capable he is.
Oh, to me, he's one of the best trainers in New York, and which means he's one of the best trainers in the game, honestly. I think he's a very under-the-radar guy, but if I had any money, Paul, and I bought horses, I would be happy to give them to Charlie Baker. The 5 Lil Stevie, I think at the end of the day, you can't ignore horses that take a lot of money in these races. And I know that the odds have gone up a little 2-1. The 2 who you and I like, Hot Rod Rumbles, come down. But looking at the doubles, he is favored, and shipping in Brittany Russell, primarily trains in Maryland, done a great job. He's 29%. I think you really do have to respect the money. Let me ask you a question, though. Do you get concerned when a firster is getting bet strongly and the track comes up wet, that throws a real monkey wrench into it?
Yeah, it does, because when you look at the works, there's no works over a wet track. I understand Bustin' Stones, they can run over the track. Brittany's 36% for 2-year-olds. There's a lot going for you. But, yeah, there's always that X factor that this colt might not like the racetrack. And whether you want to take 2-1 on him or not with other horses that you don't know if they have upside or not.
Yeah, and some trainers don't like taking their horse out in the morning. Trainers like Shug McGay do. And you look at Hot Rod Rumble, our horse. Well, Steve Asmussen had no problem working this horse over the train track in the mud. And it's not really about the final times. Sometimes it's just a question of giving him a chance to get a little acclimated. And maybe Steve looked at the weather forecast and said it wouldn't be a bad thing to get a little mud underneath this horse.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting how Midnight Storm is as a sire. He was a horse for Phil D'Amato and Little Red Feather that was a very good turf horse early in his career and then ended up being a very good dirt horse towards the end of his career. He was a fast type but liked to go a little bit long, but they paid a pretty hefty price for a horse that only stands for $7,500.
Right, they paid 43 plus times the actual price. That's a big price. Let's get more from Maggie.
That it is, and that usually means they can run. And he will be my pick in here, Hot Rod Rumble. Really quick, 2 horses acting up on the racetrack, one of them being Sembai here, who looked like a carousel horse, rearing up, wheeling around with Manny Franco. Job well done to him for staying aboard. I didn't like that behavior whatsoever. And then Little Stevie just not acting like a horse that's taken all that money should out on the racetrack. But horses that I did like their warm-ups, number 3, Give Me the Money. Yes, worked at the OBS April sale, went 10-1, asked a bit. Really good mover, just not one that looks fast, that looks 5.5 furlong fast. I liked him too because he's really well prepared by Mike Maker and his crew. Just very fit, has been so professional in the paddock and on the racetrack. I don't know why he's not taking any money. Maybe he can't run at all. But while the 5.5 might be a bit sharp for him, I wonder if he does pick up some pieces. I'm going to watch him with a lot of interest. And then actually, number 6 in here, as Paul mentioned, Cozy's Attitude, the warm-up. Joel Rosario took him away from the pony, and he was the only horse that got that solo warm-up that just jumped into the bridle like a bear. I mean, he took a hold of Joel, and Joel was, I think, taken aback by it and caught off guard because he had to readjust his hold to make sure he had him. So that moved him up in my eyes relative to what I saw back in the paddock. So for me, it's a lot of 2-6 in here, Lafitte.
A lot of 2-6, Maggie. Joel Rosario with Cozy's Attitude, revving his engines. You saw the selections, a lot of Hot Rod Rumble. Tom Amos going with Disengage on the outside. Tom, how often as a trainer are you truly surprised in terms of expectation from a first-time starter? What you're expecting?
Sometimes to the negative, but all the time. So, here's the thing. There's only one horse in this race, 2, that have experience, and that is the 4 Juggler and the 8 Disengage. All the rest are beginners. No matter how much you practice with these horses, you cannot simulate what's going on the track. For instance, you saw Sembai get with the pony in the post parade and rear up. He's not used to going to the track with 8 other horses, having just been saddled in the paddock, and now they're getting ready to go to the gate. This is a new experience for these horses, and oftentimes it can be one where the trainer learns a lot from the race but doesn't get the desired outcome. I've got all the respect in the world for Andy Serling, and Andy knows this circuit very, very well.
Have you heard him talk about you on this show?
Yeah, right. But he told me, for years, one of the hardest things to do at Saratoga, I kept waiting for him to say it, is to prepare somewhere else and ship in and win with a maiden. And I watched it through the years, and he's right. So I was wondering when I was going to hear that about little Stevie, who's prepared somewhere else and come here, but I didn't get the chance. He just didn't say it.
Yeah, he's listening.
Yeah.
He's with us.
So come on, Andy. Where are you?
Tom, congratulations to your 2nd win of the meet. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. I don't recall ever saying that.
I'm staying out of it because every time I
Duca
open
said
my
to me,
mouth,
I wasn't
going
to say anything, but Paul said to me, "What's Amos talking about? You've never said that."
No, like I said,
honestly, I don't recall saying that.
Well, as Warner Wolf says, let's go to the replay.
Feel free.
We
got
have
a lot
seen.
of videotape to watch.
You have a lot of horses here this summer, Tom. Steve Asmussen has 30 here at Saratoga, and we've seen specifically to Kentucky shippers. And again, it's very early on. This is day 4 of the meet, but the shippers have been holding their own and then some.
They have indeed. And by the way, that is not a knock on Brittany Russell, the trainer of Little Stevie. She took care of one of my horses this past April, won 2 stakes up there at Maryland, so she is a very, very good trainer.
Andy, Paul, Maggie on number 2, Hot Rod Rumble. Tom going with Disengage at a price towards the outside. Little Stevie, Maggie didn't love what she saw in the paddock or pre-race yet. Still the favorite with Arad Ortiz in the saddle. As we get set for this pick 6, the pool up over $200,000 in these New York bred maiden 2-year-olds, spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Stepping forward, there's Juggler. Little Stevie towards the outside. And Arad Ortiz for Brittany Russell at 5-2. John Embrial with the remainder of the load and call. New York bred 2-year-olds in the 5th at Saratoga, start of the pick 6.
Waiting for Cozy's Attitude and Disengage. They're all in line. And they're off. From the rail, Senbei is out for the early lead with Gimme the Money running in second, and Hot Rod Rumble is next in third. Right alongside is Juggler, who is in fourth position, Disengage on the outside in fifth. Then comes Cozy's Attitude, and Little Stevie is seventh and last at this point as the field goes around the far turn. The quarter went in 22-1. It is Senbei the leader here. Senbei on top by a little more than a length. Gimme the Money runs in second. Juggler up on the outside in third. Disengage is next in fourth. Hot Rod Rumble is fifth. They are at the top of the stretch. It is Senbei, Gimme the Money on the outside. Juggler. Then comes Hot Rod Rumble. The half went in 46 seconds, and now there's an eighth of a mile to the finish. It is Senbei in front by 3. Then Gimme the Money and Juggler. Senbei put on the lead right from the start by Manny Franco, and it's a front-running score as he breaks his maiden in his career debut. Then Gimme the Money and Juggler.
The colt, Acacia Courtney name, Senbei. Japanese crackers all around. The first-time starter, Manny Franco, Diana winning jockey. Senbei runs them off their feet in the fifth at the Spa.
That was an impressive performance by the one-horse Senbei. Oftentimes in these young races, it's about who can break well and position well. Senbei took it to the field right at the start, and a number of these horses that were well-meant didn't get away from the gate well, and it cost them quite a bit. But watch the one closest to us leave the gate and leave there running, get a good start in this field, and is able to control everything on the front end from this point forward.
Tardy start, Hot Rod Rumble, quickly recovered. It wasn't a factor. 1, 3, 4, 6. And right here, Tom, Senbei flashing that early speed and getting the sense that he was in command throughout and still full of run. Look at Manny Franco, motionless on Senbei at the top of the stretch.
I couldn't agree with you more, Lafitte. Manny Franco is just now asking, and you're going to see some acceleration from Senbei. It's going to disappear from this group. The second place horse ran a good race. Gimme the Money, the 3-horse, ran a very, very nice race at 18-1. But again, that was another horse that got away from the gate well, was sitting on Senbei's flank early. He just couldn't keep up with him late.
Reeve Thoroughbreds, Christophe Clement, Maggie. Christophe had this guy cranked up, ready to roll. Senbei, impressive on debut.
Well, talk about a horse doing everything wrong before the race, but doing everything right during the race. I mean, oftentimes horses who act like that out here don't do that. That was very impressive. He ran about 3/5 of a second faster than the other division of this race earlier on with another easy winner. In that race too. So very impressed with what I saw here. Gimme the Money ran well as a long shot. I think chasing the whole way, professional. I think with a little more ground, he's one that you might want to bet back next time when it gets to the 6 or 7 furlongs, Lafitte.
And Tom, you touched on that pre-race, the unpredictability. Maggie saying that she didn't love what she saw from Senbei earlier, and you had mentioned how unpredictable, how they can surprise you in the race in terms of what your expectation might be and how they actually perform.
I thought Maggie's comments were very fair. Typically, the behavior you see in the paddock and in the post parade with first-time starters, and Senbei was no gentleman, typically they carry that to the gate with them. Maybe they're not bad in the gate, but they don't always leave the gate well. So I thought her comments were very fair. This horse did exactly what she said. Got it together in the gate and ran a great race.
A great race here at Saratoga, which makes it that much more special. Always these 2-year-olds, Senbei, and with pedigree to be effective going longer. Tom Amos has already won one race this afternoon. He's going to go and try and win a second. Best of luck as you get ready to saddle. But before I let you leave, are we betting? Should the viewers be playing at home? What do you think?
So it's all about how the race sets up. I have a closer in this race, Glory Road, the 2-horse, and I need a lot of pace up front for this horse to run his best race. I think I see it on paper, so I give him a chance.
Go get it. Best of luck, Tom. Tom Amos, good chance in the upcoming 6th race here at Saratoga. Results, reaction following the 5th race. Also, didn't we just see that movie on the undercard of the Belmont? In the Grade 1 Just a Game, more Godolphin domination in yesterday's Grade 1 Diana Althea Summer Romance run 1-2 again.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. This year, he added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, a winner and Grade 1 placed at 2, multiple graded stakes victor at 3, and Grade 1 winner again at 4. This son of War front has proven his class at every level. A classic winner with a stallion's pedigree. War of Will, standing in 2021 at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
You're watching Saratoga Live. Live coverage, Run Happy opening week continues. Dark, dreary Sunday. But the racing, still awesome, especially with the 2-year-olds. How about Senbei? Keisha Courtney named him. By Candy Ride, broke sharp. You see those Reeve Thoroughbred colors. Manny Franco gives him his cue, and he responds beautifully. Wins going away, Senbei. Terrific on debut for trainer Christophe Clement, standing by live with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Well, that's a great thing here in the winner's circle. We have the big Jumbotron, so you can watch the replay, Christophe, as you just were. And he flaunted some serious early speed today.
Yeah, no, he's been training well. He was an expensive horse that my son called me like a year ago in a January sale. But anyway, he's always trained well. Fancy bred, Candy Ride, New York bred, beautiful looking horse. I'm sure you saw that in the paddock. And we liked him. The only thing is all day long, we've heard about some other horses being really nice in the race, but the horse prevailed, which was great.
And when you're training one like that, what indications, because let's face it, you can train any horse, but a lot of people associate you with turf horses and so on and so forth. But a quick 2-year-old dirt sprinter, do you change anything?
No, but you know, I'm always okay to be labeled as something, keeps the barn full. So as long as the barn is full, I'm very happy. I'm very comfortable training them short on dirt or long on turf. It's not a problem for me. But the horse will tell you that. It's not me. I don't make them fast or slow or whatever. It's the way they train. They'll tell you how much speed they've got, you know.
Yeah, you're being modest. You are a very good conditioner who has them very well prepared. Christophe, congratulations with Senbei.
Well, thank you so much, and I think we'll see him again, you know.
Oh, yeah. We'll be seeing him, I think, in stakes races after that performance. A quick time on the board, too, given the way the track has been. Lafitte and Senbei, maybe we will see on New York Bred Showcase Day in those 2-year-old spots.
We'll stay tuned. World-class trainer Christophe Clement. Quality 2-year-old Senbei in the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the afternoon. $13 for your would-be $2 investment. Manny Franco in the saddle will serve as a perfect segue for the next show element. 134, race 5, Saratoga. Yeah, let's revisit yesterday's Grade 1 Diana. 83rd running, first Grade 1 of the meet. Godolphin Summer Romance is favored. Andy Serling is with me. Summer Romance on the lead, Andy, with Luis Saez, but it's Althika and Manny Franco who's gathering momentum once again, just like in the Justa game, but this time goes outside.
And, you know, I can be as guilty of this as anybody, if not more so. You overcomplicate things sometimes. These are two horses who ran extremely well in the Justa game. They basically ran the same race they ran in the Justa game, and there was nobody in the field that was up to it. In all fairness, and not that she was going to win, Harvey's Little Goyle did not get a good trip. She was wide without cover the whole way. And the horse for Lamista, she was just a complete and total no-show. I have no idea what went wrong, but she didn't run at all. But that's not to detract from the performances of the first two horses. The reality is that Charlie Appleby and Godolphin came in, Lafitte, and they just had the best horses.
Again, salvaged a bad day for Godolphin after learning Dubai World Cup winner Mystic Guide would miss the rest of the year with an injury. Manny Franco rode Althika because Mike Smith opted to stay in California to ride Royal Ship in the San Diego at Del Mar, defeated favorite. And Chad Brown's run of Diana Domination ends at 5 years. It had to happen at some point, right? As for the filly Althika, Andy, she joins a very special group to have captured the prestigious Diana. As you mentioned all week, a who's who of legendary race mares, superstar after superstar, Hall of Famers, future Hall of Famers. Althika's name forever linked with some of the greatest turf females ever.
Yeah, not only, you know, tremendous racehorses, but tremendous brood mares as well. Glowing Tribute is in there. 3 Diana wins from her progeny. That also includes Sea Hero, who has a statue in the paddock here. Gamely, the Grade 1 named California. Chuvie, one of the best fillies or mares to ever live. Weah, in my opinion, one of the best filly or mares to ever live. Lady Eli, Sister Charlie. It's really an incredible list, and it's one of these races, Lafitte, that says it's what Saratoga is about. Major races that have been won by some of the greatest horses in history.
Tone setter in that first Grade 1 of the meet, and Godolphin 1-2 once again in yesterday's Diana, guys, but not the only graded stakes race on yesterday's program. Also had the Sanford for 2-year-olds. Now, I wasn't here, but I heard Wit for Todd Pletcher was pretty impressive.
He was impressive, and, you know, Paul, listen, Saratoga, as much as anything, it's about the 2-year-olds.
Yeah.
We saw a tremendous first-time start in Echo Zulu on opening day, or a filly that I'm sure we'll hear from in stakes.
Yeah.
Tom Amos had a nice winner, too. Witt, obviously, was very, very good. He's going to have to learn to break with the field.
He is.
Because
he does.
getting left at some point will cost him. It didn't cost him here. He ran a very solid time. He got a 90 Beyer speed figure, which is exceptional for 2-year-olds. He dominated this bunch. This was not a super strong bunch, but he ran a remarkable race. I think one of the questions, Paul, are we confident that he's a horse that will be effective when the distances get longer and we go to 2-turn races?
Yeah, you make a good point, because sometimes it does not translate that you can close at 6 furlongs or 5.5 furlongs and be able to do this when you're going longer, obviously, because your energy gets zapped out earlier. But you know, he made the same move he made last time. He sort of split horses. He broke a tiny bit better. But this was a better field to the point where, you know, the 9-horse was very well thought of, but just the way the Wesley Ward runner by Gormley, but just the way you can see overhead how he's just striding away from this group. But you make such a great point as he gets older, and again, practical joke, the sire of Witt has gotten off to a tremendous start. He was such a versatile horse, too. I think this horse is a versatile horse that can maybe get like that 1/16 mile, but he's going to be a dangerous 1-turn miler, this horse.
Well, practical joke, who's starting off like gangbusters, he won 3 Grade 1s, and that's no mean accomplishment, but they were all around 1 turn. He was effective around 2 turns. He was second in the Bluegrass Stakes. He was a close third, I believe, in the Haskell. Finished a very decent 5th in the Kentucky Derby. And this horse runs like a little bit like that closing sprinter. It's very early. Right now, I think he's the best we've seen so far.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things you have to like about him is the fact that after he broke slowly, especially from the inside, he gets right into stride smoothly.
Yeah, he
you know,
does.
it's not like he stuttered step, took himself back a little bit. He just continually moved forward the whole way, and effectively, it's almost like he made a 6-furlong run in here. It's a very, very strong win. He's got to be the favorite right now for the hopeful, but there's a lot of racing left to be going.
I'd like to ask Tom this question.
He's in the paddock.
Oh, Tom's in the
We'll
paddock.
yell to him when he
well,
comes by.
I'll get it to him, because I want to ask, if this horse draws outside, will that help him? Wait, you never know, you know?
I think that's a good point, and I think Lafitte, you probably agree. An inside draw is not his friend. An outside draw probably helps him, especially one-turn races.
Texting Tom, what do you want to know, Paul?
Tom, he wants to know if Tom's buying dinner tonight.
I'm gonna take a different perspective, guys, in that we're seeing young horses that make mistakes. Maggie told us before Witt's debut that Todd Pletcher almost expected him to break poorly. He broke poorly again yesterday and still won. Tom Amos's filly, Microbiome, opening day, wrong lead, a mistake, but still won so impressively. I think that when you see these young prospects go out there and dominate and look that good with room to improve, like what happens when they put it all together, right?
Well, that's true, and I think your point is very, very well taken. Yeah. But by the same token, the competition is getting much steeper. One thing about horses that win by big margins, it generally has as much to do, if not more, with the quality of the field behind him. And I'm not knocking Witt. He got a 90 buyer.
No, I'm with you.
He's a very, very good horse right now. But he's going to meet tougher two-year-olds as the season goes on.
Yeah, he's going to run into a horse that's going to be very, very fast. And if he gets left, he's going to have too much to do. You're right. If he learns how to break from the gate, and maybe if he gets an outside draw, that will help him a tiny bit. But you're right, Andy. He's going to run into a monster one of these days, and he's going to run into a fight. But the amazing part is he's broken so slow, you don't really see these horses win like that many, the margin that he's won by. So the impressiveness, and you're right, he's going to be odds on and the hopeful. And if
depending
he breaks,
on what we see.
But depending on what we see, and he might break slow again, he's going to have an extra furlong. He might keep on trucking.
It's interesting with Practical Joke. He's an extremely hyped first-year sire. Horses were selling for a lot of money, but he's really living up to it. He has 100%. Runners.
Him and Gunrunner right now, both hot.
You'll sometimes hear the hype, and then the horses hit the racetrack, and they can't run back to it, Lafitte. Clearly, Practical Joke is the opposite. His horses are more than running to the purchase prices.
Super impressive. As you look ahead to the stakes schedule for the two-year-olds here at the spot for the fillies. Next stop, Adirondack. Of course, the main event, Spinaway. We watched Vequist win the Spinaway, go on to capture a championship in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies for the boys. Mid-August, the Saratoga Special and the historic, storied Grade 1 hopeful Labor Day weekend at Saratoga. Two-year-old, so exciting. We shift gears to some $50,000 claimers. This one, 3-year-olds and up, 7 furlongs, field, and current odds with a 5-2 favorite in Free Enterprise. We'll have much more on this sixth race. Start of the late, pick 5, and one of the most potent owner-trainer combinations in the sport. Chad Brown, Seth Klarman, Saratoga titles, Eclipse Awards, even a horse of the year. Nobody's saying Free Enterprise is bricks and mortar, but he's live in the 6th, post time in 14 minutes.
Before a moment of victory, there are the hours before post time, months of training, and years of work. Before triumph comes trust. Before success, belief. Before we became a world-class stallion farm, we had world-class shareholders who understand that it can take years to create a moment, but that some moments last forever.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Hillendale Adelapa Segway. Live look at Free Enterprise by Hillendale Stallion. Curlin, two-time Horse of the Year. Horses in the paddock for this $50,000 claimer off the turf of the main track start of the late Pick 5. And we say hello to Acacia Courtney, standing by in the paddock with this race 6 paddock report. But first, Acacia, like you just named a first-time starter 2-year-old who broke his maiden in his debut at Saratoga. That is awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, Luffy. Thank you. It's a lot of pressure picking out a name for a horse, too. And that was one that my fiance, Miguel Camon, has actually picked out as a foal. So a horse that we thought all along had some ability. And thanks to Mr. Dean Reeves for liking the name that I picked and giving him that name. And really, really excited for Dean and Dr. Belinsky and the whole team to have that nice victory with Senbei and hopefully many more to come. But looking at this race here, starting with Free Enterprise, who we will see coming out of a really tough race where the second place finisher in that spot, Montauk Traffic, came back with a 94 Beyer speed figure in his next start. That was back on the start of May. And this was a horse that I'd always kind of waited for him to break through, so to speak. I know they tried him running a little bit longer. I always thought, though, the shorter, the better for him. So I think this race going back to the 7 furlongs coming off the turf in here is actually a great distance for him. He's striding out nicely here in the paddock. He's well muscled, as he's typically a kind of stockier, robust, almost sprinter type of build that carries a little bit more condition. And this is the first time that I've seen him this year as now a 6-year-old. And he looks the most tucked up that I've seen him in a while. So I like that as far as a fitness standpoint does go. Sometimes the Chad Brown horses can certainly fool you in the paddock because they're always well turned out. But I like what I'm seeing from him today and getting some class relief as well. Looking at a couple of others, the 2 Glory Road off the claim for our friend Tom Amos, who looks for the second win of the day. I love the turn back for this guy. He's really rounded out in those hindquarters behind the saddle. And I think that that's certainly a positive for him going shorter. You want them to have that big engine when they're going a shorter distance of ground. He's been running longer, but his last win, I know against much lesser out of town, came sprinting, and I just think that the distance is a perfect spot for him, and we'll see if he can turn things around as he's marching around the paddock here too. You like that energy when they're going to be going a little bit shorter as well. The number 4, excuse me, Fortuity, one of 2 in here from Mike Maker. He does have some dirt form in that he won on a wet track at Churchill 2 starts back, and he's by the factor. He's certainly a strong turf influence. He's also an influence of horses that just don't want to go that far. And the first time I saw him was when he went 1.5 miles on the turf at Gulfstream. And my notes that day were that he wasn't that big, definitely way too far for him. And he looks like he could really go either way as far as surface. I don't mind him running on the dirt. I don't know if he is a quote-unquote dirt horse, but no problems with him in this spot. My only qualm would be that I'd say he's very laid back in here, and he is the type that tends to take himself really far out of the race. But he does have a win on a wet track, and I think going shorter should suit him. Lafitte?
Time to wake up. Fortuity. Acacia, thanks so much. Is the favorite at 5-2, moments away from Riders Up. Manny Franco looking for back-to-back wins that score in the Grade 1 Diana. And you're looking at number 10, Free Enterprise. Andy and Paul still with me, Free Enterprise. This is his last race here, guys. Last summer, Diana Day, Free Enterprise facing tougher, slips through on the inside.
Yeah, but if he runs this race, he's likely to win today's race. He's obviously a horse that has a lot of talent somewhere inside of him, but he's not that horse anymore. He's just a hard horse to really lean on for me in the pick 5, Paul, because you can't trust him. But he did run against much, much better in his last race.
No, you can't argue. I think he's run against the best horses in this race. The issue that you had, he's run the distance one time. It was a long time ago. Well, actually, it was a 1-turn mile. So he's never been around 2 turns. He's never been over a wet surface. So he's doing 2 things for the first time in his life, and I don't know if you really want to take that 5-2.
Yeah, I mean, I used him. I used 4, 8, 10 to begin the pick 5. So I used him, but I played against him. There's Seth Klarman and Chad Brown, of course, who won
amazing
three state owner titles together at Saratoga. Chad, of course, winning 2 of the last 3 trainer titles. Bricks and Mortar, Digital Age, Domestic Spending, Newspaper Record. 3 of those horses were purchased at Tattersall.
Yeah.
Bricks and Mortar was the worst of the year, was not. And they have matching outfits on, too. I think it's kind of adorable.
Yeah, it's a pretty good
it really is.
group of horses there on the
Who's
bottom.
copying who there, do you think?
Yeah, right?
Just say that was adorable.
They're friends, so I can make fun of them.
Post parade for this 6th race. $50,000 claiming event off the turf on the main track. Muddy and sealed, the distance 7/8 of a mile. And we'll start with Fast Break, entered main track only for Rob Atris. There he is, currently 7-1 overlaid here.
This horse is 2 for 9 lifetime. Son of Uncle Mo has had 2 wet start efforts. Does have a 2nd place finish.
Number 2, Glory Road. Good luck, Tom Amos. He said pace would be key here.
Tom Amos has excellent numbers, 35%, turning horses back from routes to sprints off the claim, which Glory Road's doing. And Glory Road broke his maiden first time out for Todd Pletcher at Saratoga.
Bodes well for Glory Road's chances. There's Fortuity, won an off-the-turf event late April, Churchill.
He is a dangerous horse in there, but he's a better turf horse. And even though he's run well in the dirt, he is the only horse in this field that's not really a dirt horse. And I think that gives him a bit of a disadvantage at a short price.
Malthale, Mike Maker trainees will break side by side.
Yeah, 2 for 20 lifetime is the 5, but you do got to admit this horse's best races are over wet surfaces.
Handy, Andy.
I know Paul and I are in agreement on this horse, which could be a problem for him. I just think that his recent dirt form is the best dirt form of anybody in this race, and going out for Diodoro makes him logical.
Free Enterprise. Is he trustworthy today? Now the favorite at 2-1. Wow.
Well, Paul and I have sort of already gone over it. He's the best horse if he runs his best race. What kind of race will he run today?
Live Your Beast Life, runner-up to Mystic Guide in last year's Jim Dandy.
We'll talk about this after the post parade. What happened to this horse? He looked so good last year at Saratoga, and his form has just completely left him. First time for a tag.
10-1 currently, and on the outside, a Respect for All at 11-1.
Hot at the claim box, Eric Cancel will get the ride. And this horse is 1 for 1 over a wet surface, but he's going to have to improve.
Post parade for the 6th race, Saratoga, and the start of the late pick 5, Free Enterprise. What will he do? Just the one race in the last year or so. Has the right guys in his corner, Klarvich, Brown, Ortiz.
Have a summer reunion like never before. Tickets to Saratoga Racecourse are on sale now. There's something for everyone at Saratoga, from the backyard picnic area to the 1863 Club. Saratoga Racecourse is the summer place to be. Every day this summer is jam-packed with excitement, featuring the best racing in the world. Secure your spot today for your return to Saratoga, July 15th through Labor Day. Visit NYRA.com/Saratoga for information and tickets.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. At 3, he sizzled in the San Felipe Stakes. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring.
$450,000. Here to advise, $510,000. Thank you.
An exciting young stallion, Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back just in time. You're watching Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app. Paula Duca, time to share your late Pick 5 ticket with America.
Yeah, hopefully we can get it home today, Lafitte. I'm going to go deep in this race. Andy and I have talked about it. I just don't trust the 10. 1, 2, 4, 8, 10 to start. 1, 7, 9 in the next race. I really think the 1 is legit horse. The 7 have been working gangbusters in the morning. More moonshine, and also the 9 I'm going to use on the outside, Perfect Grace. 3, 6, 7, 8, and I think a popular single, and maybe not, but I like Going Good. I thought she ran unbelievable in the Dixie Belle. We'll be able to show you that a little bit later. Race 10's the confusing race for me, Lafitte, because the 10 is a big-time dropper that has not run much. It's one of those type of fillies that you're wondering if she's going to win by a lot or if she's not going to run at all. So I went with the 7 as my other horse in there, the sort of proven horse at that level, $60.
Could be the best $60 you ever spent. Best of luck, Paul, and everyone playing this late Pick 5 at Saratoga with the pool up over $550,000. Take a look at Glory Road. It's his fault. I'm all alone on set. Trained by Tom Amos, who's abandoned me. The good news for Glory Road, however, Andy, Paul, Tom just claimed him, and he's going from a route to a sprint, as you mentioned in the post parade. And statistically, he's been very effective with that maneuver.
Yeah, and I think if Tom actually knew that this mile race was going to 7 furlongs, it would give me more confidence. But we are talking about Tom Amos. He might have thought it stretched out to a mile and an eighth. I kid. I like the cutback in general, and I like looking at turnback stats, Paul. And Tom has done well with it. He's $1.99 ROI, and people say, well, it's under $2. Yeah, with the takeout. When you're beating the takeout as a trainer in any stat, you're doing a good job.
No, and listen, Tom is dangerous. He's dangerous off the claim. And to come in here in Saratoga and have the confidence to raise this horse up in class, I think that's a good sign.
Yeah, no, he's definitely a player in this race. And Paul, I mean, Tom has clearly brought live horses here. He's already got 2 wins. He had the nice-looking 2-year-old first time out. And, this is something that'd be interesting to talk to Tom about. A lot of times it's figuring out. You have to have the right horses, but Tom has obviously good horses, and with a horse like Saratoga Empress, you upgrade your stock, but Tom has good horses. But I think it takes a little while, and now Tom's been here, bringing horses here in the summer, not just working with us. It takes a while to figure out who are the right horses. Can I get the right horses to Saratoga?
No,
and he's
listen,
doing a better job, much better job.
We've talked about this for a long time. It's tough to win races here. I don't care how good of a trainer you are. We've seen Wesley Ward come here and win 1 race in some meets. So it's very, very difficult. But you're right. I think Tom, and when he first came up here, he was bringing 3 or 4 horses. Now he knows how to ship the horses up here. It's a tough place to ship into. And I think he's got the stock. But the other thing about it is Tom is such a hard worker, and he puts the work in the morning.
I want to briefly touch something I talked about in the post parade with the 4 Fortuity. He has run well on sloppy seal tracks, but all of the races he's running were off the turf races, which means in general he was running against turf horses.
Yeah.
This race, even though it's off the turf, if you look at basically every single horse except for the 5 Malthael, who's run well in the dirt before, they're all dirt horses. So he's in and off the turf race, but he's in against a bunch of dirt horses, and that's why at a short price, I think he's an underlay. I used him. I used the 4, 8, and 10, but I'm a little bit against him, and I prefer the 8 like you do, Paul.
Yeah. He still look pretty laid back to me. Fortuity, the favorite, at 5-2. All set for the late Pick 5. Locked, loaded. John Embrial with the call. Post-time race 6, Saratoga.
And they're off. Fortuity on the outside is Free Enterprise. Down at the rail, there goes Fast Break, now moving up. And it is Fast Break who has the lead. Handy has moved into second. Free Enterprise is next and third. Fortuity and on the outside, Live Your Beast Life. They are heads apart, 4th and 5th. Malthael is running in 6th, followed by Glory Road in 7th on a break of 3 to Respect for All, who trails the field in 8th, and the opening quarter mile was run in 23 seconds. It is Fast Break, the leader here by 3/4 of a length. Handy on the outside in second by 2. Free Enterprise is next in third, with Fortuity down at the rail and running in 4th. And on the outside is Live Your Beast Life in 5th. A little more than 2 lengths back to Malthael in 6th. At the back are Glory Road and Respect for All, the half in 46 and 1. It is Fast Break, joined on the outside now by Free Enterprise. Handy is in between horses. In behind is Live Your Beast Life and Fortuity. They come down for the 8th pole, and down at the rail it is Fast Break who's holding on to the lead here. Then Handy, Free Enterprise all out on the outside, followed by Fortuity and Live Your Beast Life. Here comes Free Enterprise now to grab the lead. Handy is right there. On the outside is Live Your Beast Life. It is Free Enterprise to win it by a neck. Very close for second between Live Your Beast Life and Handy.
Wild finish, absolute cavalry charge, and in the end, it's that Klarovich red and white. It's Chad Brown. It's Irad Ortiz. Free Enterprise in the 6th at Saratoga. 5-2 the favorite at post time, guys.
Chad Brown gets his second win at the meet. And you and I were watching the race, and we both sort of looked at each other around the 5/16 the quarter pole, Paul, and said, well, Free Enterprise is going to win this race. Yeah. And it took a while to get by him. The one held tight in the inside. The number 8 horse was game, sort of coming back, but Free Enterprise grounded out. Glad to see Bill Lawrence's Live Your Beast Life show it a life today, dropping down for the first time. And it's interesting seeing Klarovich and Bill Lawrence run 1-2 because, of course, they were partners for so many years and partners in bricks and mortar.
Yeah, and this horse you got 5-2 on, but you made a great point. Around the turn, you could tell that that he had the measure. Irad had the measure of the 1, Ricardo, and he had the measure of the 8. I think he was more worried about everybody else, but you can see right here, he's still as a statue. Now, the 12 is moving onto his outside, but he's already sort of gone all in, and Irad floats him out a little bit, and right now he gets down on the belly, and you got to give credit, like you said. I thought the 5 ran giant, too, on the outside because he was wide most of the way, and he was coming, and I thought Handy, fought in between horses.
Yeah, I just think at the end of the day, this is a race that they just all got a little tired towards the end.
Yeah,
I think the extra, going 7 furlongs, it just sort of wore the one out, and the closers got in the race at the end, but Free Enterprise gets the win.
A battle of attrition. Stoic Chad Brown, 10-12, 8-5 Acacia. Free Enterprise in a 3rd lifetime victory for this 2-time son of Curlin, 2-time horse of the year for Hillendale.
It's certainly bred well and bred to be a good one, and nice to see him put things together as well. And he had kind of tipped his hand back in the paddock as to how well he was doing coming out of that really salty race last time out. But Andy took the words out of my mouth, just seeing them really kind of gut it out down to the wire. But Free Enterprise, I love when a horse gallops back with his ears pricked and just the sign of a horse that's happy and healthy at the moment. Live Your Beast Life prior to the race, Manny Franco had really kind of kept him a little bit more quiet out on the track, as he is the type that can have the tendency maybe to get a little bit hot before his races. And he was another one that really, it seemed like they had taken all of the measures to get his confidence back up a bit. And he closed nicely when it looked like he was done really at the top of the stretch at one point. So I think that both of these horses really showing they've taken a step forward with some class relief here. And hopefully we will get a chance down the road to see Live Your Beast Life find the winner's circle once again.
As Andy mentioned, showing some signs of life. Absolutely. Live Your Beast Life, last year's Jim Dandy runner-up, but could not catch Free Enterprise on this afternoon. 3 wins on the afternoon. Irad Ortiz going to work in that Klarovich red and white for Chad Brown. Free Enterprise in the 6th. The favorite delivers in the first leg of the late pick 5 at Saratoga. Results, reaction when we come back.
Tapit. His dominant reign as America's top stallion will leave an indelible mark on the breed, forging a legacy that will last forever. His impeccable resume includes a veritable roll call of champions. The only top 5 sire 10 of the past 11 years. Tapit, standing strong at Gainesway.
Resorts World Catskills, your closest casino resort experience, is so close. Stay the night and get your game on. Play live table games or thousands of slots. Resorts World Catskills.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
This gleaming chestnut wins by 6 on debut, with the promise of bigger things to come. Justify, he's on a dizzying ascent to greatness.
What do you do when the experts compare you to legends?
Justify has won the Kentucky Derby. He's unstoppable. He won the Preakness. Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner.
You justify it.
Great to have you with us. Opening weekend coverage. Run happy. Opening week on Saratoga Live. This 2021 season of racing at the Spa with the fans back. And they just got to see, well, the fan favorite and the 3-time Saratoga champion jockey do his thing in Irad Ortiz with free enterprise towards the outside. Peeked inside. Let the leaders do their thing, mixing it up. And the patience now hits the accelerator, and free enterprise accelerates and able to outfinish the rest in a driving finish, wild finish, cavalry charge, free enterprise in the 6th at the Spa, an afternoon that has belonged to Irad Ortiz. 3 wins thus far, winner. That's right, he's standing by live with Occasion the winner's circle.
As Lafitte, 3 wins and perhaps and counting this afternoon. Irad, you were just watching the replay. Free Enterprise today really seemed to put everything back together. What's that feeling when you have a horse that just accelerates nicely like he did and you knew you were going to be able to hold everybody off?
I mean, he that kind of horse that he make that move, and sometimes he hang a little bit, wait on a little bit on horses. I handicapped the race. I watched all the replays, and I was waiting for him to make the lead and kind of like play around and waiting for some horse. I was ready for that, so as soon as he made the lead, I keep him busy all the way to the stretch, and he gave me what he got. That was what I was looking for, so a little extra, and he hold on.
And that speaks to your work ethic, too. How important is that, looking at the replays ahead of time? As this was your first time climbing aboard this horse, though you ride for Chad a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I've never been on it, so I like to handicap and find out as much as I can. Watching replays, watching the racer, watching what if he do something, if he have some troubles on the race or whatever, I can learn something from them. And then Chad told me a little bit. He told me just sometimes he wanna do his move a little early, just kind of wait a little bit, and that's what I did.
It's been a great start to the meet for you as we wrap up the first week. How special is that? I know we talked on opening day, and since then you've been racking up the wins.
It's a special, any win here, honestly. Acacia is so special when you have all the fans. They support you a lot, and see the little kids and want a picture with you. They want your autograph or something. Make you feel special, and that's life. That's life. I missed that a lot last year, so thank God I can enjoy it this year.
Enjoy it indeed. Irad, thanks. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
3-win day so far, Lafitte, for that man, Irad Ortiz, who just has that incredible work ethic in the mornings, preparing for races, whatever it takes to get back to this place, the winner's circle.
The God-given ability, Acacia, student of the game, preparation, execution, Irad Ortiz, why he is considered one of the very best on the planet to do what he does, and guides home free enterprise 7-10 for your $2 investment. 10, 12, 8, race 6, Saratoga. When we come back, yeah, what do you get when you stick Jonathan Kinchin in a golf cart with a mic and a human being? Gold, pretty much. No flashy name, just cart talk, but everyone loves it. Of course, it may have something to do with JK's A-list guest list. That's next.
What constitutes a great sire? Results.
Never Surprised, looking to go wire to wire here, and Never Surprised has got it won.
Versatility.
Tis the law, he's left the others behind. Tis the law.
A foundation for the future.
Olympic runner for the lead. Venezuelan Hug. Wait! Venezuelan Hug! Venezuelan Hug shook free.
Constitution has it all.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
A lot of times racing can feel very far away. You don't really understand it. You see the horses on TV, but to really understand horses and the beauty, you need to see them up close, and you can do that at Saratoga. You can feel the history the minute you step foot on the grounds. You know it's been around for a while. You know if someone has a horse running there, they're good. It takes a special horse to be running in Saratoga, and when you're there, you know it. The Fasig-Tipton sale, like racing, you have to be a special yearling to be at that sale. It's 2 nights, but it's a 2-night performance. That's what I call it. It's unlike any sale that you're going to go to because it's the best of the best in 2 nights, but it's manageable. It's a manageable sale. What's cool to me as a breeder in the industry, that's what you hope for. You hope to have a horse of that quality to be at the Saratoga sale. It's special that it's back because, I mean, last year was tough. It was tough on the breeders, it was tough on the consigners, I mean, it was tough on the pin hookers, I mean, it was tough on everyone. So for it to be back this year, the 100th year, is exciting. It's going to be electric. I believe it's going to be the most epic Saratoga racing season, but also sale, because everyone is just dying to buy a horse. And when you're around really good horses, as you will be in Saratoga, it feels different. We'll see you at the sale of the century.
Epic, electric, all applicable. Jamie Roth, LNJ. Foxwoods, the J in Jamie is what it stands for. Larry and Nancy, her parents, LNJ. And Foxwoods, the name of the street she grew up on. I decided to go that route instead of revisiting the 2019 test with Kofefi and Serengeti Empress because Tom Amis can hear me again. Updated odds for race number 7, start of the late Big Four. Maiden event, fillies and mares sprinting 7/8 of a mile in the mud. Current favorite, equal pay, even money. Take a look at number 5, Big City Mama, trained by the one and only Shug McGahee. He is a Hall of Famer. He's won a Kentucky Derby, multiple Travers, etc. But Shug McGahee is one of those guys you can sit there and listen to talk horses for hours. Jonathan Kinchin didn't quite have that long, so it was important that he would ask the right questions. And he started by asking Shug a question that everyone has wondered at one time or so.
The first question I got to ask is where did it come from, the nickname Shug?
Grew up with it. I'm the third.
My mother said it wasn't after sugar. Whether it was or not, I don't know, but that's what I grew up with.
Now, when you go to the doctor's office and you sign in on that piece of paper, do you put sugar or do you put clog?
Put clog.
We're obviously extremely excited to be back to Saratoga. Saratoga's mean a lot to you. What is it like? What was it like here last year, not having fans? And are you looking forward to having fans back?
Oh, I'm looking forward to having fun. It was just strange last year with, nobody here on the rail and, over there. And you know how popular the turf works were. There'd be people everywhere. And then to go over there, you just park your car and walk through the entrance and nobody in the building. And you just stand out on the tarmac. You get a couple other people and watch the horses run. And I think this year, we can see what the excitement level is in Saratoga. And I've, been watching and reading the build up to it.
A 3-year-old for sure that you guys have. They're looking forward to seeing his first captain. We saw him win the Dwyer, and what do you think is going to be next for him?
Well, I'm planning on running him in the Curling, which is like the 30th of July. If he's going to run in the Travers, he needs a 2-turn race. He missed his whole 2-year-old year, so he's just, he's still a little bit behind in, in racing. Normally you had already had, a 2-turn race into him, and you wouldn't really have to worry about him. He's shipped up here great and seems to be really training well, so I'm looking forward to it.
Another good 3-year-old of yours, Orb. I was at that Derby. I always tell the story. Angel Cordero was in front of me in line. He was betting Orb, and I bet all my money on Verrazano, and I couldn't change my mind there. What was that day like for you to get that first Kentucky Derby?
Well, it was beyond exciting. The horse had done so well all winter. His races were all good. Then it came up rain. So there's always another variable to throw into the thing. I knew when Joel punched the button on him over around the half-mile pole, I said, I don't know to myself, I don't know whether he's going to win or not, but they're going to know he's in there.
In the moments immediately after that race was over, the camera cut to you, and you were just kind of standing there in shock.
Yeah, I was sort of staring at what had happened. I was trying to kind of figure out, what happens now. And, my 2 sons were with me and my wife, and they were excited. And, the TV people sort of gather you up, and, I'm kind of looking back, making sure they're still in the flow. But, to be able to win it with them there, and then to be able to win it for the Jannies and the Phipps, who've been so good to me, made it even a bigger thrill.
The new fans in this game will know the Orbs. They'll know the code of honor, the honor codes, point of entry. But the biggest horse, I think anyone would argue in your career, was obviously Easy Goer. And he's a huge fan favorite. And as a young racing fan, to be honest, I didn't get to experience Easy Goer. For the new fans, why was he so special?
Well, I think there was a few things. I think his pedigree, his looks, his owner, that was Mr. Phipps, and it just came to be a New York type of a horse. And, it was exciting, and the way he ran and the way that he dominated in a lot of his races. And, the people just got an allegiance to him that lasted for a long time. And, I mean, the excitement of Easy Goer started earlier, but I think when it came to matching the East Coast against the West Coast, kind of the rivalry that people sort of liked.
Well, Shug, I'll tell you what, there's nothing more Saratoga than you, and we're glad to be back.
Well, I'm glad to be back, and thank you for talking to me.
Good luck.
All right, thanks.
Great stuff. Jonathan Kinchin and Shug McGahee. Cart Talk, brought to you by Gainesway Farm, home of Tap It, sire of 4 Belmont Stakes winners, as I am rejoined by Tom Amos. Tom, there's a live look at Shug McGahee. What comes to mind? Shug McGahee, his career to you. What does Shug represent?
Well, I think he represents the top in our business as trainers. I mean, Shug has stayed relevant for so long in our business, and he's a true ambassador to the sport. I think of New York racing, and I think of Saratoga, which is the highest quality racing and the highest and the best trainers, and they go together, And look, as a trainer, you can have times where you're doing well and you're, maybe the leading trainer, which I've done a few times, but I don't mean here. but with Shug, he has stayed at the top of his game for so long that it's so hard to do for a trainer to just always be near or at the top. I think it speaks volumes for the kind of trainer he is.
Might be on your way the way you're going, Tom. Shug McGahee, an Easy Goer, personal instant lure. So many come to mind. And he has Big City Mama here, and we have Acacia in the paddock with this Race 7 paddock report.
And we'll talk about a couple of first-time starters and one who I guess maybe you could consider a firster as far as trying to cross the wire for the first time, and that is Equal Pay, who was a filly that lost her rider, Irad Ortiz, leading up to that Belmont Stakes weekend. It caused Irad to miss the Belmont Stakes itself and many live mounts. Luckily, in about 2 weeks, he was back riding, and he's back aboard once again today. And that is the #1 rule of being a rider and being a horseman. You fall off, you got to get back on as soon as you can. She's pretty sharp here in the paddock, and this is the first time I'm laying eyes on her in the flesh. Very pretty, feminine type of daughter of Quality Road, and she's sharp. She's on her toes. You like that forward energy here, stretching out a little bit, and it did look in that last race before she stumbled and unseated her rider like she might have been making a winning move in that race. So she's been given a little bit of time. She comes back here. I think it's a great spot for her, and love to see that Irad Ortiz is back aboard once again. The #3 Mezcal, first-time starter out of the fabulous Catherine Sophia, winner of the Kentucky Oaks, among other nice races, and she was very precocious too. She was 2 for 2 at the age of 2. Mezcal, filly by Pioneer of the Nile. She's a very long, stretchy type and strikes me as one who 7 furlongs at first asking can be a daunting task for some horses. That'll be no problem for her. I think that she'll actually improve as the distances grow, but she's been very professional through all of the preliminaries, as is no surprise for Todd Pletcher. The 7 More Moonshine, another first-time starter, this one for Bill Mott, and a big pedigree on this one. The mare's been quite a producer, making her a full sister to multiple Grade 1 winner Moonshine Memories. And actually, the dam was the sister to champion 2-year-old favorite Trick, too. She is lovely. There's a lot of good substance to her as well. Really strong hind end, hind quarters. And for a sprinting filly, we'll see. I like to see that as having that power behind the saddle. Andy, some nice pedigrees here. Looking forward to this one for sure.
Yeah, but the reality is, with a clean break and a repeat of her debut performance, it'll take an exceptional performance to beat Equal Pay. There's no doubt that she was going to win the race. She was blowing by a horse that actually ended up finishing first. She actually regathered herself and finished ahead of that horse, I know, without Irad. But, yeah. Paul, Equal Pay, a clean break from the inside. She's gone, and it's over.
Yeah, she's very talented, and she's been working very well in the morning. Chad Brown seems like he's now gotten his feet underneath him. He wasn't going to be winless for long. He's going to end up being right in the thick of this. Irad Ortiz Jr. looking for a 4-bagger on the day, and this horse is buried in all the exotics too, Andy.
Yeah, and she's supposed to be a heavy favorite, but the 9, who has a gigantic pedigree, the Dam Havre Grace, a horse of the year and a Tappet, there's nothing wrong with her first 2 races. She's had 2 chances out of town, but she was 15-plus lengths out of the 3rd horse last time. The winner came back to win, albeit running 2 buyer points lower, but she's no slouch.
No, she's no slouch at all. You wonder, the cut back to 7 furlongs, is that better for her, or does she want a little bit longer with that pedigree for Whisper Hill Farms? But she's shown tactical speed, so that's got to be a plus. And you're right, Havre de Grace was a very good racehorse.
And there are 2 firsters with pedigree to talk about, but we've got a post parade coming up.
Some terrific pedigree. Perfect Grace, who you mentioned, Andy. And Mezcal, the first-time starter, daughter of Catherine Sophia, former Kentucky Oaks winner. And you get that sense that Irad Ortiz, not exactly breaking news, but about to go on one of those runs, Tom.
Yeah, look, I think that Irad has got the track figured out today, too. Speed's good today going over this track, and Irad has taken advantage of it on a few of these.
On Equal Pay, 6-5, Seth Klarman, Klarvich Stable, Chad Brown, Irad looking to go back-to-back. Maidens, 7 furlongs in the mud. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and older, and a $100,000 person for Equal Pay. There she is. This has to be eerie, Tom, for Irad Ortiz climbing back aboard that filly after what happened last start.
And you watched her behavior in the paddock just now. You know she can lose her temper at times. And I think when you watch Irad warm her up, it'll be very little of that. Just to walk over to the gate, get her in the gate, and try to give her a good experience.
Super quick. Team Schuylerville, Luis Saez, Norm Cassie, Mary Lou Whitney Stable.
If you're a long shot player, this is a horse that's going back to a 1-turn distance, and I think that is the preferred distance for #2, Super Quick.
Mezcal, Celebrity Chef, Bobby Flay owned, first-time starter with a famous mom.
This horse is really, really good looking. I mean, beautiful, but when I say beautiful, I mean athletic. And by the way, her mom won the Kentucky Oaks.
Catherine Sophia, Rom Beek, Mark Keller, Bobby Robato won yesterday's first race here.
Yeah, I mean, average work pattern, kind of cold on the board. Bobby likes to develop his horses through races a lot of time.
Number 5, Big City Mama for the star of Cart Talk, Shug McGahee.
Yeah, we just talked about Shug, and this is a horse that's making a second start, getting Lasix for the first time here. I think those things are benefits.
6-1, Jose Ortiz, then Venus Oizo, 13 race maiden, would be a shock.
Yeah, you said it, Lafitte. Well, the more chance you have in the maiden ranks that you don't win, the less you like the horse. This one's had 13 tries.
Number 7, More Moonshine, training well. Occasionally like what she saw in the paddock.
I do too. This is another good-looking horse for the Belmont stable. Watching her warm up there.
She's 6-1. Junior Alvarado, scratch number 8, Point Wild. A Perfect Grace, a quick filly, second in her first 2 races at Gulfstream Park.
I really liked her last race. So she got pressed right out of the gate, and as soon as she put that horse away, she had another one right on top of her, pressing her again. Interestingly, the times for that race on the electronic tote board were different than the times that are printed in the form. So I guess they adjusted them in the form, but I thought that race was fast with the naked eye.
She ran well, beautifully bred out of Hava de Grace. And the Jack Pocket, the official mobile lottery provider of the New York Racing Association, has a special offer for this opening weekend. Fans, play the lottery on your phone and get your first ticket free with the code Saratoga. Download the Jack Pocket app or visit jackpocket.com for more details. Must be 18 years of age or older to play. Rules vary by participating state. Tom's going to help our viewers hit the jackpot in this late pick 4, up over $230,000. What's the approach this afternoon, my friend?
Well, it's spread out here for sure, and it's a lot of the horses that are logical type of horses. The 1 and the 3, they've never started before, but the 3 hasn't. They show a lot of talent, and as well as a couple of horses that have had starts, the 2 and the 9 horse, the outside horse we were just talking about. I'm going to stay spread out in the next race, which is that New York bred allowance race for the girls sprinting. 3, 7, 8 is my picks there. The Coronation Cup, which is off the grass and onto the dirt, I can get narrow there. So Mischievio, which I think is the 2 horse, was entered for the dirt in mind, never been on the grass in her life, as well as Going Good, we watched a replay on earlier. That's a horse that can do it on grass and dirt. And then I'll spread back out in the last with the 4, 7, and 10. All I want to do is to get to that last race and feel like I got a chance.
Go get him, Tom. His approach for this late pick 4, about to get underway. And what about Mescal, the beautifully bred first-time starter, owned by celebrity chef Bobby Flay, standing by live with Acacia.
That's right. Looking forward to seeing what this filly has to offer, as I'm pleased to be here with Bobby Mescal getting ready to debut. First of all, tell us about the choice in name. A Mescal fan, I assume?
I am a Mescal fan, but actually my daughter Sophie's, it's her favorite liquor at the moment. So I was surprised that it wasn't taken. I mean, it's a really good name. So there you go, Mescal.
Terrific, and out of Catherine Sophia, of course. I mean, besides the breeding, was that the big appeal? And what was it about purchasing this filly to get ready for a spot here?
Well, certainly, her mom won the Kentucky Oaks, which is, says a lot, of course, about some good quality pedigree, of course. Pioneer of the Nile, really good sire, of course. American Pharaoh is, and onward. But from a physical standpoint, Todd actually called me after I bought her and said, I just want to let you know, I think that was the pick of the sale. And I was like, you know what? Let's get this over with. You train her. So, that's when she was a yearling. She's now 3. This is her first race. We've been very patient with her. And, Todd's actually her last few works have been her best. So, we're here at Saratoga. To me, it's all about just being able to participate here. And, once the gate opens, it's all fun.
We've also seen you involved in breeding as a horse you bred, first captain, potentially leading on to the Travers. That's got to be pretty exciting, too.
Well, I mean, yeah, I bred America, who is the dam, and then to be able to have America's first foal be the sail topper at Fasig-Tipton, first of all, which was really fun. But now he seems like he can run. He's 3 for 3, won the Dwyer a couple weeks ago, and I hear that he's going to be pointed towards the Curlin first, and then we'll see what happens after that.
Bobby, best of luck here with Mescal. Thanks.
Oh, my pleasure.
All right, Andy and Paul, we'll see if Mescal can do it for Sophie Flay's favorite drink.
Tough spot for a firster, and there are 2 in here. Taking a little money as Todd Pletcher. And Todd, I wonder if he's ever made it through a first weekend here at Saratoga without a win. A lot of pedigree, but Pioneer of the Nile, first-time starters, mixed results with them.
Yeah, mixed results. I mean, obviously the pedigree is there. Catherine Sophia was a tremendous race mare. They paid a lot of money, $625,000 for this filly, but that's always been Bobby's sort of recipe. He's not really a guy that goes after the colts and the geldings. He likes the fillies because he sees the residual in the sales afterwards.
Oh, and she certainly has value as a broodmare, especially if she can manage to win a race. There's a lot of pedigree for the 7 More Moonshine. This dam has produced a lot of runners. Now, I had heard this horse was working very well. A little chilly on the board, but when you have the presence of Equal Pay on the rail and Perfect Grace on the outside, and then you throw in a expensive Todd Pletcher first-time starter, tough to take a lot of money. I will say one thing about Bill Mott. When he wins with first-time starters, it's almost always with fillies on the dirt.
You know, and here's the other part. He's never really favored first time out. And the other part about that is Bill Mott's sort of been known as the guy that gives the horses a little bit of time before he really gets them cranked up. But if you look at his numbers, it's 14%. You know, in the new age, Andy, now these owners want their horses to win now. They don't want to wait around anymore. And I think Bill has made that adjustment, and his horses will win first time out.
And this is a homebred for the connections. And if you were to separate his statistics with 3-year-old filly on the dirt, first-time starters, those numbers are pretty impressive. So this is something that he has done well in the past. But at the end of the day, as you and I agree, if Equal Pay breaks and runs back to her debut while keeping all 4 feet on the ground and finishing the race, she's a very likely winner.
Well, she is, because the 9 Perfect Grace on the outside, unless one of these first-time starters has some speed, if the 1 breaks, the 9's really the only other filly that can maybe press her.
See how it plays out, Lafitte.
See how it plays out, Andy. Pick 4, taking their time. They'll be loading shortly. You're looking at Equal Pay. Irad Ortiz back aboard. It was scary, Tom. Scary doesn't cover it. It was a couple of days before the Belmont Stakes. Equal Pay, there she is, cruising. Inexplicably, freakishly trips. Never seen anything like it. Irad Ortiz goes down. Look at that. Ortiz goes down. He got kicked in the head. Somehow both Ortiz and Equal Pay escaping serious injury.
Yeah, she put on the brakes like she saw something in front of her that didn't exist. But you're watching Irad. Wow. Thank God for your helmet.
Irad's helmet.
Yeah.
Tom, I grew up with a jockey. That hits close to home. When I saw that spill, I don't use the word like miraculous often. Miraculous, Irad Ortiz escaped serious injury when you consider what happened, the spill, getting kicked in the head, and looking at his helmet after the fact. Ortiz back aboard, Equal Pay. Tom, you're going with Super Quick at 14-1.
Well, I mean, look, I'm looking for some value here, and there's nothing. I mean, I've watched Equal Pay, the 1 horse going in the gate right there. She's been calm, cool, and collected. Irad has been trying to make her that way, and she's responded nicely. But Super Quick, the angle is simply this. I like to turn back to 1 turn against a lot of inexperience in this race. Maybe she can get it done. 14-1 is what I like most of all, as opposed to even money on the 1 Equal Pay.
Saw those famed Mary Lou Whitney stable colors in the winner's circle after the Schuylerville. Pretty Birdie. And with the same jock-trainer combination here, Luis Saez, Norm Cassie, Super Quick, but all eyes on Equal Pay. What will she do in her second career start? Start at the late pick 4. John Embrial with the call. Post-time, race 7. You're watching Saratoga Live with Rombeek. Hesitant to load, a first-time starter. She's never done this before. They'll try to coax her forward, and hopefully everyone else will stand quietly. But Rombeek really digging her heels in. Ray Vargas has just jumped off. And again, Brent, she's a 3-year-old filly, Tom, but this is a brand new experience for her.
Yeah, and that's not unusual for the rider to get off and then get back on in the gate. And she went right in. It doesn't hurt her chances.
Daughter of Havre de Grace on the outside. Perfect Grace. We'll try this again. John Embrial, race 7, Saratoga. Take 2.
And they're off. There is Venus Oizo away well for the lead. Equal Pay now quickly moves up from the rail along with Super Quick. Equal Pay, Super Quick heads apart. Venus Oizo and Perfect Grace are 3rd and 4th, with Mezcal racing in 5th, almost 4 lengths back to More Moonshine in 6th. And at the back are Big City Mama and Rombeek. They continue up the backstretch after a quarter in 22 and 2, and it is the favorite Equal Pay. The leader here, Equal Pay by 3/4 of a length. Super Quick runs in second by 2. And then it's Perfect Grace next in third, another 3 lengths. Back to Venus Oizo, who has dropped back in fourth. Then comes More Moonshine and Mescal, followed by a Big City Mama, the half in 45 and 2. Here is Super Quick. Here is Perfect Grace as Equal Pay drops back. Now More Moonshine is gaining ground into third as the field hits the top of the stretch. Perfect Grace on the outside. Super Quick is running in second, and More Moonshine as the field moves for the 8th pole, and here comes More Moonshine. More Moonshine is taken over from Perfect Grace. More Moonshine drawing away here. Really love the off-going. More Moonshine, first-time starter, wins going away under Junior Alvarado. Perfect Grace, a clear-cut second. Farther back, Big City Mama and Rombeek.
Tipped her hand as well as she had been training. More Moonshine in her debut, gliding under the wire, strong on the gallop out, closing at 6-1.
Yeah, and you're watching those horses come turn for the stretch here. The one, our even money favorite Equal Pay, has had enough. She's backing out of there. Super Quick had been challenging the whole way. They went pretty quick up front for this kind of track, 45 and 2, and it really set up for somebody to close. The closer, of course, was the first-time starter. And watch how easy this Belmont-trained More Moonshot, the number 7 horse, is coming to the wire. Just hands is all they're using. Alvarado's using just hands. Now he's perfectly still, and she continues to draw off. This is a special horse here.
Impressive. 7-9-5-4. Equal Pay was through midway around the far turn, Acacia, while More Moonshine was just getting started.
Big performance from this first-time starter today, and when she came up alongside Perfect Grace, that one who had more experience kind of re-engaged at that point and tried to fight on, but there was just too much momentum and too much power with More Moonshine, who for a first-time starter showed a lot of maturity back in the paddock and out on the track as well. Look at how much dirt she took, how covered she is. She really didn't mind the off-going at all, and what I love is that we saw Junior Alvarado just put his riding crop away and hands and heels down to the wire. He did not actually even move as he rode her out. A lot of promise, a lot left in the tank, and a big performance from her. We saw the one Equal Pay not break that well, kind of rush up and then just seemed to stop. Irad Ortiz seeming to just kind of protect her. She did cross the wire last and finished up the race fine, but I think just a performance today that she didn't handle what was thrown at her this afternoon, but no doubt about the winner, Lafitte.
Irad Ortiz could tell that Equal Pay, her afternoon was through, just as Acacia said, took care of her. And for More Moonshine, yeah, you saw Junior Alvarado, as Acacia mentioned. Tom Durkin would have said a statue in the stirrups, Tom Amis.
Yeah, no, this is a very good-looking filly by Malibu Moon, and that was a big-time performance we just watched.
7-9-5-4, the Hall of Famer. Bill Mott had her ready to roll. All smiles from Junior Alvarado, and understandably so, following that performance by More Moonshine at 6-1 to kick off the late pick 4. At a soggy Saratoga, winding down opening weekend. The feature still ahead, the Coronation Cup. More Moonshine, sensational in the 7th.
Come and get Army Mule, who's pulling away by 5 and finishing fast. Army Mule, ultra impressive in the Cartery, flew home, won it by 6.
A 10, now 20 here. We could hold on the done. 221, 210,000.
My dad loves the lottery. Growing up, he was always playing. So I had the idea to create an app that lets you play the lottery on your phone.
I think that was my idea.
It's called Jackpocket. It's like having a jackpot in your pocket.
I came up with that too.
Jackpocket allows you to play official lottery games on your phone. Just choose your game and pick your numbers.
I wasn't sold until I saw the actual ticket on my phone.
Was that your idea too, Dad?
Don't be a wise guy.
Go to jackpocket.com to get your first ticket free.
The Run Happies keep winning. What a day at Belmont Park when a pair of Run Happies crushed the competition. TD and Rising Star Following Sea delivered yet another emphatic performance, sailing down the stretch to win by 6.5 lengths. Then 2-year-old filly Happy Soul soared to victory, winning the Astoria Stakes by a whopping 11.5 lengths. Price for success of just $10,000. Call Bernie Sams and book your mare to run happy. Standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's summer season continues with live action Friday to Sunday. Home to full competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park has returned as a place to profit. Average win payout up 44% in 2020 versus 2019. Average favorite price up 26%. Races won at odds on down 22%. Looking to make money this summer? Bet Monmouth Park.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live as we just saw an impressive performance in race 7. First-time starter, more moonshine conditioned by trainer Bill Mott, who's standing by with me here. And Bill, you had said you've always had high hopes for this filly, but we're expecting a performance quite like that?
Right. Well, it's not surprising. You know, last year when she was a 2-year-old, she'd worked very well here, and we got right up to that last work, as sometimes happens. And, you know, she had a minor injury, and we had to lay her up. And, you know, so there's, you know, she's had time off, and we brought her back and, you know, had a few baby issues, I suppose. But it's good to finally get her to the races. And hopefully, you know, all the small issues are behind her and we can move forward now. But I was very pleased with the race. The fact was she was back a good ways in the mud, made up ground on an off track and one going away, and it looked like a pretty strong performance to me.
Junior was just motionless on her coming down to the wire. How encouraging is that to see that it looks like there's a lot left in the tank?
Well, you know, you always hope there's a lot left there. I mean, she's a high-strung filly, and I'm sure she's doing quite a bit on her own. You know, but I'm glad he had the good sense not to get after her when she's 5 or 6 in front.
She finished up nicely today. Bill, congratulations.
Thank you.
Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott with a nice-looking first-time filly here at Lafitte as I'm going to go take cover as the rain is starting once again down here at Saratoga.
Heading for shelter. Write that name down, More Moonshine. Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the 100th Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale for a century, offering the best of the North American yearling crop. It's the sale of a century. Where will you be August 9th and 10th? More Moonshine. Homebred, Summer Win Equine. Tom, looking at the pedigree, what do you think, what is she designed to do best?
She's designed to be really, really good and to handle 2 turns. She's a full to Moonshine Memories. Moonshine Memories is a multiple Grade 1 stakes winner at a distance of ground. Grade 1 races are the highest caliber race we run here in the United States. I would say they're probably the top 1% of all the races we run. And if you've got that in the family and you're looking at this filly, her value on and off the racetrack just excelled dramatically.
A favorite in a Breeders' Cup Juvenile fillies race, Moonshine Memories. She did her thing as a 2-year-old filly, as you heard Bill Mott say. This one had baby issues. No issues on this afternoon. Now a 3-year-old filly. She makes it to the races. Mott with his patience, and he had her ready. Big performance in the 7th at Saratoga. When we come back, we'll remember a true horseman, Rick Violet, accomplished trainer, Grade 1 Whitney winning trainer, but remembered for so much more. An advocate for horses on and off the track, a champion for the backstretch workers, and much more. That's next.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the Immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first foals have arrived. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Considering horse ownership? Get off the bench and get in the game. We have one goal: make racehorse ownership a slam dunk.
It's Maxim Rate close to home. Maxim Rate has won the game lead.
A terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to drain the clock by a head.
Slam dunk racing. Come win with us.
Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. Live look in the paddock. As always, our coverage brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app. 8th race from the Spa. You see the field in updated odds. $40,000, $45,000 allowance optional claiming event. Again, Naira Bets and that $200 deposit match bonus. Field and updated odds for this 8th race, Saratoga, post time in about 20 minutes. Never too early to peek ahead to next week's stakes races. Wednesday feature is one that we embrace because of who it's named after as much as anything else. The Rick Violet for New York bred 2-year-olds. Early on the program, race 4. This is the 6th running. Rick Violet, sure, he enjoyed a tremendous career as a trainer, but so much more to this story. Violet's contributions to the industry in all aspects, from the horses he cared for, the causes he fought for, and the people he inspired.
I started with him in Saratoga, 2003. I was just a working employee and just did the best I could, and I appreciated how much knowledge he had and how much I had to learn every single day. It was wonderful.
I spent 6 years on the NIFA board with him, and so we talked about a lot of issues all the time. And he was married to our industry. It was just amazing the amount of hours. I didn't know how he did both, train horses and to run NIFA, but he was great at both.
When I first came on the board in 2011, I really got to see the true Rick Violet at his best, which was fighting for the rights and advocating for not only the horsemen, the trainers, the owners, but the horses and the backstretch workers. He knew what they were all going through because he'd been through it all. He was a rider, he was a trainer, he was a groom, he was the head of a huge organization.
I was lucky enough to be part of the team getting take 2 and take the lead off and running, and it was amazing. He was going to make it happen, and you were either going to get on board or get out of the way.
He just was very, very passionate about our sport and medications. We talked a lot about the rules and regulations, and I would think that will stay with me forever. The stop and clenbuterol and different types of medicines, and really has brought the game to the forefront on a lot of issues.
I mean, it was always on his mind, always. It was, he'd go to bed thinking about it, he'd wake up thinking about it. It was all the problems as far as Lasix and workman's comp and just anything. I mean, it was always racking his brain, trying to fix it.
He was so smart, he had so much foresight to see what was going to happen 10 or 20 years down the road. With aftercare, you see these horses here, their racing careers maybe 3-4 years. They lived at 20. So we got most of their life is going to be aftercare or a second career. So to have the foresight of that magnitude, I was just in awe because I don't have it. And I maybe have it now because I learned through him.
In this Wet Whitney, it is Diversify. Diversify has won the Whitney in style.
Winning the Whitney here last year was one of the most amazing moments. Not just for Rick. I mean, Rick was, he was thrilled, over the moon to win a race like that. But to win the Whitney for Mr. Evans, for Mr. Evans' daughter, with, his team of Melissa and Fausto and everybody that worked, like that was what was really special to him. I mean, you couldn't have drawn up Whitney Day any more perfectly. It was magic.
It couldn't have been any better. I mean, it was like a fairy tale to be with the rainbow and everything, and it was all that hard work and dedication, and it finally paid off. And all the hardship that he went through with his health and everything, but he was never felt sorry for himself or never wanted anybody to feel sorry for himself, and it just showed that he still had it in him. I mean, to the very end. I mean, he still was able to get horses to the top level and get the job done. It was amazing.
He created initiatives and organizations that will be here long after we're out of the business or gone altogether.
We miss him so much because of everything that he did, and so many people don't know what he was doing all the time, working day and night for everybody, but he always was working.
Will never be forgotten. I mean, you say, there's plenty of people out there that will say that he saved racing in New York and all of racing, period. There was nobody else like him.
Rick Violet, that genuine adoration, Tom, friends and colleagues, something that Kieran McLaughlin said really just stood out, how he was married to the industry.
Indeed, he was. When I came into the business as a trainer, which was way back in 1988, early on, my biggest owner was John Franks, and Rick trained for him up here in New York as well. Mr. Franks had a lot of horses, and there were times where those horses would come from Rick down to Louisiana where I was training, and he got on the phone with me and explained everything there was to know about each and every one of those horses. And then I remember about 10 years ago, I was giving an opinion on TV about therapeutic medication that wasn't very popular at the time. And Rick reached out to me and texted me afterwards, and told me how proud of me he was, and I've never forgotten that. You know, look, when I retire, or whenever that may be, you know, I want to leave a mark behind like Rick Violet did. That's my goal.
So respected, loved Rick Violet in the Rick Violet Stakes, the 6th running to take place on Wednesday. Highlights a day dedicated to retired racehorses and Wednesday, July 21st here at Saratoga. When we return, the Grade 1 Diana, terrific start to the meet. Some of the highlights we've seen thus far, and high riding Luis Saez missed the first couple of weeks of last year's season with COVID. He has comes out guns blazing, win after win. Much more from Saratoga Live.
Before a moment of victory, there are the hours before post time, months of training, and years of work. Before triumph comes trust. Before success, belief. Before we became a world-class stallion farm, we had world-class shareholders who understand that it can take years to create a moment, but that some moments last forever.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green. At Belmont and Saratoga, New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Irish Hill and Dutchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes-winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, who took the Sub-Barton Stakes at Pimlico in his first start at 3.
King for a Day, who'll rule supreme in the Sub-Barton.
And the only horse to outrun 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Maximum Security has been defeated. King for a Day by a length.
Sire Maker Extraordinaire Uncle Mo's King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare today. Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live as we get ready for the 8th race, and this 8th race paddock report is brought to you by My Racehorses. We'll take a look at a couple of the runners here, starting with the number 3 Pleasure Luck, who had a nice win last time out and certainly got a good speed figure for that as well. This is a horse that they had tried running some longer distances and love her going shorter. Won at the 6.5 last time out. I think that the 6 furlongs is great for her today. She's really strong. She's well muscled behind the saddle, that typical kind of compact sprint build. She was saddled by the tree away from the rest of the field, typical for Mark Hennig, and she's been very professional throughout all the preliminaries here. Pretty laid back type of filly too, and though she arguably didn't want to go that far 2 starts back, felt like she actually ran well in that mile try on a wet track. The number 6 Timely Tradition has been facing much tougher. In fact, she hasn't been against straight New York bred company since she tried the Iroquois back in October at Belmont, where she was beaten a slim margin that day. My complaint always with her is that she just never really tends to carry a lot of weight. I will say to my eye, I think she looks a little bit better, holding a little bit more condition today. She's just one of those that probably is not a good doer, we say, maybe just doesn't hold that condition on her from race to race. So I will say that she does look a bit stronger coming back, and it was off of a poor effort last time out. She is one, I think, though, that looks like she'll handle the wet track with no problem. Same thing for Betsy Blue, who certainly won over it in her last few starts. Just been a win machine, a solid, just robust type of filly by Tonalist, who, in contrast to the pedigree, of course, being by a Belmont Stakes winner, I think the shorter the better for her as she comes back off of that muddied win. And Irad Ortiz, who rode her last time out, had said in that race that two back he had just done anything to get her to relax because she didn't want to go that distance. But she is in a great form right now. Andy and Paul, do you think Betsy Blue can keep it going?
Well, I like Betsy Blue in this race because I don't really trust some of the other horses, Paul. But I never, ever anticipated she'd be anywhere near a shorter price. I happen to be alive in the Pick 5, so if I win, I have a chance to hit it. So I don't really want to bet her at the shorter price. When Linda Rice's horses get in a good groove, they start winning races, they often can hold that form. And I thought her win the last race might be a little bit better than that 71 buyer suggests.
Well, yeah, it was. I mean, she really ran away from that group. And I think a lot of people are looking to the right hand. And if you look over a wet surface, she's never lost. Three times she's been a winner. And this is the one that Andy's talking about. She broke from the 1 hole. She easily rated. She was 3-1 on this day. And she really just sort of blew this field away. I mean, if you look at the top of the lane, you're thinking, okay, this could be 4 or 5 horses, and she turned it into a 1-horse race.
And for what it's worth, the 5th place finisher came back and won her next start to improve her buyer figure over 20 points. So I thought those were positive signs. She's in good form, but there are better horses in this race if they run their best races. The question is whether or not they're going to, and one of them is the horse outside of her, the 8 Awesome Debate. Is she the clear speed? Can she outrun Timely Tradition early?
I think she can. Listen, Charlie Baker's a heck of a trainer like we talk about, but Danny Gargan off the claim is 40%, and he tends to put more speed into his horses, and this horse already has a ton of speed. No races here at Saratoga, 1 race over a wet racetrack, which you can't hold against her at all. It was over a good racetrack at Finger Lakes. So there's a lot of speed in here. She's probably going to have to clear this field.
Yeah, I'm not sure she can. I guess it depends what Timely Tradition does. She can. I shouldn't say it. Danny Gargan won a race earlier today at 3-5. His barn's been a little bit cold. He hasn't been winning a race in New York. Had a couple horses earlier. Did have the win earlier today by a nose at 3-5. I'm skeptical. She's my second choice. I'm skeptical. One of the reasons I took her, and Timely Tradition as well. Now, Timely Tradition could blow this field completely out of the water if she runs one of her good races. And I don't even think she ran that badly back at Churchill at 7 furlongs. Her last race, though, is very concerning.
It's hard to get around that last race. But the thing that she has in her corner, she's 11 for 37 lifetime. She is 6 for 12 in the exacta over a wet surface, and she's 2 for 4 here at Saratoga. And it's played out so far this meet. Horses that like Saratoga have ran well, Andy.
Be interesting to see if she can blast off. We'll see how the pace plays out. We'll see what the guys think on the set as well.
See how they handle this sloppy track, Andy. Rain falling as hard as it has all afternoon. Heads up to our viewers on FS2. We are going to be saying goodbye in a moment. You can always watch on Naira's YouTube page. We will also be welcoming in new viewers on a Bally Sports SoCal and SNY. So again, for our FS2 viewers, you will not be able to see this 8th race live on FS2. You can always watch the live racing on Naira's YouTube page. You can watch the post parade. You saw Waylon Josie. Number 2, 35-1 outsider there. Would be a big surprise.
Big surprise indeed. Change of trainers from Bobby Caceres over to Peter Chin.
A will away. And then Pleasure Luck, who occasionally described as a pro.
Yeah, a lot to like about this horse. A very impressive win last time. And the difference is that this horse now steps into a new level of racing that a lot of these horses have already competed in.
My Roxy Girl, Jose Lascano, looking for back-to-back wins. Then Timely Tradition, 1st or 2nd in 18 of 37 lifetime.
Yeah, one-dimensional. I think that horse wants to make the lead, the 6-horse Timely Traditional.
The heavy favorite, Betsy Blue, Irad Ortiz, looking for a 4th win.
Yeah, rightfully so. This horse knows where the winner's circle is. Raced 5 times, 4 wins in a second. That's pretty impressive.
Awesome Debate. Trainer Danny Gargan looking for a 2nd win this afternoon. Luis Saez in a zone opening week.
I think Awesome Debate is another that would like to clear this field early, and if Ken has a big chance here. I'm curious to know if Andy thinks the same thing, but I think this track is sure playing to the front end.
Who'd you wind up with in this one, Tom?
I went all the way to the outside. I think you know, a horse like Austin Debate, you know, has a real chance from the outside to break, take over the race early, and if she does, she's got a big chance to win.
And again, the right jockey in the saddle. Been an incredible meet thus far. Opening week, run happy opening week for Luis Saez. As we say goodbye to our FS2 viewers, look forward to seeing you on Wednesday. Again, you can see the racing on Naira's YouTube page, as Saratoga Live will continue there. This is Saratoga Live. Welcoming our viewers on Bally SoCal and SNY. Coverage continuing on opening week, day 4 of the 2021 Saratoga meet. He is Kentucky Oaks running trainer Tom Amoss. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Still have 3 races left on the Sunday program, the Coronation Cup. The weather, it was so nice for the first 3 days. The rain fell hard last night and today. Coronation Cup a little bit later on, off the turf on the main track.
And it doesn't change things for our favorite Going Good. I mean, that's a horse that can do it on both surfaces, dirt as well as grass. So no disadvantage for her, but certainly a disadvantage to some of the others, and we'll see a few scratches in there.
That's race number 9, the 6th running of the Coronation Cup. Here, race number 8. These are New York breds, $45,000 allowance, optional claimer. Acacia Courtney is with us. Andy Serling, Paul LaDuca, and this 6 furlong sprint with the rain falling heavily. And we say hello to Andy and Paul in the paddock.
Well, I just want to know what Tom Amoss was doing. I get a hard time for giving Paul Thompson a hard time. He said he was curious to know if I thought the 8 was clear. Didn't you and I just talk about that for about a minute and a half?
Listen, I'm not talking
You're
about
not looking to start turning trouble?
He's getting a little older. He might be getting hearing loss. We'll see what happens.
Yeah,
I'm just happy that the Mets were down 6-0, and it took an Italian like Michael Conforto to get us the W. That's all I'm worried about.
Pretty excited after last night's game. It was nice to see them turn the tables and
yes.
turn it around the other way. I agree as a Met fan. Let's talk a little. I'm trying to get the 7 home in here. I think she's a little overbet. To answer Tom's question, I do think the 8 may be clear, but I think it'll be tough if Joel Rosario's aggressive with Timely Tradition. I think that's one of the keys to the race. I agree with Tom on that. I like Betsy Blue. I think she's an improving horse for Linda Rice, who has outstanding numbers off of wins with dirt sprinters, which this horse is. She's off 4 straight wins. The problem is she's a short price. I think they're betting her for 2 reasons, Paul. She likes a wet track, and the track's obviously wet, and also people like wins. This is a tougher field, potentially, than she's been running against.
I think the other part, too, Andy, though, she's going to get pace to run into. If you don't think the 8's going to clear in here, then this is going to be a very swift pace early on. So that could be in the benefit of the 6, as you see in the 7, of the 7, Betsy Blue, because she's proven to rate off the pace. That's why I thought the 3, Pleasure Luck, had a big shot in here. Lay 6 the last 3 times, sloppy racetrack 2 back. Might have been a tiny bit of a better field, but I think her kick will be a lot better going 6 furlongs.
I'm shocked that she's 6-1 because I thought she'd be one of the favorites in here, and she's getting overlooked. This is an interesting race, and it's funny. I actually spoke to rider Jose Ortiz after this race. Luis Saez was outside of him, and most riders, you want to rally inside and save ground and then angle out because horses are usually more comfortable passing outside in the clear. And Luis Saez had a horse at that time. He said, no, no, no. By the time he dropped off Saez's horse, and you see him sort of plummeting, Jose Ortiz had sort of committed to the inside. Now, the rail was very good at Belmont this day, so I do think it helped her. But I think it took her a while to get her momentum going. And I also think the 6 furlongs fits her very well. It was 6.5 last time. And she had some good and some bad happen last time. I don't like that the horse she beat came back and ran mediocrely in her next start.
Yeah, I'm with you. But one thing I did like is at the end of that race, she stuck out her neck.
No, I agree. I agree. She was very game.
She was wanting to win, yeah.
I agree. She's a nice horse, and she's a big price if you like her at 5-1.
Tom, you're a world-class trainer, more TV talent than the 3 of us combined. You're always taking shrapnel. I don't get it.
Yeah,
always taking shrapnel.
One thing's for sure, I'm not interested in who Andy likes in the race. That's how you end up sleeping in the streets. All I was asking was whether they thought the track was playing to speed. Now, he may have touched on that at some point, and I may have been dozing off, perhaps, but I thought maybe I'd give him another chance to tell us. Do you like the speed? Is speed holding today? That was the question.
Speed holding today? That was a different question than the one before. But, listen,
No,
Tom, you're forgetting what I'm saying. You're forgetting what you say. Paul's hit the nail on the head. Obviously, listen, it's been a long run for you, Tom. It's been a good run. Things are falling apart for you. I understand I'm getting old myself.
It has been a long 3 days.
Yeah, I know. It's been like a month this weekend. Speed, I think the track's been very fair. Last race fell apart, but Tom, you made a very good point after the race. It was a very, very fast pace. And we've seen Speed do well for a few races. I think the 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Yeah. Misty Vale went gate to wire. The Christophe Clement first time starter went gate to wire. But the last couple of races, we've seen some horses come off the
I think the track's been very, very fair.
I'm with you.
You would tend to think it leans to Speed because Tom Amos won a race in the front end today, so there had to be something more than Tom.
More shrapnel.
You still want us to keep going, Tom? I can keep this up for the whole rest of the show.
Let's turn to this field and talk a little bit how it's going to set up. Look for the 8 to try to make the lead from that outside post. The 6, Tommy Tradition, I think is going to be up there close as well. And I think a lot of how the race finishes is going to be dependent on how those 2 horses do the first quarter mile.
See how it all unfolds. John Embriel, the voice of New York Racing, standing by with the call. Race A live from the Spa.
Waiting for Betsy Blue and Awesome Debate. They're all in. And they're off. From the outside, Awesome Debate away well. Timely Tradition is there, along with My Roxy Girl. So it's 3 of them across the track for the lead. As they race up the sloppy backstretch, Timely Tradition has now come away with the lead. Awesome Debate on the outside, runs in second. My Roxy Girl is next in third. And then it's almost 3 lengths back to Betsy Blue in 4th. Pleasure Luck is down on the inside in 5th. Waylon Josie, who had the inside post, has made her way to the outside and is moving up. At the back of the pack is A Will Away in 7th. The quarter in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Timely Tradition challenged here by Awesome Debate. The 2 of them are right together as they go around the far turn. Gaining ground on the extreme outside is A Will Away. In behind horses, My Roxy Girl, then Waylon Josie and Betsy Blue. The half went in 46 and 1. It is Awesome Debate who has the lead as they pass the 8th pole. Awesome Debate in front by 2.5 lengths. Then it is My Roxy Girl along with Betsy Blue. Awesome Debate is the winner here by 2. Betsy Blue did get second. My Roxy Girl was third.
Making it look all too easy. Luis Saez looking for competition where there was none. First after the claim, second win of the afternoon, Danny Gargan. Awesome Debate, Tom. You see, that's how you silence your critics.
Yeah, no,
that's how you
exactly
silence your critics. Winning selection.
Well, you know, the race set up like we talked about, and it wasn't easy for the 8-horse Awesome Debate early on because Tommy Tradition, the 6, really held her to her course and made her work outside of her. I thought they went legitimate fractions, and I just think this was a very good performance by Awesome Debate today in defeating this field and winning by open lengths.
Awesome Debate. 7th lifetime victory. Saratoga debut, a winning one. Pleasure Luck, a contender going in. You could see Jose Ortiz taking care of her, virtually eased, rounding the far turn of this 8th race at Saratoga. 8-7-5-2. Awesome Debate. And again, a race that looked competitive on paper. She made it look rather easy. And a mare that just knows how to win races.
She does know how to win races. And I really think the more the races have unfolded, unless it's really ridiculous fractions on the front end, I do think Speed is very, very good today.
She used her speed and blitzed this field. Luis Saez, another opening week win. 2nd victory in the afternoon. Danny Gargan. Awesome Debate. Results, reaction. When we come back, then we'll turn our attention to the Sunday feature, the Coronation Cup, the 9th on this soggy Sunday at the Spa.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
Now, 500,000, well done. Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Hoffberg can't get him. Audible, no doubt about it.
Audible on the inside turns away the challenger free drop belly. No confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
Pretty awesome debate pre-race. Slanted outcome. Awesome debate. Luis Saez, hustling rider. She flashed her speed. Now he asks for her best. Awesome debate responds, and she daylights this field in a hurry, Tom.
Yeah, she skipped across the slop, and if my memory's right, I don't think she's run the slop before.
Just once.
It was a plus for her today, that's for sure.
The gray mare, awesome debate, 8.75. And for Luis Saez, yeah, this is what he's done opening week. Run happy. Opening week. 8 total victories, 2 on the afternoon. Making his presence felt. If there's a rider who's going to challenge the Ortiz brothers, who have swept the last 6 Angel Cordero riding titles here at Saratoga, maybe it's Saez. Missed the first couple of weeks last year with COVID. He was here from the start and putting up massive numbers in the first 4 days of racing. We check in with Acacia Courtney, say hello to her for the first time on the show with winning owner Jay Provenzano.
Hi, I'm Jay from Flying P Stable. He's getting a lot of texts. That's what happens when you win a race at Saratoga. And Jay, awesome debate, awesome indeed today off the claim. What a nice performance and getting a win here at Saratoga.
It's always nice getting off the schneid. We claimed the horse. Our intentions were run her back in the same spot. You know, I mean, she's gotten it done here before. It's a great feeling, you know, to win. But it's very bittersweet for us today. My partner, Sal Spadal from Spadal Family Racing, he's not here. His son-in-law passed away on Monday. Beautiful young man. He was 32 years old. And our condolences, our hearts go out for Clay. His name is Clayton Wells. They called him Clay. We named the race after him yesterday. And I know that they would all love to be here. I had the privilege to spend an entire day with him and his wife in Gulfstream, and we won a race, and it was just, he was such a special person, and he will be missed. And I know he made this happen for us today.
I was going to say that too. He's looking down, a big racing fan as well, and you and Sal have partnered up for a lot of success together, and talk about that partnership that you have and how it brings people together here in racing.
Let me tell you something. We met each other 2 years ago in the Claiming Crown down in Gulfstream. Fast forward about 8 months to here last year, and was really the first time that I sat down with him and his wife during the COVID and stuff, and we were having lunch and running horses, and my grandson was FaceTiming, and they were like taking the phone away from me talking to him, and I'm like, And my wife wasn't here, and I'm like, Donna, you're going to love these people. They are us. They are us. And, 15 horses later, I got great partners. I got him. I got Randy Hill. It's great. And speaking of Randy Hill, I saw Randy on TV before with his shirt, and him and JK were battling, so I knew I had to come with something special, right? So it's a shirt day for us.
It is well dressed. Jay, congratulations.
Thank you so much, Acacia. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And as Jay said, our big condolences go out to Sal and Marianne Spadali and their family. I met their son-in-law, Clay, this winter in Florida. My heart breaks for his wife, Marissa, Sal's daughter. Clay lost his battle with cancer at just the age of 32. So certainly big condolences and a very bittersweet victory today, Lafitte.
32 years old. And what that win from Awesome Debate will mean for Jay Provenzano and the family, everyone involved, a moment they'll never forget. Awesome Debate in the 8th race here, Saratoga. Late pick 5, that pool up over $745,000. Free enterprise, more moonshine, a little bit tougher to find, $14. Awesome Debate, $690. So the Triple Crown behind us with the 3-year-olds, and the focus now moving forward. Travers here at Saratoga, another marquee races across the country for 3-year-olds as well. Yesterday, it was Monmouth's signature event, the Haskell, and an unbelievable finish. Hot Rod Charlie on the outside, Mandaloon on the inside, Midnight Bourbon in between horses. It's not as obvious from the pan. From this angle you'll see, Tom, but eventually Midnight Bourbon is going to clip heels, stumble, Paco Lopez will go down, and Hot Rod Charlie held accountable and disqualified.
Yeah, it's Hot Rod Charlie on the outside. He's going to drift over to the middle of the track, and basically you're looking at a horse that trips. His front feet trip over the back feet of Hot Rod Charlie, and that's that's a foul. He's taken his path. He wasn't clear to do that, and when that happens,
much more obvious from the head on.
Yeah, and look, the good news is horse and rider are okay. Paco Lopez rode today, and thank God, horse and rider are both fine.
I don't want to ask you to speculate, Tom. You're a trainer. You're not a jockey. Richard Migliore, Gary Stevens aren't on the set, so they'd be the obvious person to ask. But I am going to ask you to speculate a little bit if the whip rules at Monmouth Park, in your opinion, had anything to do with the traffic and what took place in the stretch there at Monmouth Park.
Well, look, if you have a crop in your hand and you could guide the horse with that crop, maybe that horse wouldn't have drifted in so much. But what I really saw from Flavian Pratt who was on Hot Rod Charlie, was him trying to get his horse over to engage the other lead horse, Mandolin, to make him competitive. And so I'm not so sure that he just didn't think he was clear and guided his horse that direction. My opinion would be that anytime you have a crop in your hand, use it right hand, use it left hand, you have the ability to help the horse. And so just strictly say no crops whatsoever in a race is, I don't think that's proper.
Can only be used for safety measures, cannot be used for encouragement. At Monmouth Park, the only racetrack in North America in which those rules are enforced. The best news is that Midnight Bourbon is fine, and Paco Lopez as well, moving forward. As scary as that scene was, Midnight Bourbon stumbling, not going down, and in the end, Hot Rod Charlie disqualified. Mandaloon, who could eventually be regarded as a Kentucky Derby winner, moved up through disqualification, a Haskell winner. For trainer Brad Cox, who has a deep stable of 3-year-olds, including his Belmont Stakes winner, Essential Quality, working yesterday at Saratoga, gearing up for the Jim Dandy here, Tom. Essential Quality, that's the Belmont Stakes. Hot Rod Charlie, who was disqualified in that Haskell you saw moments ago. Incredible performance. One of the best efforts you'll see in a losing cause in a Triple Crown race, Tom, from Hot Rod Charlie. Fast, early fractions, Essential Quality breathing down his neck, and a hell of a stretch drive.
I couldn't agree with you more, Lafitte. Hot Rod Charlie, the 4-horse and the White Silks on the inside, has done all the dirty work. Made the lead, has been pushed hard by other horses. The pace was very, very fast. Set up so well for the eventual winner, Essential Quality. But watch how hard that horse on the inside against the rail, Hot Rod Charlie, tries to fight on after going so quick that first mile in a 1.5-mile race. I haven't seen anything like that in quite a long time.
Incredible stretch duel there, and Hot Rod Charlie, who bounced back to run well, obviously yesterday, though he was disqualified. And for Essential Quality, for Brad Cox, looking at the Jim Dandy, tuning up for the Jim Dandy. This was yesterday here, Saratoga, Tom, 5/8, 101, 0.81 on XBTV. Thanks to our friends at XBTV. What are you seeing here?
Well, what I'm looking at when a horse works, particularly in company, and we're talking about the outside horse with the blinkers on, I want to know what the rider is demanding of that horse to make him finish up in the work, and you're doing that with your hands. Riders communicate to their horses with their hands. If their hands are motionless and they're very still on those two horses, then he's not asking at all. And so for this horse, Essential Quality on the outside, to get over the ground that well and work that well without being asked, I think it sets up very, very well for the Jim Dandy.
Andy and Paul, your expectation for Essential Quality moving forward in the summer and fall?
Well, obviously he's going to be a big favorite in the Jim Dandy, though the field is shaping up as a reasonably strong one, including Wayburn, who almost beat Mandaloun at Monmouth in his prep. I think right now Essential Quality and Hot Rod Charlie are the two leaders of the three-year-old division based on that Belmont Stakes. Hot Rod Charlie loses nothing in disqualification. Obviously, Mandaloun is somewhere there. Essential Quality, though, right now, I guess he's probably considered the leader, but it's close.
I think it's very close. Listen, that Belmont Stakes was phenomenal run by Hot Rod Charlie. You can't take anything away from Essential Quality. Hot Rod Charlie, again yesterday, a little bit unlucky. I truly actually agree with Tom. I think Flavien Prat didn't even know what he did, because he just kept on riding like nothing happened yesterday. But Hot Rod Charlie's very, very talented. But so is Essential Quality. He can sort of put himself and place himself in the right position. And he's the type of horse, too, Andy, I think a fuller field's better for him because he'll get more pace. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, he's tractable. You're right. But that's where he has the edge. And it's interesting about Hot Rod Charlie because he's shown his best race in the front end. I think that's why they were so aggressive in the Belmont. Now, he rated yesterday and did finish first. Good sign for him.
Yeah.
I want Essential Quality to run very well in the Jim Dandy, and I'd love to see Hot Rod Charlie and Essential Quality meet in the Travers. I imagine Mandaloun for Brad Cox. Listen, if Judd Mom wants to go to the Travers, he's going to the Travers. Be interesting to see if he goes there. I want these horses to settle in the racetrack, and the Travers is the race you're supposed to settle it in because it's the big three-year-old race left. It's the Midsummer Derby for a reason.
No, it is. And I'll tell you this, Andy. We were talking about it earlier about the Belmont Stakes. Those two horses put on an absolute show. Yep. And it's going to be very interesting what Doug O'Neill does because it's very hard to pull the Haskell. I know the horse got taken down, but it's very hard to go Haskell to the Travers. It's very tough to do.
But there's more time.
But there is more time. But here's my thing is the Breeders' Cup is in his backyard at Del Mar. And you can argue that Hot Rod Charlie and both Essential Quality could match up with Maxfield and be pretty darn close. Mystic Guide as well, and all the other horses, they could be just as good.
Well, the three-year-olds have more room to improve at this point. Yeah. So I think there's a very good case that a three-year-old, if somebody said to you right now, especially with Maxfield or with Mystic Guide on the shelf, a prop bet, three-year-olds versus four-year-olds, and the Olders and the Classic, I'll take the three-year-olds, and I think you agree. The question is whether or not this horse can ultimately be one of them. There's a stipulation in the Curlin, which is coming up the same time as the Jim Dandy. It's for horses non-winners of a sweepstakes at over a mile. Well, here he is winning a sweepstakes, the grade 3 Dwyer at a mile. So First Captain is undefeated 3 for 3, winning at progressively longer distances. He'll go in the mile and eighth Curlin. His pedigree says he should run all day. And I think he ran better than it looks in this race, even though it was the slowest speed figure he ever got.
Yeah, he sort of sat on the rail and dead last. He was paired up with another horse and then got tipped out and sort of grinded away. He's a Curlin colt out of an AP Indy mare. He sort of runs like his AP Indy with his head down low. Yep. He seems like he's a relentless horse that will grind. So I'm with you that the extra distance will be okay. You just got to know if he's good enough.
Right, that's really the question because he's running speed figures that are not significantly slower than Hot Rod Charlie and Essential Quality and Mandaloun. But they're, at this point, about 4 or 5 behind. But he's also a lot of experience behind those horses. It all shapes up for a very interesting Saratoga, and we'll keep our fingers crossed. A rematch of that incredible Belmont Stakes in the Travers would be something really worth anticipating.
An epic Belmont, Hot Rod Charlie, a discussion that perhaps pointed towards the Pacific Classic, Essential Quality. Look forward to seeing him in the Jim Dandy. And after all the controversy that we've seen this year from the Derby to yesterday's Haskell and this division that still have to sort itself out. And a lot of that will take place right here at Saratoga this summer from the Jim Dandy to the marquee event, the Run Happy Travers. And we have the Sunday feature coming up next, the Coronation Cup. Off the turf on the main track. Doesn't matter for going good. She can handle anything.
Proven on a wet track, there's Brad Cox going good, even money favorite for the Coronation Cup. Next.
Following Sea and Happy Soul faced winners for the first time to kick off Belmont Stakes Week. Following Sea was in cruise control throughout and galloped home 6.5 lengths in front, scoring an amazing 100 Beyer speed figure. Happy Soul, who recorded the highest Beyer speed figure for a 2-year-old filly when breaking her maiden in May, came back and strolled by 11.5 lengths in the Astoria. Seeing is believing. 2 Run Happies, 2 freakish romps at Belmont Park by a combined 18 lengths. Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
This summer, Fasig-Tipton celebrates the 100th renewal of the Saratoga Sale, the world's most prestigious auction of selected yearlings in a single catalog. A sale that has produced 100 years of breed shapers, Eclipse champions, classic winners, and international stars. Join us for the sale of a century, the 100th Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Sale, August 9th and 10th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
Welcome back to Saratoga Racecourse. Watching Saratoga Live. Kasia Courtney, Andy Serling, Paul LaDuca, Tom Amos, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Coronation Cup. Fillies are in the paddock. And Acacia has his paddock report for the Sunday feature. Acacia.
Lafitte, thanks. First, we'll just give a recap of what did happen last race as Jose Ortiz did pull up the number 3 Pleasure Luck at the top of the stretch. She did have an injury to the right front, but happy to report that she walked on the equine ambulance and is being taken to Root and Riddle for further examination and evaluation. And Jose Ortiz was given a ride back to the jocks room and is doing okay and will continue riding. So certainly thoughts with Pleasure Luck, but glad to hear that Jose Ortiz is okay as well, as he does have the mount on Farsighted coming up next here. We'll go quickly through this field as we'll start with Mischiefful, who had a nice win last time out at Churchill Downs. And I saw her in her first couple of races down in Florida, and she's really filled out. She's a broad, substantial type of filly. By Into Mischief, a typical look of Into Mischief as well, just really strong and well muscled, a lot of substance to her. Absolutely love how she's filled into herself and grown up since those first couple of starts. She is forward but not doing too much, which you like to see, as she will be running on the wet track for the first time. Looking at the number 4, Going Good, she didn't break well in that Dixie Belle, her lone dirt start, which was on a wet track at Oaklawn. And in fact, she kind of rushed up on the inside and had to duel pretty much throughout in the stretch. I thought it was a game effort from her as the winner closed from the outside. She's faced some good horses on the turf too. And actually, as far as pedigree goes, the dam was good on both turf and dirt. She went on a wet track as well. No problems with her, as she has been very sharp throughout, really on her toes in the preliminaries. The number 6, Shop Girl, she has no problem with the wet track, as she'll actually rematch with Farsighted, as they ran 1-2 in the Any Limit. The blinkers go on today, and I'm wondering if that's to maybe have her a little bit more forwardly placed, as it seems her best races have been when she's up close. She broke okay in that Any Limit and then kind of dropped back. It's kind of a big cheater cup that she adds on today, and she just kind of lost contact with the field last time and comes back in just 8 days. She's carrying good weight for that quick turnaround, so we'll see how she does facing the other trio. The number 9, Farsighted, meanwhile, a leggy type. I can see why they ran her longer. She ran a huge race race on the wet track in the Any Limit. We'll see if she can run back to it today for Rusty Arnold. Andy and Paul, what do you make of the quartet we have here in the Coronation Cup?
Feels like the public sort of has this pretty much right at this point. Obviously not a lot of options. Miss Chieful, the number 2 horse, she's really the dirt horse. And I think that Ian Wilkes, maybe he was thinking of trying turf, maybe he wasn't. But I think he wanted it to come off the turf.
I would think so.
She breaks from there. She's gone. And I think she's going to be very tough to catch. And I think the rain we got about a half hour ago, that might have helped speed a little bit. Put a little water in the racetrack, as you were saying to me off camera.
Yeah, like on the top of the racetrack is what you're saying. So maybe the horses will float over. Yeah, I mean, listen, I singled the 4 in here Going Good because I thought her effort over the sloppy racetrack in the Dixie Belle was very good off a long layoff. And I'm wondering if Brad was just sticking her in that spot. I understand it was a $150,000 race. You're trying to win it, but she might not have been ready. And I thought she fought on well. But the 2 was monstrous last time, and she's got some monstrous races to go to.
Right, we can show you what we were talking about the 4 Going Good. Who I picked 3rd here. I'm not against her, Paul. We'll show you. She doesn't break, and she runs very well. At the time, Windmill, I think it's Larry Jones' horse, looked very, very good. It hasn't played out that way, but that doesn't mean that Going Good didn't run well here. I'll tell you what's odd to me. Radcliffe's a smart guy. This filly ran extremely well in a big figure. There are a lot of very prestigious dirt sprints. Why did he go right back to turf with her, and he's made no attempt to put her in the dirt? He's only running in this race that came off the turf. So even though she ran so well here, it's almost like this isn't really the surface he wants to run her on, and that seems strange because those are the prestige races for this division.
It confuses you a little bit because here's the thing. She put away the 5 Abrogate, by the way, who has come back to win. And then she saw the horse on the outside and rebroke and started coming at the 8. I thought this was a game effort, but you're right. The winner has not sort of played out. We'll see how this plays out today.
Yeah, we'll see if they set it up for one of the closers, the 6 and 9, guys.
The race tactics and the riders, racetrack axiom that it becomes more of a rider's race, more strategy the smaller the field. Everybody kind of can see each other out there.
I don't think it's any question about that. Mischievio is the lone speed in here, and you're going to have to position well against her. If that takes you out of your game to do it, it's going to hurt your finish and help that lone speed, too.
There she is. Mischievio for trainer Ian Wilkes. Even money. Jose Lascano looking for a 2nd win this afternoon.
I think Jose Lascano is going straight to the lead here and going to play Catch Me If You Can.
Coming off that big 5-length victory at Churchill Downs. Going Good. Klein Racing. Brad Cox won this race 2 years ago with break even.
Yeah, this is a horse to me that can do it grass or dirt. I don't know what Brad Cox's reasons are for not trying the dirt more, but he's got so many good young fillies. He has to keep them away from each other, so that may have a little bit to do with it.
Shop Girl. Irad Ortiz winds up in the saddle.
Yeah, this horse was entered for the main track only, so this is what they were looking to have happen. We'll see how she does.
4 3-year-old fillies, far-sighted. There she is, currently 5-1 with Jose Ortiz.
Got beat by a good one last time in Little Tootsie. Oh, that's my horse. And ran a really nice race to be 2nd to her.
No match for Little Tootsie, far-sighted. That is the field for this Coronation Cup Stakes. $120,000 purse, 5.5 furlongs in the slot. And Going Good, there she is with Tyler Gaffleone. You saw that effort in the Dixie Belle. That poor start, and the fact that she's proven on this kind of surface here, and for trainer Brad Cox, the versatility, a big factor with this filly.
Yeah, I think it's a big factor, and I mean, look, there's a bit of an elephant in the room that we really haven't touched on all weekend. That's got to be stated. So when you're running in stake races, you cannot use the same therapeutics, specifically Lasix, that you can use in allowance races. And I believe, as a trainer, that when you're racing with Lasix and have to go to no Lasix, it can be a tough transition. So the difference between the 4 Going Good, who's raced without Lasix and shown she can compete well, and the 2 Mischievio, who's never raced without Lasix and has to today, I think it's very significant.
As a handicapper, your trainer as a handicapper, how much is of a factor have you found that to be?
Well, look, I don't have enough of a pool, but I can tell you coming out of my barn and doing it, the results haven't been very good to when you come off Lasix and can't use it in a specific race.
We check in with Acacia.
And here with the trainer of the number 2 Mischiefful, Ian Wilkes. And Ian, first, you were telling me that you actually are keen to try her on the turf, but think that she'll handle the wet track just fine as well.
Yeah, I am. You know, today I'm probably glad because it would have been soft. Then, okay, did she not like the soft turf? Didn't she not like the turf? But yeah, I do want to get her on the grass.
Well, running on the wet track today, we saw her getting a big warm-up out there. How has she developed? Does it seem she's really filled into herself nicely?
Yeah, she's always been a big filly, you know, as you call, a lot of junk in the trunk. But she's a sweetheart. She just does everything you want.
Do you think that she will be the main pace setter in here and in a small field? Is that kind of the game plan?
Probably will be. The biggest key is she's not the fastest out of the gates. It takes her a step or two. As long as we can break good, I think we'll probably be the pace, yeah.
All right, Ian, thanks. Best of luck. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Mischiefful looking to make it 2 in a row, and who knows, Lafitte, after this, maybe we will see her on the turf down the road.
But today on the slop, and as Ian Wilkes mentioned, that first step so crucial for this filly, Tom.
Particularly if you're down on the rail. So for Mischiefful, who is the fastest horse in this race early, she's got the rest of the field outside of her, and these are very, very good riders. Tyler Gaffalione on Going Good, if Mischiefful is to break a little bit slow, is going to try to take her position immediately and take her out of her game. So it's very, very important that the 2-horse Mischiefful gets out of the gate quickly. She looks great warming up. She's a big, pretty filly.
Andy and Paul?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's not much I don't disagree with that. I mean, I think that Mischiefful is the right favorite at 4 to 5 in here, and she does have some rivals, but she's very quick. And the key for her is going to be the break, Paul. If she breaks cleanly, she's supposed to be in front in here. We'll see if Going Good breaks cleanly, if she can really show that big speed if she breaks. But this is a fast filly, and you know, Ian made a good point. Yeah, you may want her on the turf, but not in a bog, because you don't get a question answered there.
Yeah,
she's
true.
Fast. Coming off the turf helps her here.
Yeah, and I think the other part is when Acacia asked him the question about a sloppy racetrack, you just look right down at the last work, and a pretty darn good one. 47-3 going 4 furlongs. That's very fast, especially for Ian Wilkes, who does not work his horses that fast. This is just a fast filly, I think, naturally, because you look at her works in the morning, they're blazing. Now, Lascano gets aboard. I think he's got to push the button. Now, the 9 on the outside, Andy, I know you give a little bit of shot far-sided, is 1 for 1 over the wet surface, and that was off a long layoff and was very, very impressive that day.
Yeah, I think the question you have to ask yourself is what can happen in this race that would negatively impact Mischiefful and Going Good? And the answer to that is they get hooked up in a
They
speed
cancel
duel.
each other out, yeah.
And if that happens among the 6 Shop Girl, who has been a bit of a disappointment for Christophe Clement, or the 9 Farsighted, which one would you prefer? Like the public, more than the public does because they're close price. I prefer Farsighted coming from Rusty Arnold. A nice win yesterday on the grass. I just think she fits the race very well. She has speed, so she can lay closer, and if pace heats up, I think she can pick up the pieces. Yeah. So if I was looking to take a shot against one of the favorites, I'd do it with a 9, and the play here would be to box 2-9 and press the 2-9 exacta or something like that, and try to beat the 4. That's how I would look at it.
The other part about the 9 that you can go to, Andy, that you look at, if you look at her better races, they're from outside posts. From the 3 holes, she ran 5th. From the 3 holes, she ran 9. From the 10, 10, and 11, she's always in the race. So that's probably going to help her. It's probably why she won over a wet surface when she did win, because she was 7 out of 9, was able to probably stay out of the kickback. That's got to be a help.
By being on the outside and knowing a 4-horse field, she can sort of survey the situation inside of her, and it gives the rider more options, guys.
The strategy early on, and that first step from Mischiefful, that first step from Going Good. Tom, are you surprised at how heavy of a favorite Mischiefful is at this stage? 3 to 5 now.
I am. I think that the fans here and the fans around the country have been playing the races hard where they see a real lone speed type of horse, whether it's been grass or dirt. They're certainly doing that here with the 2-horse Mischiefful.
You expand on something Andy touched on. It had rained this morning, last night heavily. Track was drying out a little bit. It was listed as muddy, and then the rain really started to fall, and the observation that could actually help a speed-oriented racehorse.
So when you look at that track, we had a better view a second ago, but you can still see it there. it's what we call sealed. It's not harrowed in any way, fashion. It's been packed down by the tractors. And a sealed track, there you go. That's a very good view right there. A sealed track, you can actually see more imprints from the horse's hooves than you might otherwise do. But that's like wet cement. That's very, very fast right there, and that can definitely help a horse. I shouldn't use that as an example because, believe me, the track is safe.
Post time for the Coronation Cup.
And they're off. And the four of them broke in a straight line. And from the inside post, Mischieville now goes out for the lead. Mischieville is in front with Going Good, not far behind in second, a little more than 2 lengths. Back to Shop Girl and Farsighted. It is Mischieville, the leader here by 3/4 of a length. Going Good runs in second. It's a break of 4 lengths back to Farsighted. Shop Girl is the trailer. The quarter, 21 4/5 seconds as the 3-year-old fillies now come for the top of the stretch. Mischieville on the inside and Going Good on the outside. Mischieville holding on to a narrow lead. Going Good is second, 4 lengths to Farsighted and Shop Girl. They come off the turn and enter the stretch. On the outside is Going Good to challenge Mischieville for the lead. Farsighted is down at the rail in third, and Shop Girl is fourth inside the 8th pole now. It is Going Good, Mischieville, and Farsighted down at the rail. Going Good, Farsighted. Now it's between these two as they come on for the finish. Going Good got it. Narrowly over Farsighted to win the off-the-turf Coronation Cup Stakes.
Going Good, Klein Racing, Brad Cox, their second Coronation Cup Stakes in the last 3 years. They struck with break even, just struck with Going Good.
And it almost played out exactly as Paul and Andy thought it could. These two horses were in a 2-horse race. Mischieville on the inside in the blue silks, Going Good on the outside, the yellow silks. They were fighting each other. They went very, very fast on the front end, and it almost set up for a closer in the 9 far side, down on the rail, trying to get to eventual winner, Going Good.
Mischieville, like she was going to try to carry out Going Good, wound up tiring late. Farsighted on the rail, charging hard Acacia, but in the end, too much Going Good. And Tyler Gaffleone, another stakes win here.
Too much indeed, and in her only dirt start previous, she was kind of down inside and it's stuck in a more compromising position where this time she got to be closing outside. And yes, she was pushed out a bit by Mischieville in this spot, in the stretch, trying to keep her from going by, and some race riding there in the stretch. And it looked like Farsighted might be able to close up the inside. But sometimes when horses get close and in tight quarters, you see them re-engage. And that's, I think, exactly what happened with Going Good, who certainly is doing just that. I thought it was a really impressive performance from her. And looking at how Tyler Gaffleone rode her, we always say clean faces win races, and she was kept in the clear here, having the advantage of not having to take all that kickback either.
Clean, flashing that speed, broke well for trainer Brad Cox, the win in the Haskell yesterday by disqualification. There he is, Eclipse Award. Winning trainer Brad Cox, Mandaloon here, Going Good in the Coronation Cup Stakes. And by the way, Paul LaDuca alive, Tom.
So you're saying Brad Cox is going good right now?
Hey, real good.
Yeah.
Paul LaDuca going real good.
Yeah. Again, Paulie, I love it.
Do you have any harder games, Tom?
My man.
Almost home, Paul LaDuca. Almost home. Brad Cox back in a familiar setting, a winner's circle. And here at Saratoga, he has essential quality pointed at the Jim Dandy. The Haskell win yesterday with Mandaloon. Going Good here in the Coronation Cup Stakes. And speaking of very good 3-year-old fillies, how about this one? Malathat, Shadwell Stable, the Kentucky Oaks winner. She is an absolute Amazon, trained by Todd Pletcher. Have a chance to see her in the Grade 1 Coaching Club, American Oaks. Top-ranked 3-year-old filly in the country, Malathat.
Structor and Jose Ortiz. J1 is a Breeders' Cup champ.
And a bench has won the Del Mar Futurity.
Too close to goal. It is Practical Joke in the preservation. And here she comes.
Holiday with a front.
He won the Derby. He won the Breeders' Cup Classic. He's authentic indeed.
The opportunity is here to get a part of this wonderful sport, authentic in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
But Street Band is beginning to move away, and this will be a signature moment for Street Band.
Tis a magician owned by my racehorse.
Moonlight Doros. She'll win the Las Virgenes
Vertical strat in this Fuel Valley Sprint. Got Stormy surging to the lead.
One of racing's all-time greats, Monomoy Girl wins the Bayakoa.
You're watching Saratoga Live. The Coronation Cup was a thriller. It went to Going Good, which I think could be a good description of Brad Cox's barn right now, as I'm pleased to be joined here in the winner's circle by Brad and Going Good. Brad, even when this race came off, she had that one really good race on the wet track already. Did that give you more confidence coming in?
Yeah, a good bit. Her number on the off the turf race, or I'm sorry, the mud at Oaklawn was every bit as good as her dirt races. So felt, confident that she'd run a big race today.
Do you think she's a dirt horse or a turf horse, or one that just kind of runs on anything?
I think she's both. I really, really do. I think she's a hard trying filly. Has a lot of determination, and she's out of a very, very good mare, good deed. She was a dual surface horse as well, so I think it comes with a pedigree. She's a homebred for Mr. Klein and his family, and they have a very deep group of brood mares and pedigrees, and this one shined through today.
It's been a big year for you, of course. Belmont Stakes winner, Essential Quality, I'm sure a highlight. He had to work here at Saratoga yesterday. What did you see from him?
It was a really good move, and I really like what I saw from him today. Just post-work, he looked fantastic this morning. We were just back at the barn probably 45 minutes ago, an hour ago, just letting him walk around. He's full of energy and just right where you want to see him. He's a happy horse right now and looking forward to the Jim Dandy.
You smiled as soon as I said his name. What does he mean to you as far as your career?
He's very, very special. He's been, he's what you look for. He kind of showed up early on and kind of stamped himself as a very good colt. And, as a trainer, to see that and have it play out with so many times it does not, it's really special. He's a tremendous colt, means so much to us. And, thankful for the opportunity, thankful that Godolphin gave us an opportunity with a very good colt, and very proud of him.
Looking forward to seeing him here at Saratoga. Congratulations on the win now, Brad.
Thanks, Acacia. Appreciate it.
And Essential Quality, part of that very big year for the Godolphin Blue as well. And looking forward to getting a chance to see those silks on the big gray horse coming up in the Jim Dandy Lafitte.
Jim Dandy, 1-2. And yesterday's Diana, Tom, Brad brought something up about the work. He said it wasn't just that move, but how Essential Quality looked this morning. How significant is that, how a horse is doing physically, say, the day after a breeze, a significant breeze?
Look, as trainers, we're watching everything. We wear a lot of hats back at the barn, so it's not just how they're exercising on the track, but what's their demeanor in the stall, which you learn a lot about them because you're around them morning and afternoon, 365. So, I can tell you every one of my horses' personalities back at the barn. I'm there in the mornings, I'm there in the afternoons, I walk that barn in the evening when everybody's gone. I know what they're like. And so when your horses are doing good, some of the characteristics you see are their eating habits are at their best. Their color, and by color I mean brightness of coat, is really, really good. It shines. You want to see those things in the horse. And obviously, physically, their legs, where problems do develop. You want those to look good coming in and out of races, coming in and out of works. So all those things come into feeling like you got the horse going the right way going into a race.
Paul's personality, Paul's mood, going to be pretty good if the 7 of the 10.
Cocky is what I would say.
At the Saratoga, Paul. Tom says cocky. Paul?
Yeah, I'm looking for a double bagger this weekend, and hopefully we can cash for a little bit more. Listen, the 10 in here is the wild card, right? 2-1 from a 6-5 morning line. Andy, you and I have talked about it. We don't really know where we're getting, so I included the 7 just because I thought that was the horse that is probably the right horse at this level. I'm a little bit worried about the 4 and 9.
Yeah, I went 10-9 in this race. I had the 7 pick third, Shining Colors, and obviously her last 2 races finishing second in both of them are dangerous. Horses like the 10 are tricky because these are lower level claiming races. Yeah. They're hard horses to trust. But at the end of the day, before you, okay, it was a bad private purchase. They bought the horse after the first race at Tampa Bay, and my guess is they paid more than $20,000. Now, she did only sell for $17,000. I don't think they paid a huge amount of money for her. It hasn't panned out. Now, she met a killer in her first race in the dirt for Bill Mott. She ran always Karina, who was second as the favorite in the Mother Goose after winning an allowance race in her next start. They tried the turf, didn't work out. Maybe the big drop down. Maybe they just want to get out. She's supposed to win this race, Paul.
He's owned by, and the horse is owned by Mr. Schwartz, who can afford to drop the horse and let's move on. And when you look at the race, you know, she does have the best figure. I mean, she does, but it was against tougher. But when you drop down the slow, there's always that warning sign. But we see this a lot at Saratoga. When you drop at Saratoga, it's not as big a concern when you drop somewhere else, you know?
Yeah, and these are the connections, some of them, with Adam Wachtel's stable, who had that private purchase yesterday, and that second race winner, first time for Bill Mott, so sometimes the private purchases pan out, and sometimes they don't. It's a big drop. They didn't try her again in the dirt. She's not winning a maiden special weights. The question is, are they running her to maiden 50, or are they going right to 20? I think they're making the right move. They're trying to win a race. She may get claimed. It's not impossible. She can get claimed for $20,000, and you move on with her. She's the horse to beat. Shining Colors, as you say, who finished second. She's okay. I thought the 9 Morning Cocktail would be my other horse in here. I'm rooting for you, though, Paul, as we head back to Lafitte.
Thank you, Andy.
Of course I am.
7 and 10.
Wow.
Paul's numbers. Best of luck. This opening week, we saw 6 stakes races. A sensational opening week at Saratoga. As you know, a stakes race every day. This is what we have coming up next week here at the Spa, starting with the Rick Violet. That's going to be on Wednesday. Also, the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks. We'll show you that stake schedule shortly, but first, revisit some of the highlights of opening weekend at the Spa.
And they're off at Saratoga. And they all came away to a good beginning with the favorite Golden Pal grabbing the early lead. Golden Pal leads by 2. Golden Pal was impressive here at Saratoga last year, and he's very impressive again today. And now from the rail, there goes Pretty Birdie. Pretty Birdie has the lead and quickly opens up here. Pretty Birdie's in front by 3 lengths, and it is Pretty Birdie in front here, 2.5 lengths. It is Pretty Birdie, jockey Louis Saez, wearing the colors of the Mary Lou Whitney stables. Rinaldi and Value Proposition, those two go out for the lead. It is still Rinaldi, the leader here. It's Rinaldi by 3/4 of a length. It is Rinaldi looking for a front-running score in the Forbidden Apple, and he's got it. Witt is down on the inside in 5th. On the move in 4th. Then Cavode in 5th. Witt is down on the inside in 6th. It is Trust Our Journey, but here is Witt now on the outside. And Witt has taken over the lead here. It is Witt the leader. Headline report in 2nd, and it will be Witt to win the 106th running of the Sanford Stakes. And they're off in the Grade 1 Diana Stakes. La Signate broke well from the inside, but there is Summer Romance now moving up to take the lead. And it is Summer Romance setting the pace here, tracked by Longshot Vigilante's way on the outside. Harvey's Little Girl on the far outside in 4th. Then comes Altica as the field comes into the stretch. Harvey's Little Girl on the outside is Altica. Here's stablemate Altica driving up on the outside. Altica has taken over. Summer Romance is second. It is Altica and Manny Franco
Manny, we saw you last year winning the Grade 1 Travers. No fans here. Now you got fans. You're beaming ear to ear.
And I'm glad we got the fans back because that's the energy, you know. You like to win here when you saw all the crowd in the stand. You just want to win, hungry.
It had to be happy for Manny Franco in enjoying that moment. As you look at the rundown of stakes winners this opening week, he won a Belmont Stakes in front of an empty grandstand, a Travers in front of an empty grandstand. To win that race, the Grade 1 Diana, in front of this crowd here, that Saturday at Saratoga, just awesome.
Yeah, awesome indeed. And he had to also be happy because he's on the best older filly turf horse that we have in the United States, Althea.
We'll pause briefly. We're being joined by new viewers now on SNY. Saying hello to our new viewers on SNY. Welcome, everyone. This is Saratoga Live, winding down opening week at the Spa with the fans back. The rain has fallen. We have one left on the Sunday program alongside Kentucky Oaks winning trainer Tom Amos. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Here are the storylines. We just saw the stakes race, the Coronation Cup, going good. Big weekend trainer Brad Cox. Paul LaDuca's with us. He is alive in this late Big Five. And this $20,000 maiden claimer, Tom, to close the show. Fillies and Mares sprinting 3/4 of a mile.
Yeah, so this is the closing race of Run Happy Week here at Saratoga. And, you know, a competitive field in this race. So here we go. Looking over this field, maiden 20,000. We're going 6 furlongs here in this race. And you got to look at the outside horse before you, the 10 horse, a horse that is making a drop in class, going to a level that she's not raced at before. That can make life pretty darn easy.
Paul LaDuca has shining colors before you on his Pick 5 ticket. There's the field, updated odds for these $20,000 maiden claimers. Scratched a creed, field of 9, horses in the paddock, post time 17 minutes. We look ahead to next weekend's highlights. The Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks. You'll have a chance to see this filly, regarded as one of, if not the very best in North America, Malathat, and what a show we saw from her and Johnny Velasquez in the Kentucky Oaks, the big Amazon filly, Malathat on the outside, and this stretch duel down to the wire.
And you can't miss those facial markings, a big triangle that kind of comes down to the nose right underneath, and you can't miss her coming down the stretch because she's usually in front.
Search results on the inside. Irad Ortiz, John Velasquez outside with Malathat. Able to wear down search results. We saw the embrace and the handshake from both jockeys between Irad Ortiz and John Velasquez. And for Malathat, so impressive. Todd Fletcher toyed with the idea of running her in the Belmont Stakes. Called an audible. She hasn't raced since the Kentucky Oaks. Now getting ready for the Coaching Club American Oaks here, Tom. And here is Malathat on the outside, breezing a half mile in 48.05. And thanks to our friends at XBTV. What are you seeing here?
Well, first of all, look, in the mornings when you're setting up workouts, that's a stablemate with her, you can get caught up with other horses working in the morning, and that's what's happening here. You've got a pair in front of them. It actually helps your horse take a little dirt in their face, and so that's good. Malathat, on the other hand, goes outside of those horses to continue the workout. Look at the rider's hands. Not moving at all. That's his way of communicating to the horse to tell her to run, and he is telling her, don't go, just give me this. There's a lot of horse there. She could take off anytime he wanted her to.
So talented, massive Shadwell filly for Todd Fletcher. Malathat. Have a chance to see her in the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks, the marquee event next week, week 2 of the 2021 Saratoga meet. When we return, horses in the paddock. We'll have Acacia Courtney's paddock report, riders up, post parade, and the finale of opening week. Run Happy opening week at Saratoga. Stay tuned.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
And dipping in will steal this one. Can you see it? Dipping in on top by a length. Fastest in Queen Nakia. Here's the finish. Gibberish wins the treasure chest.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Hello,
we've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's fourth. He's on the outside now. He's pressing him now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
For 3 generations, the Bond Racing Stable has held to a simple philosophy. If you take care of the horses, they will take care of you. That guiding principle drives every aspect of operations at the family's Songhill Farm and Racing Stables. From breeding to breaking, racing and retiring, our commitment to our horses is reflected in everything we do. Now you can join our Grade 1 winning team with racing partnerships starting as low as $3,000. Bond Racing Stables, 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
This is custom for a Tom Durkin, and they're off.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, is that the same artist?
Yeah.
Wow. That's an original for that event. That's pretty big. That was just a picture.
Right. Nice.
You win. I agree with you 100%.
It's unanimous.
Now the energy every summer at Saratoga. G. Willikers Toys and Games. Great name, by the way. 3rd place in the Saratoga Window Contest. Art Connoisseur, Tom Durkin, the runner-up. Almost got it. Almost got it. Tailgate and Party Shop. 2nd place, Saratoga Window Contest. And the reveal for the winner, the 2021 Saratoga Window Contest. Lifestyles of Saratoga. That is gorgeous. Lifestyles of Saratoga. Is there anything, Tom Durkin, is there anything he doesn't do?
I don't know, but those are really, really creative and good.
Awesome. Congratulations, and winners of the 2021 Saratoga Window Contest. And we have one more contest, 10th and final on the Sunday program of opening week. Acacia in the paddock with this race 10 paddock report. Acacia.
And Lafitte will start to the outside with the number 10 Before You. Going back to her last dirt race, she faced a very talented runner in the likes of Always Karina. And it was an interesting race because she seemed to be a little bit high-headed in chase mode early on, and she was kept very wide early in the race and kind of dropped down to the inside later on and seemed to be protected after that to finish 4th. But the top 3 finishers all coming back to win, including an impressive run from Always Karina next time out. I don't mind her going back to the dirt. She's a very light frame type of filly as well, leading me to believe, and that was a muddy track at Aqueduct, that a track with some moisture in it should be no problem for her. Did look great in her coat too, just dappled out from head to toe. A couple of interesting wild cards in this field. One going turf to dirt as well is the 4 Dearest Kitten. In fact, she's never raced on the dirt before, and she's by Kitten's Joy, who of course we know as a prolific turf sire. But on the bottom side, it really is largely dirt sprint. The dam, her only win was sprinting on the dirt at the age of 2, and 4 out of her 5 foals were winners, all sprinting on the dirt. This one looks to me like she can go either way. In her body, she actually looks just like her sire, like Kitten's Joy, but she's not an overly kind of turf physical in those slacker pasterns in the ankle that we talk about, or those flatter type of hooves. And she's been accompanied by Leslie Ward's pony pony throughout, but she's certainly kept it under wraps. Looking at the number 9, Morning Cocktail, well named by Morning Line, out of Cocktails at 7. Big drop in class, and she didn't face anything, I think, in her debut at Tampa. She has been very rambunctious here in the paddock once they put the tack on. She was sharp forward when she came in, but sometimes it's just kind of a light switching once they put the saddle on. So she's been a little bit revved up once they've had her around the tree and walking her around here. So keep an eye on her, but thinking that she could potentially be a wild card, as she does just have one race under her belt, and she showed some speed in that debut at Tampa as well. Lafitte?
Yeah, this is a race. You got 2 horses at 2-1 right now. We've talked quite a bit about the 10 beforehand. At the end of the day, if she runs back to, especially her second dirt race, even maybe her first one, she's going to win probably.
Yeah, she probably wins this race. You're right. I mean, when you look at those 2 races, behind always Karina, she was 4th. I know it was only 6 horses, but that race, at least on paper, destroys this field.
Yeah, she was a private purchase after her first start. They're kind of giving up on her. Doesn't mean she's not going to win. The 7, Shining Colors, I'm a little dubious of her. I feel like she can win, but if any of the strangers in the group show up, like the 9 or 10, they're going to beat her. This is potentially a tougher field than the one she was in last time, though obviously she can win.
Yeah, you know the only reason why I use her, Andy, and I'll be dead honest with you, I thought if the 10 doesn't run, she might be in front, and a lot of these fillies don't look like they have a ton of courage. She might not be fast enough to get in front. I was just gambling. Maybe she can get to the lead, and they may not want to pass her, you know?
Right. The horse that's a threat for getting the lead is another horse that is in the 4, Dearest Kitten.
Yeah.
I'm kind of interested in the 9, Morning Cocktail. I think she's interesting. Made a middle move in a maiden special at Tampa Bay. She didn't meet any killers there. There's not any killers there. From a buyer speaker standpoint, she ran a competitive number, and unlike the horses we've mentioned, she's a big price. Kind of an unfamiliar name. She hasn't run in 6 months. She's got a good rider in Ricardo Santana.
Yeah, she does. And Tom Foley owns this one. Very rarely do you see a horse prep in West Virginia. That's Mountaineer, which is in West Virginia. This horse worked June 23rd, but getting a little play at 9-1.
Yeah, I bet a little to win the 9 and box 10-9 and press the 10-9 exacta.
Andy's approach and strategy. Paul trying to take down this late pick 5. And a new addition to the show, Tom learning the lingo. A lot of viewers that are very new to thoroughbred racing don't follow on a day-to-day basis. They wonder what's a claiming race. A race in which all horses are for sale, can be purchased out of that race for a specified amount. And such a significant part of the industry, the claiming game, Tom. $20,000 maiden claimer, fillies and mares, all of these for sale.
They are for $20,000. And if you want to buy those horses, you put in a sealed bid. For the horse, the money has to be here at Saratoga in your account, and you have to do it 15 minutes before the race begins. After that, once those 15 minutes have passed, you cannot put a claim in for a horse. Your time limit is expired. No matter how that horse runs, it's yours after the race if you're the only claim in for him. If there's more than one claim, you basically draw straws.
A couple of races, 13-way shakes over the last couple of days here at Saratoga. No surprise. You saw employees only, Manny Franco, Diana winning jockey, Dearest Kitten. As Acacia mentioned, dirt debut.
I think that is really strong information Acacia gave in the paddock about the pedigree of this horse being all dirt on the dam side and all sprint, and I think it could come into play here.
Damn the deficit pictured, 30-31 outsider.
Yeah, first-time starter here. No money showing here. I just can't go for that off the workouts.
Shirley Green, the presence of Joel Rosario adds intrigue.
And blinkers on here. So, I mean, perhaps these 2 things make a difference.
Shining Colors, favored monster opening week for star jockey Louis Saez.
Yeah, so this is a horse that's going to have some speed today. And, look, I think speed's been very, very good throughout the day, and it keeps showing itself over and over in the late races.
Scratch number 8, Decreed. There's Morning Cocktail, and Andy pointing out some positive angles there. She was bet in her debut, albeit a while back, and Ricardo Santana taking over.
I'm going to watch her pretty closely in this post-parade. When horses have this kind of behavior, and you're watching it right there, they carry that to the gate with them. And more often than not, they don't break well from the gate, and it costs them the race.
Did you notice what spooked her?
Not only did I notice what spooked her, but I'm curious to know if she got loose on the track. She did. She's coming right by us. She's going to be a scratch.
Run right behind us.
Yeah.
Morning Cocktail, Ricardo Santana. He's fine. There he is. And the Outriders, who do such an amazing job. And Ricardo Santana, Again, there he is. He's fine, obviously, with the outriders. And to corral these horses, the skill, acrobatic, and when a horse like this gets loose, and their responsibility to go out, corral that racehorse, prevent them from injuring themselves, certainly, or any other horses and riders out on the track.
Yeah, look, I stand corrected. She's not going to take that behavior to the gate because she's not going to run today. She's getting some exercise out there, and they're going to catch her. I'm paying close attention to her right now.
Right there, Tom. We're looking at what we don't know what spooked her. She was full of energy in the paddock, and something out there that did spook her. She acted up. Ricardo Santana, he's fine, came off, and Morning Cocktail loose, and they're still trying to corral her.
But that's the same behavior she was showing in the paddock. So who knows what spooked her, but she's been a little bit on edge the whole time. You know, these races for these horses, there can be such an experience. It can be a good experience or a bad experience. And what you want is for the horse to have a good experience. So in the end, it's probably better that she doesn't run today. Even if she were to be okay, you want to give her a good experience and make her comfortable with what she's doing in a race.
Acacia, you had your eye on her in the paddock. What are you seeing now?
She was really revved up, as Tom had mentioned, and she will be a late scratch in here. And certainly, as always, hats off to our tremendous outriders here at NYRA for always looking out for these kinds of things, and glad to see that Ricardo Santana was fine. But I wanted to point out that this filly had only run once, and that was back in January at Tampa when there were still no crowds, so to speak. And so she's coming back here now when it's a packed house and stepping right on track. It's very crowded over on the walking path coming out onto the racetrack. There's a lot of people there. There's a lot of action going on here on the track. And I think that that's something that spooked her too, as it wasn't packed in the paddock, but this is the first time that this filly coming back off the layoff is really experiencing crowds. And I think that's something to keep in mind too, as we are full capacity this summer, Lafitte.
It's a very good point, Acacia. The lead up to this year's Kentucky Derby, of which there was going to be 50, 60,000, somewhere in that neighborhood. And there was more talk about horses and how they would respond to crowds than seemingly any other year, even though Kentucky Derby crowds can be 150, 160,000, because typically horses will have already been exposed to crowds in prep races, so on and so forth. But this year, leading up to the Derby, it was, relatively speaking, going from next to zero to 70, 80,000. How were these horses going to respond?
So that's why you practice with them in the paddock as much as you can. So this is an out-of-town horse. Chances are shipped in for the race. Didn't get a chance to go to the paddock with other horses, even though she's not running, and just, we call it school. School with those horses, learn to walk around the tree, learn to put a saddle on, all those things, and then just stay in the paddock. And when the race is over, go on home. And then practice it a couple of times. Make them comfortable with it. Look, these horses, just like human athletes, if they're not mentally right, it doesn't matter how good they are physically. They have to be mentally right as well as physically right. Think about yourself and then maybe the sports you played in as a kid. When you were all keyed up and tensed up at the beginning of a sporting event, you didn't play your best. Same with horses. But it's good to see that she's moving well, and no worse for anything that occurred during her time to run off.
Great job. Great job corralling her. We will look forward to seeing her race in the future. Morning Cocktail. Paul, and you still have two in here alive for the late pick 5, number 7, Shining Colors, and number 10 before you.
Yeah, I wanted to back up what Tom was saying. It's so true in the similarities. When I think a lot of people watch horse racing, and I try to correlate it towards athletes and humans, sometimes people don't get it, but Tom is so dead right. I always say to people that I played with 50 guys that were better than me that never made it to the big leagues. I also played against 50 guys that I thought I was better than that made it to the big leagues before me because they were mentally ready before I was. At 21, I don't know if I would have been able to handle the big leagues and all the hype and all that. Took me 27 to get there. My mind was ready at that time, and then I ended up succeeding. So Tom's point is very, very poignant, especially when it comes to horse racing.
The late, great Jack Van Berg would say you're just as much a horse psychologist as you are a thoroughbred trainer.
Oh, you wear a lot of hats. You wear a lot of hats.
These fillies, for the rest of them, acting well as we have just about reached post time. We saw Luis Saez on Shining Colors. 2-1, current favorite Saez, if he can add to his total. What a week here for Irad Ortiz, Luis Saez, and you see the jock standings there. WinStar Jock standings. Opening week, Saratoga, Irad Ortiz with 8 victories. Luis Saez, 8 victories. So important, not just the most prestigious meet in North America, Tom. It's a shorter meet, so important for these riders to get out, build some momentum right from the start.
Oh, yeah, and it's important because the trainers are paying attention, and the trainers are the ones that call the jock agents and say, I want you to ride this horse, I want you to ride that horse. If you can get off to a good weekend here at Saratoga as a rider, you're going to be in demand with these trainers, and that's what you want. You want to have plenty of calls, plenty of opportunities to hit that winner's circle and ride as many you can in this 10-race card.
Speaking of trainers, you went with Wesley Ward's filly, Dearest Kitten, Dylan Davis. Where do you want to see Dearest Kitten early on?
Well, look, I went for her because for exactly what Acacia said. I saw a pedigree that was made for the dirt despite being by Kitten's Joy, who's a very prolific sire for the grass. I looked at the female side of the family and saw a lot of dirt there. It's interesting to note that, you know, money's showing on that horse. But as we watch these horses go into the gate, that 10 horse before you is as athletic and good-looking a horse you'll see at this level. You know, I don't know exactly what's going on here in terms of, you know, oh, well, we just don't like this horse anymore. We don't think she is what she was. But my goodness, I could see her going from the gate and just destroying this group.
Hall of Famer Bill Mott unveiled a very talented first-time starter, 3-year-old filly, earlier in the program. Has Before You and Jose Ortiz. There she is, the 2-to-1 favorite.
Beautiful.
And see if she performs accordingly. Paul LaDuca with Shining Colors and Before You alive in the late pick 5. One final race to close out Run Happy opening week. Before You favored, all set. John Embrial with the call. 10th and final opening week, Saratoga.
In the gate. And the rough. Before You from the extreme outside goes for the lead. Employees Only is next in second. And then it is Wildwood Flash running in third. Shining Colors is on the outside, next in fourth. As the field moves up the back stretch, it is Before You on top here. Employees Only runs in second. Shining Colors is next in third. Wildwood Flash is in fourth. Dearest Kitten, who was off a step slow, has now moved up into fifth. Then it is Shirley Green in sixth. Farther back, it is Mia Kalia, who is running in seventh. And the trailer is Damn the Deficit. The quarter in 22-1. Before You has drawn away from the field. It's Before You in front by 5. Shining Colors runs in second, and Dearest Kitten is next in third. Then Shirley Green in fourth. The half in 45-2. They are in the stretch, and it is Before You with a very big lead. Shining Colors is giving chase in second. Then comes Shirley Green and Dearest Kitten. Before You in front by 7 lengths as they come on for the finish, and Before You has broken her maiden over the Saratoga slop. Shining Colors was second. Shirley Green finished third.
Absolute blowout. Before You in the 10th and final. Paul hits the late pick 5. 2 steps out of the gate. Tom Amos says, show's over.
Absolutely. God, she was so athletic looking. And this was a claiming race. So if somebody reached in and wanted to put up $20,000 for Before You, you're gonna have a very, very nice filly in your barn at the end of the evening after she cools out. But she really ran a terrific race, and she just showed she's in a different class from the rest, and she looked it on the racetrack.
Talked about claiming races, for sale races. See if anybody reached in, anyone claimed Before You based off that performance. Before You, Jose Ortiz gliding under the wire. 2 wins on the afternoon for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott. That impressive filly, more moonshine. And Before You, right here, watch. They spring the latch. Before You, far outside. Tom says game over.
I think it was right about here. I was like, the show is over. She's just better than these. She's just more athletic than these. This is just a better athlete competing against others.
But even pre-race, you thought, you know, physically it was like a mismatch. And occasionally that's exactly what we saw on the track. Before You, outclassing and dominating this nightcap field.
Yeah, she had the presence back in the paddock and on the track as well. And I just checked to see if there were any claims. And Before You will be staying in the Mott barn. No claim in this spot. And maybe the connections will have another chance with her after that big drop down in class. Claims on the 7 Shining Colors and the 4 Dearest Kitten. But Before You, a dominant performance here to wrap up the day, and the second win of the day, and the second dominant performance for the Bill Mott barn as well, Lafitte.
You're not kidding. from more moonshine won by daylight. On a day we don't see a lot of daylight. Before you by several, 10-7, 6-2. Before you in this claiming event, there's to steal a purse, $40,000, winner's share of a $40,000. And are you surprised? No other train, she wasn't claimed?
Well, I was eligible to claim, and I didn't claim her. So, but I also didn't see how pretty she was, just how athletic she is. But having said that, that's why you wait around the paddock and watch these horses walk up. But she's a runner, man, and I'm sure they're breathing a sigh of relief that she didn't get claimed.
Nope, she's going to stay right where she is. And for Barry Schwartz in the Wachtell stable, that smiling Hall of Famer Bill Mott. Before you, making it look all too easy in the nightcap, 10-7, 6-2. We'll wrap it all up, and Saratoga Live continues.
It's a Motown, the son of Uncle Mo, to win the Remsen.
Motown flying, Motown will win a Thriller, Motown to win it, and Motown has won the Hollywood Derby.
Live money Saratoga contests are available online through Naira Bets every Saturday during the Saratoga meet. A $300 buy-in adds $200 to your contest account, while the $100 goes to the prize pool. Follow along with the races on Saratoga Live while keeping track of your leaderboard standings on Naira Bets. After the contest, your bankroll and prize winnings are shifted back into your Naira Bets account to start betting or withdraw. Register to play today at nairabet.com/contests.
This is great stuff. Get a fast-paced recap of all the big news in racing and everything that's trending in the world of sports on the Winner's Circle live stream and podcast presented by Naira and Naira Bets. America's Best Racing's Bram Weinstein and Dan Torgman dish live every Monday on ABR's Twitter at ABR starting at 11 a.m. If you miss it, catch the Winner's Circle wherever you get your podcasts. Playing New York, New York here at Saratoga. Fans on their way out. This filly was on her way to the Winner's Circle, 2 steps out of the gate, as Tom mentioned. Before you, look at that. I mean, that's built at 7-8 length lead, and now just pours it on for the Hall of Famer Bill Mott, Jose Ortiz. She doesn't get claimed. See where Mott places her for her next start.
He'll protect her next time.
I think so. Before you, won't see many easier this summer at Saratoga. Took to the wet stuff. Had raced on a muddy track prior, did very little running, handled it beautifully on this afternoon, and takes down the 10th and final on the first Sunday of the meet. $4, $250, $220, 10, 7, 6. Shining colors, fairly formful this afternoon. You see the payouts and the pick 6 1576 plus. How about the pick 5?
There you go.
2930 and change. Paul LaDuca hitting the late pick 5 here at Saratoga. Fairly formful this afternoon. Handicappers locked in.
They were locked in. Paul LaDuca was locked in with his second pick 5 of the weekend. I mean, look, that's pretty strong.
Everybody wants to build momentum. Trainers winning early, a couple of wins opening weekend, the jockeys and the handicappers as well. How about the 2-year-olds in the Sanford? So much history, so much prestige. Witt didn't break in his debut. That was expected. Todd Pletcher's told Maggie that might be an issue. Didn't break from the rail for a 2-year-old Tom. Witt dug himself a pretty good hole right from the start in the Sanford.
Yeah, I was in the paddock. He's a big boy. The gate was not his friend in these short races, and yet he's still able to overcome it and dominate his first 2 starts. This start against all winners, his last start in breaking his maiden to make him 2 for 2. As the race get longer in distance for Witt, the more fun they're going to have with him. He won't be giving up this advantage at the start because the pace will be slower in those opening quarters, and he'll be able to keep up to some certain extent rather than coming from way back. He'll probably be middle of the pack, but this finish by Witt was really, really dominant and very, very special in my opinion.
And a lot of young horses won't do what you just saw him do. Going in and out of traffic, taking all that spray and dirt in the face. He handled it like a pro. Now he really pours it on. This is special. This is what, when a 2-year-old does that, it lights up this building.
Oh yeah, look, Lafitte, I gotta ask for forgiveness. I use the word special a lot for races we've seen this weekend, but hey, this is Saratoga, and we've seen some special performances this weekend.
Appropriate. World-class racing. Witt, onward and upward. He was the winner in the first race, Belmont Stakes Day. And again, he didn't break. And okay, he looked okay. He won as expected, an odds-on favorite. But what he just did against those 2-year-olds in the Sanford, and look forward to seeing him in the Grade 1 hopeful, Saratoga's most prestigious race for 2-year-olds closing weekend.
Oh yeah, and he'll be favored. Make no mistake about it.
And who knows what this could be the start of for Vinny Viola. He's won a Kentucky Derby, always dreaming. Witt, Holy, Todd Pletcher, Irad Ortiz. And then about half an hour later, the Grade 1 Diana, first Grade 1 of the meet, all about Godolphin. Godolphin's Summer Romance, Althika with Manny Franco mid-pack. Mike Smith had ridden her in her last Grade 1 win, the Justa game on the undercard of the Belmont Stakes. Smith in California to ride Royal Ship, who disappointed somewhat in the featured event at Del Mar. So Franco jumped in the cockpit, delivers a perfect ride as she angles out off the turn, and it's her stablemate that she has to catch once again, and she does so with ease.
Yeah, when you're as good as Althika is, and that's her on the outside of the gray coming to the wire in front, it's just, you're riding a horse like that. It's just get out of her way. She's really, really good. So when she's behind a wall of horses, okay, I'll lose some ground. I'll go around because I'm on the best filly today and the best filly on the grass in the country right now, bar none.
Who impressed you most this weekend? Lots to choose from because there were a lot of special performances.
Indeed. So I love 2-year-old races because they lead to 3-year-old races. So I'm going to say in a photo finish, Witt in the Sanford was the performance I like the best. But nosing out Althika's performance in the Diana, she is really, really a good filly. I mean, like, best of our time right now.
Awesome. I was impressed with O.P. Picker's performance in the Saratoga Showdown. Edging out Boboom 73, O.P. Picker, winner of the Saratoga Showdown. That's what it's all about, climbing that leaderboard, playing against your friends, and a winner in the Saratoga Showdown here. Paul LaDuca hitting the late pick 5, all that stakes activity, and I think the big story, and we said this opening day, regardless of what we saw on the racetrack, the headline after opening day had already been written. The fact that the fans were back at Saratoga and how different and how special it did feel here this week after what we experienced last year.
Yeah, look, I won the second race on opening day and turned to the crowd, and I saw them all cheer, and it was just such a welcome sight. I loved it.
Awesome opening week. So glad you could join us. Look forward to seeing you next week. The racing continuing on FS2 on Wednesday for week 2 from Saratoga. Today, well, going good. The surface switch didn't matter at all. Took to the slot beautifully to take down this Coronation Cup Stakes for Klein Racing. Brad Cox, 2 Coronation Cup Stakes in the last 3 years. 1 week down, 7 to go. We get to see that superstar next week in the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks at Saratoga with the fans back. Have a great night, everyone. We'll see you on Wednesday.